What are angel numbers? Angel numbers are numbers, especially repeating ones that you see in a very significant moment in your life. Numbers that catch your attention, maybe on a license plate, maybe on a clock, maybe on a receipt you just purchased from the gas pump and it says 2222. I've had that one happen myself. And we're going to talk about some things to do when you see these numbers. Now, the first thing I want to say to you is I'm a little bit different in the way that I teach using angel numbers, because I was taught by my team that the way that you communicate with your spiritual team, which is your angels, your spirit guides, passed away loved ones, you have your own language with them. Now, we're going to go over these meanings so that you have a rough guide. But what I'm going to encourage you to do is whenever you see a repeated sequence, you immediately pause and ask yourself, what were you just doing or thinking about? I encourage you to take a picture of it or grab a journal, write it down, or make a note in your phone if you don't have your journal with you. It's important you begin tracking these angel numbers so you can identify what they mean to you. We have so much to cover in how to use different angel numbers. I want you to begin noticing your angel numbers right now. So one of the first things you can do is get a journal and make sure that you have a place that you can write the date, the number you saw, and what was going on around that. We'll go into more guidance around that here in a minute, but let's talk a little bit about the spiritual significance of numbers. I was shown by my team that numbers are one of the main ways our spiritual team, our angels, will communicate with us because it's a universal language. Over the years of humans evolving and different cultures evolving, languages change really quickly. It may not seem like that to us humans, but from the angels' perspective, the way that languages change is so fast and the dialect changes so fast over centuries that it was easier to have a universal language that actually vibrates throughout the entire universe, not just in the world that we live in here. In fact, the image I was shown was one of those old-fashioned library stamps that has the dates where you could spin the dial. I know I'm probably dating myself here, but they showed me it just racing through, like without anybody touching it, the dates just racing through, because they were showing me that that's what it's like overall with the universe communicating with us, with God sending us signs and symbols through his angels. So that's why I wanted to start there with that message there, so that you understand there is a reason that numbers matter. They are timeless, they are evergreen, they are universal. However, as I said at the beginning of this video, it's important to know that you may have one message that's coming through for you when you see 444, and I might have a different one. So we're going to go into that too, but I want you to immediately be willing to admit or acknowledge that you are open to these angel numbers. And of course, I'm going to have some bonus messages for you there, but even if you just pause and notice a repeating number and say thank you to your spiritual team, you're already doing that. If you begin tracking them, you're going to find that you're going to fill up pages and pages and pages. This happened to me years ago when I began tracking them in my journal. So I encourage you to start noticing that. A lot of times I will take a screenshot of it if it's on my phone, if it's a clock. If I see it on a license plate, of course I'm safe. I'm not doing it while I'm driving, but I'll take a picture. Anything like a receipt or things like that, it goes in my journal. And I try to think about what was going on for me. What was I thinking about there? So that's why it's really important to understand there is a spiritual significance, and it is meant to be something that is very, universal to anybody who's seeing it, no matter what cultural background you're from, no matter what language you speak. So now let's go through some brief general descriptions of each number, because I'm sure you're anxious to hear that, but I am going to be going into a much deeper dive later. So I encourage you to take these definitions very lightly, and you will hear that I actually have my own interpretation as well that I want you to consider using, but add your own definition, add what it really means to you. So, of course, the one that we hear a lot about is 1111. Now, a lot of different videos out there and different books describe 1111 as a manifestation or new opportunity number. That's how they would say if you see 111 or 1111 that you're in the process of manifesting or new opportunities are coming. I would agree with that. I would also like to add what the angels have shared with me. The angels said to me that 111 is an affirmation of the thought you are having or the path you are headed with your thoughts. Believe in yourself and you will manifest your heart's wishes. So what they're trying to do really is get you to notice what you were just doing or notice the path you're on and pay attention. 1111, I was told, is take the lead. You are on the right path for your heart. Empower yourself to strike off on your own spiritual path and use positive thinking to achieve your life purposes. And remember, we all have many, many, many life purposes. So that was what I get for 111 and 1111. I'd love to hear in the comments what you see and what you think. I have a game my husband and I play where we try to be the first one to say 1111 to the other person if we see it on the clock. It's pretty fun. Or if we're not in the same room or house, we will text it to each other. And we've done it since we very first met. And it was always interesting to see what it would mean for me. It would catch my attention. Sometimes it would literally mean about the path my husband and I were on towards marriage, affirming that. But then there was also times where it would just be a support of what I was currently working on or what thought I was just having. So again, it's always important to stop and ask yourself, what was I just thinking? Another really common one that I get questions about is 333. And now 33 is a master number in numerology. If you are familiar with numerology, then you're familiar with master numbers. But for the point of these messages, where we're talking about angel messages, we're going to leave that for another video or another study. I do study numerology. I always have. It's actually what got me into some of the other modalities I study now, like astrology. But I wasn't ever into astrology until I started tracking the numbers and learning their meaning. Then that led me into numerology. Then I got all this validation, and then it was just like drinking from a fire hose with the information and downloads I was getting from my angels. So let's go on to 333. First, I want to start with 33 though, because 33 happens to be one of my favorite numbers. And when I see that number, I immediately sense Jesus is working closely with me in that moment. Now, I always feel Jesus is working with me personally, but I do notice a different sensation there, and it's reminding me to pay attention to that. So when I see 33, the guidance I'm asked to ask myself is, what beliefs are empowering you? Do you really believe in your ability to manifest your heart's wishes? Ask your spiritual team what they are trying to show you. So that's 33 alone. It's very affirming, but it's asking you, do you really believe that you can do this with the power of your team and the power of the magic within you? Which we are all born with divine gifts. So you do have that magic here. That's why you are being guided to watch this video. But then taking 33 to another level, and this is why I wanted to go into deeper videos going down the road, is because I actually break these down. If I have a 33 and I have an 11, if I see 1133, and then I see 1144, and then I see 1155. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? Something is trying to get my attention, and I incorporate those numbers in. But those are going to be for later videos, because I want to first keep you focused on starting to notice these numbers now, starting to write them in your journal. It's really important to keep them all in one place so you can go back and see them and see how often your angels are sending you these numbers. So for me, 333 means master the art of believing in yourself and your ability to manifest your greatest desires. And you will see divine paths and life purposes open before you. Because as I said before, we have many life purposes. So one of the general meanings I saw when I was looking at what other people define 333 as is that it does mean assistance from ascended masters. It's also encouraging creativity and self-expression. So that correlates that when I see 33, I think of Jesus, or many say Yeshua, and how closely we work together and always have. But it may be a different ascended master for you. So I wanted to share that definition that I've seen in different books and things, because it might mean something different for you, like Buddha or, Mother Mary or Mary Magdalene. So you know what that is for you, but again, pay attention. All right. So we'll go over one other big one before I give you a bonus message here at the end of this video. And I go into a few other descriptions about this. 444. This is the big angel number you see all over social media. 4 is often associated with protection and encouragement. It's a reminder that you have spiritual support with you. So I do have a story to share with you about 444, but first I want to go into the meanings that I was shown for 44 and 444. And of course, I will go into much deeper with other angel number videos coming up. But the first one is 44. So anytime I see that, I get a message from my team that angels are asking you to intentionally communicate with them. They are asking you to stop and ask for help or ask for a loud and clear sign on what it is to do next, or ask for guidance, because we do have the law of free will, and often we forget to ask, and we do have to ask for our spiritual team to help us, for our angels to help us. And then when I see 444, the message I normally get is, remember, we, your angels, are always with you. Where you are is where you are meant to be. Please watch the vibration of your thoughts and go higher. Okay, so here's my fun little story about 444, and when I was seeing it every day, I was waking up at 444 in the morning. I was seeing it on receipts, gas pumps, license plates, like crazy. It was during the time that I was transitioning out of my accounting practice. So I actually graduated with my degree in accounting and business administration. I started my own small business consulting practice, and I did that for about 16 years. Very left brain, right? But also involving numbers. One of the reasons I chose accounting is I did always enjoy math. I did always enjoy numbers, and I found I had an odd sense of being able to remember number sequences, or just certain numbers would stick with me. I can even remember like phone numbers from my dad's office when I was, 5 or 6 years old, for whatever reason. So I noticed that I always liked working with numbers. And then I had this big divine appointment that came through. It actually came through multiple significant events. I actually do share what happened to me when I saw angels around my bed when I was 19, and then other activations I got on my YouTube channel if you want to go check out my story times. But I was activated to leave my small business consulting and go full time into sharing angel messages and teaching other people how to connect with the angels, which is what I do now full time. But while I was doing that, I had very young kids. I was working part-time from home with very young kids, and I had a busy life supporting my husband's role with his job, and it was not easy for me to sit down and find time to meditate, to journal, to plan what I wanted to do next with my work. And I would get frustrated, and I would notice that when the kids would come home from school, or even they were pretty young, this was probably preschool age, when they would come home, I would be tired from running around getting things that had to be done that day, like paying bills, other work, errands, grocery shopping, whatever it is, doing laundry. And then they would get home hungry, needing my attention. And I would often catch myself feeling drained and thinking, when am I ever going to find the time to meditate? When am I ever going to find the time to receive divine guidance? And I would see 444 all the time. I wouldn't just see it on the clock. I would see it like right when the microwave was counting down, or the oven timer was counting down to 4 minutes, 44 seconds. I would see it on the TV with something. So I started tracking it, and it was always around the time that I started feeling like I was not on my spiritual path. I would think, gosh, I'm never going to find time to meditate. And I would kind of have that inner monologue. And then the message came through very clearly when I finally asked, why am I seeing this all the time? And it was that they were saying, wherever you are is where you are meant to be. You can be very present in the moment while you're washing the dishes, while you are doing the laundry, and that it forms like a practice of meditation. Practice meditating while you do this work. Be very intentional with the love you put into the food you're creating for your family. These are ways that you can walk your spiritual path develop your intuitive abilities to a deeper level and still maintain the responsibilities your heart wants you to do. So maybe somebody out there needed to hear that because they've been getting these repeating numbers, but they don't know when they're going to find time to dive in. It just takes a brief moment to acknowledge it and to catch what you were doing and take it higher. So that's one of my favorite ones, and I probably will go into more meaning with another 444 message. I've done some lives on that as well, and I love hearing from you what it means for you. And so I'm going to just have that reminder one more time to make sure you're interpreting it through your own guide's lens. You're literally developing a language with your angels and with your team. So these messages that I'm sharing with you about angel numbers they are guideposts, okay? I'm never going to tell you this is what it means for you. In fact, that's another good reminder here. The angels are never going to tell you what to do. They are only going to give you gentle guidance. And this is one of the ways they can offer you gentle guidance is because they can do this in a way that isn't startling. You know, it's not a surprise to you. They just make sure you happen to glance over and see it on that billboard. So that's a big thing to keep in mind too. All right, remember I said if you stay to the end of this video, I have a bonus message for you. But please, if you haven't already, please hit that subscribe button, like and share this video if it resonates with you. Let me know if any of the meanings I'm sharing with you, you've also gotten from your spiritual team, if you've already been working with your angel numbers. And I want to give you a journaling prompt. So this is something different I'm going to do as well with this series that I haven't seen out there, is I want to encourage you to really ask questions about these numbers and really understand what your angels are telling you by writing these journaling prompts down and asking, okay? So here is your journaling prompt for this video. You can come back anytime and get it and write it in your journal and ask, when was the last time I saw repeating numbers multiple times in a short time period? When was the last time I saw repeating numbers multiple times in a short time period? Then the follow-up question is, and what was going on in my life at that time? So I remember very clearly that when 444 was everywhere, I was a busy mom of very young kids trying to transition away from my accounting practice into a full-time spiritual practice as my profession. And it was so loud and clear. And I have it in my journal. I have it tracked, and I have things that I wrote next to it that were going on for me. And that's where we create that hindsight. I always say hindsight is one of the most powerful tools for deepening your connection with the angels, because you can go back, connect the dots, and create your book of evidence. Now, do you not remember the last time? All right, that's okay. I have another prompt for you. We are literally going to ask, we're going to say, angels, please send me loud and clear signs. Grab your journal, write the date and time down, and write, angels, please send me loud and clear signs. Then remain open to that, okay? So I do that. I keep all my stuff in one place, and I want to encourage you to join my free newsletter at devondoer.com, because there you will receive my free gift, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. This also gives you 5 questions to ask every time you see a sign, not just angel numbers. There are a lot of ways our angels will send us signs, and it's important you track it all in one place. In fact, I have a custom journal I sell on Amazon that comes with a 4-part webinar that teaches you how to deepen your connection with the angels using journaling. It's called Book of Evidence, Proof Your Angels Are With You. And it has custom templates in here that guide you. It has an intuition tracker to make it easy to track your angel numbers. But I want you to make sure you understand that you can use any journal you want. If you're just getting started, just grab a journal that you can use just for this and make it only about tracking your angel numbers or your signs from your angels, and keep track of the date and time. It will really help you with that hindsight. All right, so let's go into the bonus meaning of 444. And I would like to ask you if you would write this pocket affirmation in the comments below so I know you made it to the end of this video. I easily recognize angel numbers. Write that in the comments below this video. I easily recognize angel numbers. That's another way to open up to the divine guidance. All right, here's the bonus message for you. You are seeing this video about angel numbers because you are a divine appointment. You are here to share your spiritual gifts with the world. So again, write in the comments below this, I easily recognize angel numbers so that you can own that you are a divine appointment. If you're seeing 1111 or 111, there are divine messages waiting for you. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my new angel number series. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you'll be notified when I upload videos about other angel messages. I also go live at least twice a week to answer your questions, and I have angel messages and tutorials for you on my video to help you deepen your connection with the angels. Make sure to stay tuned to the end for a bonus message for you at the very end of this video. I will also be giving you a pocket affirmation to say when you see 1111 or 111 or any sequence of ones, and I'm going to give you a journaling prompt to write in your book of evidence, proof your angels are with you. Now, of course, you can use any journal you have, but I highly encourage you to write this journal prompt in one place and go back to it continuously with other numbers you see every time you see 1111 or 111. We'll go into more why I say that, but first let's talk about today's video and how we are going to share the significance of 1111 and 111. These numbers are very important as they guide you on your divine journey here. But think for a second, when was the last time you noticed repeating ones? We often will see angel numbers in many places. So just a quick review, what is an angel number? An angel number is something where there is a sequence that is showing up in your daily life on a regular basis. It's carrying messages to you from our angels, our spiritual team, passed away loved ones, and the relevance of 1111 is quite huge. Now, one of the things I want to share with you too is I'm going to be sharing kind of the common meanings that you will see for angel numbers as I go through each series. If you missed it, please check out my introduction video to this series where I lightly go into some of the common ones, but I explain how important it is for you to interpret these numbers on your own. I also share some of my own personal meanings and my own personal ways of using these numbers. I'm going to be doing that more here. Each one of these videos is going to dive deeply into these numbers, but the intro video was just going in an overview with some more details there. But we're going to be talking about the number 11, 1111, 111, whatever that is for you. And I'm going to share these common meanings, but I'm going to also share with you what the angels showed me when I was working with the number 1111. I'm also going to share with you ways that you can interpret this number on your own. So again, the thing with angel numbers is they can come through any way. They can come through a license plate that some car just happens to pull in front of you, and there they are with repeating numbers. It can come on a clock. It can come on a receipt. It can come in many ways. I've seen it in sequence numbers on if there's a tag on your computer with the sequence ID or whatever they call it, the serial ID. That's what I'm looking for. So they can come anywhere. The point is, did it grab your attention and what were you thinking about it? So let's go deeper into what to do when you see these numbers after I go over some of these meanings, and then I have some fun stories to share with you about when I've seen repeating ones or other numbers. So one of the common things that people say 1111 means is it's a wake-up call from the universe. It means your guides want you to go deeper into the spiritual world, or they want you to bring a spiritual presence into your day-to-day life. Now, I can definitely share some experiences about that, but it's important to understand that it's also a gateway to other realms. So when you see that, you also want to check in with who were you just thinking about? Were you thinking about a passed away loved one, or were you thinking about an ascended master that you'd like to work with or know more about? So it does signify a readiness to evolve spiritually, to awaken to new opportunities. A lot of times this number is seen historically in cultures regarded as a direct channel for communication with the divine. But I'm going to encourage you to see how these numbers affect you personally before you jump right into that definition. That's the thing, is we work with our spiritual team on a one-to-one basis. We develop our own languages and our own way of knowing what our team is trying to tell us. When we understand that meaning, they are cheering us up and down. They are so excited they got through to us, and they will continue to communicate with you in a way that works, where they know, okay, if we say this to this person, to their divine appointment, right? You're their divine appointment because they're your spiritual team. They get so excited they will continue to send you messages that way. But you will have to combine these messages to interpret what it specifically means. So I'm going to share some of the stories with you here, and then we'll talk about some practical applications. But one of my favorite stories to share about 1111 was, in fact, when I was first leaving my accounting practice to go full-time into offering angel communication and doing journaling workshops to teach people to deepen their connection with the angels. I would see 1111 all the time when I was thinking about a step I could take to gradually leave my small business consulting practice and move into this full time. So an example would be, I was sitting there journaling and I was thinking to myself, who in my life would want an angel reading from me, or who in my life would support me on this? And if a person came to mind, or I thought about calling somebody up, I would often see 111. Another very significant meaning for me, and again, we're going to go deeper into my personal interpretations, because I sat down with the angels and asked them, okay, what do you want me to know about these numbers? So we're going to get to that in a little bit. I just want to go over some stories. But another one that came to mind for me that I've done for many years with my husband is, we have a game, and I shared this in the intro video too. We have a game where we try to see who can yell 1111 or text 1111 to the other person first anytime we see it. So it's really fun if we're, one's not, we both work from home, but if one of us is not around, then we will text it to the other person. So it's really interesting to see how we use it, but I will still pause and think about it. And when we were first dating and getting to know each other, we would use that, and I would think, okay, there's something here, like we're getting to know each other more. And eventually my husband revealed to me that he himself used to hear his parents do that to each other, which is really sweet. And they're an absolutely lovely couple and a happy marriage as well. So it really was guiding me to just let our relationship unveil one step at a time. So we'll get deeper into that a little bit more, but I'd love to hear in the comments what stories you have about seeing 1111. Did it lead you anywhere? And let's talk about how to recognize and respond to noticing 1111. A lot of times this could be a prompt for your life path, for your personal alignment. It's a perfect moment to set intentions or meditate on your goals. And you can also start a journal around this. And this is why I am so passionate about angel numbers, because one of the things that led me to going full-time into angel communication, offering journaling workshops, was by tracking the numbers. I ultimately created a custom journal called Book of Evidence, Proof Your Angels Are With You. This is for sale on Amazon with a 4-part webinar designed to teach you how to start using it. But I developed a system, and and you can use any journal. I will always say that. The reason I did this is because after teaching multiple journaling workshops with templates to help people track the numbers they were getting, the signs and feathers and spirit animals they were getting from their angels, I created a way to make it easier to go find those symbols and interpret them, because hindsight is one of the most powerful tools for deepening your trust and your connection with the angels, or for understanding what those numbers mean to you. Well, how do you have hindsight? You have to write them down. Our brain will try to talk us out of the significance of that moment, or we get so busy we forgot what we were doing, thinking about, or feeling when that came across. So in this journal, I have an entire section that teaches you how to use it at the front, and then I have custom templates in here. This is the intuition tracker portion, but you go check that out if you want to see what other templates are in there. It makes it easier to go back and review. If you don't want to do that, if you have your own journal that you'd love to keep it in, I highly encourage you just make sure everything's in one place. And every time you see a number, you're putting the date, what you were thinking, and everything around that. I have more guidance for you about that, but I just wanted to encourage you right now to grab a journal, or if you don't have one with you, maybe write it in your phone so you can go put it in a journal later, because I have these journaling prompts for you. Well, one prompt for you, and I have a pocket affirmation. Now, if you're new to my channel, I labeled these things that I use called pocket affirmations years ago when I realized a lot of the affirmations I loved out there were so long that when I needed them in the moment, I couldn't remember them. So sometimes I would write them on my pocket and on a piece of paper and put them in my pocket so I could pull it out and remember it, or I'd put it in my phone, which is in my pocket probably. But then I realized, they could be even shorter where they weren't so hard to remember, or it wouldn't take me so long to write them on a paper and then. So I try to keep pocket affirmations short so they're simple and sweet and can fit in your pocket. So I'm going to be giving you a pocket affirmation for every number we go over in this series, so that way when you see that number, you immediately can call to action the energy that is coming for you and the divine guidance. So again, check out that intro video if you haven't, because I had a special one for you there. But every single one of these videos will have a custom pocket affirmation for the number and a custom journaling prompt to help you connect with your team on what this means for you. Then you can come back as many times as you want and reuse those pocket affirmations and journaling prompts. So let's keep going into some ways that I myself learned what 1111 means, or 111. Now, I do use the number 11 by itself as well, so we're going to go into that as well, because I actually like to break down the meanings of my numbers and mix them up. So if I were to see 411 or 711, that would be very significant for me. The other day, I was grappling with an issue and I was driving to work, and this car, it wasn't to work actually, I was taking my daughter to volleyball practice, but a car pulled in front of me kind of last minute, and I had to slam my brakes on. But on their license plate, they had the number 4111. So it was a 4111, right? And I was just thinking about the topic, and there was a song playing that had significance in the lyrics. So those three things together, 111, plus the angel sending me the message, were very significant to me. So of course, I waited till we were at a stoplight. I took a picture of the license plate so I wouldn't forget. And I thought to myself, okay, as soon as I get home, I'm writing in my book of evidence what this means. So that's why I'm going to break this down a little bit more than you might see in other videos. So when I see the number 11, I connected with my team and I said, okay, what is the first thing you want me to consider when I see 11? Now, like I said, these are going to change based on what's going on for you and for your own spiritual team. But when I see 11, the angels said they want me to look to see what is in alignment or needs to be brought into alignment. Okay, so I like to give the example of, when I am noticing that my daughter is not feeling so well, and then I see 11:11 on the clock, and then this has happened to me, and then within moments I get a call from the school nurse, hey, your daughter's not feeling so well, can you come pick her up? So I'm like, okay, something was out of alignment with her. I didn't quite catch it, but then I saw 11:11. It was like, look at your phone, figure out what's going on here, okay? Then when you see 111, so I just shared the example of the license plate where it was like 4, which we'll get to the 4 video soon, but 4 always immediately gets me to think of my angelic team, the angels that are with me. So the angels were sending me this message with this car pulling in front of me, and then 111. And they said to think of this: affirmations of the thought you are having on the path you are headed with your thoughts. Believe in yourself and you will manifest your heart's wishes. So they were affirming what I was currently thinking about, but they were saying you have to really believe in your ability to manifest what you want. So we need your energy in this too, which of course it's always a co-creation. So I'll say that again because I said it a little long there, but 111 when I connect with my team means affirmation of the thought I was having or the path I was headed on with my thoughts. Believe in yourself and you will manifest your heart's wishes. So now let's get to the big one that we hear and see all over social media and everywhere. I remember even going to, I believe it was LA or Santa Monica. I was thinking about something and I drove by and there was this huge building with 1111 on it. I was like, oh, they know that significance. So 1111, when I connect with my team, they are asking me to take the lead. They are saying you are on the right path for your heart, empower yourself to strike off on your own spiritual path, and use positive thinking to achieve your life purpose. Now remember, we all have many life purposes. So in the example I used earlier where the school nurse called me right after I saw 1111, taking the lead was to go ahead and decide, you know what, I'm going to cancel these appointments. I'm going to go get my daughter. I'm going to call the doctor. We're going to get this figured out. So it can be mundane things. And one of my life purposes is definitely to be a mother. But it could be applied to you with your purpose on a creative project, something you're doing in a relationship. So you're always going to want to ask those questions. Now, before I go any further, I wanted to invite you to sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com, where you can get a gift from me. I have a gift for you. It's my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. This gives you 5 questions to ask anytime you think a sign. It gets you started, and it's something you can print out. I have a little box on there with the 5 questions you can print out. You can put in your book of evidence and always have it with you anytime you see a sign. Because I do have other videos on my YouTube about when you see a hummingbird or a dragonfly. I'm going to be going into more spirit animal messages as well. I do that a lot on my lives. So if you can catch a live, you can always ask me a question about that there. But it's any sign and symbol because angels will send us messages in so many different ways. It's funny, I just looked down at my timer to see how long I've been talking, and it said 15:15. So maybe we need to add 15:15 to the video series. Let me know in the comments if you want to know what that means. But I will be going into some unique numbers in the future series, and I'll be creating a playlist so it's easy to find. But I'm going to do a lot of the numbers that you don't often see on YouTube because they mean so much to me. I mean, when I was creating this video series, I was going through my journals and journals and journals where I've written down so many sequences and what they mean. I even had a really unique incident happen this morning where I was using one of my old-fashioned 10-key calculators to, actually it's sitting right here on my desk, I'll show you. This really old-fashioned calculator, right? I was using it yesterday to do some bookkeeping, and it died on me. The battery went out, I couldn't get it to work at all, and I just forgot about it. When I came in this morning, the screen was back on with a sequence of numbers that were all repetitive. I netted those numbers, I interpreted the meaning, and it gave me a very powerful message. It gets better. Right after I got those numbers, I tried to use it again to net it, because of course I took a picture of it, put it in my journal, and then I was going to find the net number, which is a whole nother topic we can talk about later. But I found the net number to get the message, and I went to tap it to net it, and it died again. So I was like, oh, I guess I got just like the littlest bit of life in there. And so I hit a bunch of keys to see if it worked. Nothing would happen. I cleared it out. Left to take my kids to school, came back, boom, another number had popped on my screen with different sequence of numbers with a different meaning, still affirming the previous one. So I know it was kind of a confusing story there. I wasn't expecting to share that, but they obviously knew I was going to be recording this series today, or part of the series. It's probably going to be about one a week that it comes out. We'll see how it goes, but it had so much meaning to me, and then it died again, so it's currently dead. Like I'm hitting the clear button as much as I can. So it's just really interesting that the numbers that popped up were in this huge sequence that had a very spiritual meaning for me. So I want you to have tools available to you when you see these numbers. So again, don't forget we have your bonus message at the very end. But first, let's do the journaling prompt and the pocket affirmation for you. And if you do have it with you, grab that journal to write these down now. You can always come back and watch this video, or you can put it in your phone. But I want to also remind you, if this video is resonating with you, I'd really appreciate it if you'd hit the like button and share it with anybody else you think it would resonate with. So let's talk about a journaling prompt for 1111, or anytime you see a sequence of ones. That can even mean 11 or 111. Here is your journaling prompt for 1111. Where in my life can I take charge and lead my heart to bigger and greater things? Your 1111 journaling prompt. Where in my life can I take charge and lead my heart to bigger and greater things? All right, did anything come to mind for you there? Make sure you're jotting that down as well. And then write this pocket affirmation in the comments below this video so I know you made it to the end of this video. Don't forget we have a bonus message coming, but write this pocket affirmation in the comments below this video. Anytime you see 1111, say this pocket affirmation. I am the leader of my life. Anytime you see 111 or 1111, say, I am the leader of my life, and go ahead and put that in the comment section below so I know you made it to the end. All right. The final bonus message we have for you, because the angels knew you were going to make it to the end of this video. They have a very special meaning for you. I will be having more videos like this. Probably the next one's going to be 22, 222, 22, 22. It's probably going to be logical unfolding that way. But don't forget, I do my lives at least 2 times a week, so you can always pop in there and ask questions as well. And thank you for staying to the end for your bonus message. Here it is. Start making long-term plans right now. Happy times are ahead, but you must take one step at a time in that direction. Hence, 1 + 1 + 1 + 1, 1111. If you've been seeing 222 or even 2222 everywhere and wonder what it means, you're in the right place. There are divine messages waiting for you. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my Angel Number series. Make sure to hit that subscribe button so you're up to date when I release other videos on different sequences here. I also go live at least once or twice a week to answer your questions, not only about angel numbers, but connection with your angels and deepening your intuitive abilities. But you're in the right place to understand what 222 means. Make sure you stay to the end for a bonus message for you. I will also give you a pocket affirmation to say whenever you see these numbers. I also offer a journaling prompt, and this is where I'm a little different from a lot of the other angel number videos or even numerology videos you see out there. I have a certain way of tracking and interpreting these numbers, and they are customized to you. So when I connect with my angels and my team, I always want to know, okay, generally, what does these numbers mean? But also, what does my team want me to know? Now, your spiritual team consists of your angels, your passed away loved ones, your spirit guides, your spirit animals. And in today's video, we will dive deep into the significance of 222. I'm going to share some stories with you about when I saw 222 or other sequences of 2. But just real quickly, in case you missed my introductory video to this series, which I do encourage you to go back to because there's unique information about that and it talks about some of the common numbers. And then I already have a video out on 1111 or 111. So this is the next in this series, 22, 222, or even 2222. But in case this is the first time these videos are finding you, let's talk just very briefly about what are angel numbers. As a quick reminder, angel numbers are special sequences that you might notice repeatedly throughout your daily life. These numbers are believed to be signs from our angels or the universe. I know they are because I have tracked it. I have kept it in a journal for many, many years. Now, the number 222 for many people is thought to signal a need for balance and alignment in your relationships, career, or spiritual path. But there's other meanings around that, and that's why I'm going to share my own personal meanings around these numbers and share with you how you can interpret what 22, 222, or even 2222 might mean for you. So let's talk a little bit more about 222. So like I said, many people consider the significance of 222 to be a gentle nudge from the universe, reminding you to take a breath. Would you like to take a breath with me right now? Take a breath and find peace in your current situation. That's one of the things that angels are always going to want us to do, is see where we can seek peace to find the creative solutions to anything that's going on. If you feel like things are chaotic, you're being asked to go find a quiet place for some self-discovery, breathe and ground. It's also associated with building trust and stability. So this could be really important when you apply it with other numbers. That is one of the things that is unique about the way I'm going to share angel numbers, is I do mix and mingle numbers. So if I'm seeing 422 or 1122, like you saw in my other video, I do break it down to 11. And when I see 411 or 711 or 511, the same goes for this number. If I see 422, that's going to mean something different to me than if I see 622. So I encourage you to begin tracking what these mean to you, because your team wants you to build trust and stability in your divine path and help you remain in divine flow by bringing these numbers in front of you. And another quick reminder about what are angel numbers, in case you're new here, is that you can find them anywhere. They can show up on receipts, they can show up on license plates, they can show up, of course, on the clock or calculators. I've also seen them in serial numbers on big machinery and things like that. So, wherever you see them, the questions you ask yourself is, why did I notice that? And what's going on for me right now? What am I feeling? What was I thinking about? All these kinds of things. And we'll go into more things you can do when you are seeing these repeated numbers. But across different cultural perspectives in different various cultures, 222 has been seen as a symbol of harmony and cooperation, especially having essential components for creating lasting relationships and community bonds. So a lot of times 222 is asking you to invest deeper in a bond with a relationship, with a community, with a project. And the angels always want to remind us to notice who is our spiritual community. If you don't feel like you're surrounded by people with like-minded beliefs, it's time for you to go deepen your investment in a spiritual community where you feel supported and you feel you belong. Now, that's a little bit more of my own interpretation of it, but I'm going to dive deeper into what those are. It's just so interesting how it is similar to that. But I sit down with my angels and I ask my spiritual team, what do you want me to know about 22 or 222? And so I'll be sharing that with you, but also remember, you're developing your own language with your spiritual team, because that way they can send you messages that are very specific to you, that can guide you along your path. I often get a lot of questions about, well, I see this number all the time, but then what do I do with it? Well, it takes going deeper into that experience. So we'll talk about how you can do that. But another thing that a lot of the overall people you'll see, if you Google it or you just talk to people, what do they think about when they see 222, is the viewer's experience. So they look to see what's going on around them, who else is involved, and that is definitely something that I support, is you want to also see who else is involved, because as they said earlier, they were even talking about the idea of community, and do you feel bonded to your spiritual community? Another quick reminder here, when we are seeing repeated numbers, anytime we are seeing repeated numbers, that is your spiritual team trying to guide you, and they're asking you to bring your spirituality into your day-to-day life. And a lot of times people will say, but I see 11:11 on the clock every day, twice a day. How can you tell me that's unique? Well, but think about all the things you do throughout your day, the busy schedules we have, the to-do list, and you just happen to look up and see that every time. There's something significant about that, because how come you're not seeing 10:10 every day? Now, maybe you are, and that is going to be a future video, but that's why I want you to notice what the number is and why is it that you always see that number. Now, for me, whenever I see 222 a lot, it is a little bit of a unique application to what's going on for you, for me, but I would say for you too, because it's not as common as 1111 or 444 or 333, which I will be doing videos on those as well, so stay tuned. But that's why it's going to be important to take into account your environment. The other thing I want to ask you is, have you had any experiences with 222 that came to mind immediately as soon as you clicked on this video? I'm going to encourage you to write that down. If you'd like to share it in the comments below, but also write it in your journal. Now let's go into some of the meanings of 222 that the angels have shown me. And before we get there, I want to invite you to join my free newsletter at devondoer.com, where you will get my gift for you. It's my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meanings. This will help you. There are 5 questions in there that you can ask anytime you see any numerical sequence, feathers from your angels, spirit animals, or other animals, you can ask these questions and you can discover a deeper meaning, what your team, what your angels are trying to tell you. So that's very valuable, and I do encourage you to keep this all in one place. I'll get a little bit more to why there, but let's go into what the angels said to me when I sat down and I asked, what is the meaning of these sequential twos I am seeing? So first I asked them about the number 22, because as I said earlier, I do combine these meanings to get a deeper meaning to a message. So if I were to see 722, that would mean something different than just 22 to me. I wouldn't just hone in on the 22, I would add that 7 to it. And in numerology, they actually encourage you to net numbers, and I will do that on occasionally with my angel numbers if the angels ask me to do that. Sometimes they just want me to just get the message in the moment and move on. So the number 22, when I connected and said, what do you want me to know when I see this number? They said, you may need to go with the flow and let go of trying to control a situation. Allow your angels to guide you instead of trying to force an outcome. So think about that. One of my favorite pocket affirmations, this is kind of a bonus because I have a special pocket affirmation for you below for anytime you see two in a row, sequences of two. But one of my all-time favorite ones, if you're new to my channel, you probably haven't heard me say it, but I say this all the time on my lives and my angel message videos, is I am in divine flow. So picture a flowing river of divine light that is guiding you on your journey. So anytime I see 22, I stop and I go, okay, so let's add that to what else I'm seeing, but maybe I am trying to control something and I need to just go with the flow. All right, so that was for 22. Let's take it to the topic of this video series, 222. So when I see 3 twos in a row, I immediately am asked to check to see if information, opportunities, or support is coming for me, and if I am being open-minded and trusting that everything is happening for a reason. So 222 can be one of those things that are causing you to take a deeper dive into why you are resisting something, or maybe you're not looking in the right place for information or opportunities. It can also mean that maybe you've recently received some information that was challenging to hear, or it was shared in a tactless way. And the angels want you to try to flip the script on that and go, okay, what's the silver line in this? What is something I can learn from this? And even go deeper and say, why is this happening? I know that everything happens for a reason. I know I'm being divinely guided, but what might I be missing here? So when you see 222, you can add those other messages that the angels shared earlier about what it could mean, but you can also say to yourself, okay, hold on, am I blocking information or opportunities because I don't want to hear it, or I didn't like the way that person said that to me? But trust that if you flip the script and try to see what can I learn from this, maybe even ask yourself, what can I learn about the other person's motivation if you received information in a challenging way? Even if it's the truth, when it comes in a way that's not the most compassionate way, it can be really hard to understand why you're being told this or why this is happening. A very common example I will get is when somebody loses a job suddenly and they felt like they were trucking along, doing fine, the boss was happy, and maybe all of a sudden the company decided to close down that branch. I've seen that with many clients of mine. And the person's going, well, what do I do now? And all of a sudden, this new opportunity comes in that they would have never considered, to either start their own practice or move to a new location or just find more time to do the things they want to do and do more piecemeal work, which is a lot of things we're seeing these days. A lot of us are being encouraged to find ways to have time for both our, let's call it a day job, although I know not everybody has day jobs, but the thing that puts the food on the table that we all kind of have to do, whether we like it or not, and then the thing that we eventually would like to step out and do as a sole proprietor, do as a full-time business, make sure you're making time for that as well. But the guidance will often be to wait until you're financially secure for that. So that could be another thing you're seeing with 222 is maybe you're ready to just quit your job, be done with it, and hope for the best with your new business. And maybe the angels are saying, actually, there's a better way to do this. What if you have clients for your new business at the current job you're at by getting to know the people you work with more and getting their ideas? What if you could go join a group of people and offer your services for free and start getting new contacts so that when you are ready to go out on your own, you are ready? That's one of the things I had to do when I was leaving my small business consulting practice. Again, if you're new to me, you may not know, I originally got my degree in accounting and business administration, which is so number oriented, right? But it was not on the spiritual side, it was on the logical side. And I did always enjoy working with numbers. I enjoyed math. And for whatever reason, I always seem to remember number sequences very easily. I can even remember a phone number from several phone numbers from when I was a kid and my dad's office number, things like that. So I know that I was being guided by going into accounting. But when I finally got the call to leave my small business consulting service and go into full-time intuitive work and work with one-on-one clients, I was seeing 22 a lot as a way to remind me that there's going to be some disruption that has to happen in order for me to make that happen. That might mean holding on to some of my small business consulting clients a little longer than I had planned. And that is certainly what happened. I had to gradually let go of those businesses until I felt comfortable with the income coming in with my one-on-one readings. I also had to go to healing arts festivals and metaphysical fairs and offer services at less than what I normally would, or even do giveaways in order to build that community and start practicing and honing my skills. When I was getting my animal communication certification, which I don't offer those one-on-ones right now usually, but of course I use it with my own animals. But I did offer free animal communication sessions in exchange for emails to be put in a giveaway for angel readings. And that was a really fun thing. That was a mentor's idea. She said, why don't you just do a giveaway of one of your angel readings that you already do all the time? Then you can get a practice with a bunch of animal communication sessions and build your list. Well, that's the perfect example of a giving and receiving cycle. And that's often what we're going to see when we see 222 is activate that giving and receiving cycle, because that is where my very first clients came through. Actually, what happened is I was talking to a good friend of mine about how I was doing these free readings, and she came to me and she goes, well, I have somebody that would like to be your first paid client. What do you think about that? Well, I took on that very first paying client, and she ended up sending me 90% of the clients I got in the following year. And I learned so much throughout that process about building a client base that was so unique to my small business consulting. And yet at the same time, it was very similar because you're still building in trust and faith and referrals, but I had to get out there and activate that giving and receiving cycle. So I wanted to share that story with you about 222, but of course you're going to apply this to your life, right? You're going to, whenever you see 22 or 222 or even 2222, then I would encourage you to apply it in these ways that I have coming up for you. Now, I did say at the very beginning, let's talk about 2222 in case you see it. That's when, again, you're going to apply the meaning of 22, but you're going to double down on it. You're going to ask that question twice. You're going to go deeper. In fact, if you've ever seen those models for getting to the bottom of things, they say ask a question, then ask another one about the answer you got, and then ask another one until you get all the way down to the bottom of an issue that you're feeling. And that's another thing you can do when you see 2222 is just keep asking yourself, why do I feel this way? Why am I blocking this? Why is this happening? Until you can get to the point where you have an understanding. Of course, we don't want to go into victim consciousness of why is this happening to me? We want to say, why is this happening for me so I can learn from it, right? I believe that's a really popular, either Esther Hicks or there's somebody out there, Abraham Hicks, that says that. Anyways, let's go on to this journaling prompt I promised promised you and your pocket affirmation. But don't forget, there is a bonus message for you at the end of this video. So please stay tuned to the end. And if you haven't already, please hit the subscribe button, like and share this video with anybody you feel it would resonate with. So here's your journaling prompt anytime you see sequences of twos, 22, 222, or 2222. Where in my life can I open up to new ideas or solutions? Where in my life can I open up to new ideas or solutions? Now, I want you to consider these three areas of your life. Your relationships. This could be romantic, parental, child, friend, boss. Your career and finance. That even if you're retired, your budget, and then health and fitness, all right? Those three areas we want to look at whenever you see sequences of twos. Use this journaling prompt. Where in my life can I open up to new ideas or solutions? Now, the reason I want you to grab your journal and write that down is because I really want to encourage you to keep track of all the signs and symbols you get from your angels in your book of evidence, proof your angels are with you. Now, you don't need to have one of these. You can use any journal you want. I wanted to share that I have this for sale on Amazon with a 4-part webinar that teaches you how to use it. There's also a chapter in the beginning that teaches you with custom templates. But I wanted to show you that by keeping everything in one place, like I do in this intuition tracker here, it makes it really easy to go back and review it. And hindsight is one of the most powerful tools for building your trust and your connection with the angels and interpreting the meaning for you. So like I said, I understood what my team wanted me to know about 222 on top of the general broad meaning we see because I kept tracking it in my book of evidence. And then I went back and reviewed it over and over again. And I therefore was able to connect the dots and go, okay, when my team says this to me, this is what they want me to understand about this. And of course, I would go write it down with the time and the date. So you can use any journal you want. I just encourage you to keep it all in one place. Don't have a bunch of separate journals for to-do lists, for your dreams, for your gratitude, for your numbers, because you're not going to remember where you put everything. If you put your to-do list, your calendar, which I do have a calendar that's evergreen in this one, so you can start at any time in the year. But you don't have to use it for your scheduling. You can just use it to note things like this happened on this day and I saw 222 10 times and I had a to-do list that I was on a call with this person getting this done. That's how you connect the dots. And I do talk about that in my 4-part webinar that comes with this if you want to get it on Amazon. But again, you can use anything you want and you can always come to my lives or ask questions in the bottom of this video and I will definitely get to that. I read all of your comments and I appreciate you so much. Let's get to your bonus message here. I did mention to you, right, that on my YouTube channel, I do have angel messages for you. I have tutorials on how to deepen your connection with the angels. I have story times about when I saw the angels. And then I do go live at least 2 times a week to connect with you, to share messages. Right now, my schedule changes every once in a while, but at the time I'm recording these messages, we do journaling with our angels. So on Wednesday mornings, I say journal with your angels and me. Grab that book of evidence. Let's do some journaling. I give you prompts and it is really helpful. Oh, we didn't do your pocket affirmation. I knew I was forgetting something. All right. So here's your pocket affirmation. If you see 22, 222 or 2222, affirm, I am open to new possibilities. If you see 22, 222 or 2222, affirm, I am open to new possibilities. Ooh, my heart just opens up so much saying it out loud. Remember to take deep breaths with it. So write that in the comments below this video so I know you made it to the end for this bonus message I have for you. If you will write that in the comments below, I would really appreciate it. So here is your bonus message. Keep on your toes. Things are picking up pace. Stay grounded as you consider all your options. If you're seeing 33 or 333 everywhere and wondering what it means, you're in the right place and there are divine messages waiting for you. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my Angel Number series, and today we're going to be going over the number 33 and 333. Now stay tuned to the very end of this video for a bonus message for you. I will also be giving you a pocket affirmation to say every time you see 33 or 333, as well as a journaling prompt to write in your book of evidence, proof your angels are with you. This is a journal where you keep everything in place. Now, in today's video, like I said, we're going to go over 33 and 333, but there are so many ways you can use angel numbers in your your daily life. But in case you're brand new to this series and you haven't seen my other videos on these, which by the way, I have an introduction to angel numbers I encourage you checking out. I have one on 1111 and 111, and I have one on 222. Coming soon will be more numbers going up, 444, 555, and so on. But we're starting with 333. I wanted to go in order because that's what I was called to do. And I really feel like the numbers build on each other as well. But just a quick recap in case this is the first video you're coming across. These will all be in a playlist or are in a playlist for you to go watch as many times as you want. But a quick recap on what are angel numbers. Angel numbers are repeated sequences. They carry divine guidance and they appear to us in everyday places. Things that you would normally ignore, but the clock, your receipts, license plates, serial numbers on things, all kinds of ways, addresses. So we want to stop and pay attention when we are seeing repeating sequences. These do have messages for you. Now, a lot of times they have very specific messages, and other times they're guiding you to pause and see what other messages are coming through for you. Now here we're going to go into some of the meanings for 333 and 333 that are common. If you were to go Google them online or go watch other videos, you would see similar meanings. However, I have special meanings I want to share with you after I sat down with my spiritual team, which by the way, your spiritual team is your guardian angels, passed away loved ones, spirit guides, and other ascended masters and archangels we may request to work with, or who might be requesting to work with us. And so when you see these messages, you want to pause and ask about that. And you might think about what are the common meanings. But like I said, I sat down with my spiritual team and I asked them, well, when you and I communicate about 33 and 333, is there anything else you want me to know? I'm going to be sharing those with you today. That's one of the things that's going to be different about this. Plus, again, I'm offering that bonus message at the end. So make sure you grab that journal if any of this interests you so you can take down these meanings. But of course, feel free to come back as often as you want to check on these meanings and check in to see what resonates for you. I always track when I get these numbers, so that's one of the reasons it was easy for me to begin understanding the way my spiritual team was using numbers. But then I also did use automatic writing to connect the dots. We'll go a little bit deeper into some tips and tools on how you can do that, but first let's go over some of these meanings that we see a lot. One of the most common reasons to see 333 is there are ascended masters wanting to work with you. Now, what are ascended masters? There are a lot of ascended masters out there, and you may have ones you're already working with. Some of the most common ones are Jesus or Yeshua and Buddha and figures like that have a lot of popularity throughout the religious world and across the world, but there are other ascended masters that you may not be familiar with. And so one little tip here you might want to do is consider getting a card deck of ascended masters and learning how to use it and just picking one every day and learning about different ascended masters. Then whenever you feel like you might have this symbol, this 33 or 333 coming through, suggesting that you work with an ascended master, you might be able to understand the energy a little bit more quickly if you have a deeper knowledge about some of the more common ascended masters. Now, we see threes a lot everywhere, especially in the Holy Bible. It's the Father, Son, Holy Ghost, right? The Trinity. But there's also, when you're putting those numbers together, you're really adding in this mastery over divine wisdom and divine knowledge, which is something that we saw with Yeshua, Jesus as well. So let's keep going into some of the common meanings here, and then I'll get into some more experiences I've had and the meaning for me, and maybe they relate to what you have. When you encounter 333, it's a powerful reminder that the universe and higher beings are approving and supporting your thoughts and actions. So I'm going to give you a tip here right now. Make sure you are pausing when you see 33 or 333 and asking yourself, what was I just thinking about? What was I just doing? Now, 333 and 33 have a lot of historical and spiritual context. I'll let you dive deeper into that if you want to, but know that this is a deeply connected number to spiritual awakening, encouragement, and a need for self-expression. We're always being encouraged to do that. For me personally, when I see 33, I tend to immediately think of Jesus. Some say Yeshua. I say Jesus. That's the way I was raised. But I know that Jesus is asking me to pause and see what message is coming through from him. I'm working with him on a daily basis. And I'm working to understand the way he mastered a lot of this creativity. He mastered self-sacrifice. He mastered really sharing amazing spiritual wisdom, right? And so this might be an opportunity for you to begin sharing spiritual wisdom, but we'll go into more ideas about what 333 and 33 could mean for you. I wanted to share with you a fun story about where I was in the process of starting my new business to become a full-time angel intuitive and spiritual teacher. And I've dabbled in this story a teeny bit in past videos, but this part I didn't share with you. When I was going throughout the process of planning, starting my business, creating a name for it, getting a website going, I would see 33 all day long. And you think about there's 60 minutes in every hour and 24 hours in a day. And I cannot tell you how often I would glance at the clock and I would glance at 2:33. And then I'd just go about my day and I'd look up and it would say 3:33. And then I'd be doing something else and something would make me look up 4:33. Okay, so the 33 in there was repeating there. And I knew that I was being encouraged to keep going with my thought process, keep going with my creativity, and that divine help was helpful to me and available to me is what I was trying to say there. So I tried to apply it practically. I tried to really pause and go, okay, what was I just doing? What was I just saying or thinking? One of the things that happened to me that was really amazing, because I did begin to correlate 33 with working with the Ascended Master Jesus for me, is when I met a woman in a veterinarian clinic. I had taken my dog in to get treatment for his allergies, and she was sitting in the lobby when we came out from seeing the veterinarian, and he went right up to her and started wagging his tail and saying hello like it was a long lost friend. Well, this woman looked up to me and said, "What a sweet puppy. What's his name?" And of course, he wasn't a puppy at this point. He was already 15, but he was a puppy to me. And she said, "Oh, he's just so lovely." And I said, "Oh, thank you." And we just chatted for a minute, and she goes, "Here, I created this card, and I give them to people I meet that feel like they need them." And she looked up at me with these beautiful crystal blue eyes and said, "Here you go," and handed the card to me. And I said, "Oh, how lovely. Thank you." She goes, "Well, I just make them up on my own." And I was like, "Well, thank you so much." So we said our goodbyes and we trotted off happily. I'm not sure I would have ever looked over or gone to speak to her if my dog Tucker had not gone over to her on his own volition. We drive home, I sit down, I start unpacking things at my desk, and I pull out this card and I start looking at it. And it says on there, "You are a divine appointment." And I thought, is this like an advertisement for a church? Like, or is there a Bible verse on here? And then I flipped it over and it just went into, I made this card for you because especially for you. And I started thinking about what does that mean to be a divine appointment? And I remember the way that Jesus worked as a divine appointment. And then I remembered how my grandmother would always say, "What is dog spelled backwards?" And then I looked at the clock and saw 2:33 and thought, I'm supposed to work more closely with Jesus. And I cannot tell you the angel bumps that shook my body. I was in the chair and the chair shook. That was Jesus stepping in more closely, and it was me connecting the dots. What's even better is when I went back to review my journal a few months later, I had put all this entry in there about what the lady looked like, about what happened, about how the conversation just seemed to come out of nowhere. There was no way to get a hold of this lady on that card. There was no mention of a church or an email or anything. It was purely just a message. And I went back and reviewed some automatic writing I had done about a visualization I did with the spirit guide. And it turns out that one of the guardian angels that I had asked to connect with had the exact same white hair and crystal blue eyes that this woman had. It is my belief that was an angel incarnated momentarily to help me stay on my path and give me an energetic boost. And I really, really believe this because time and time again, I have had these things happen that are undeniable. And I still have that card, by the way. So for me personally, when I was looking at 233, I talked about 222 in my previous video. So if you want to check that out about understanding the number 2 or 22 a little bit more, but it really was me opening up to the idea that I am a divine appointment. And guess what? You're a divine appointment too. That's why you're here listening to this. That's why you felt called to click on this video. So let's go more into some of these meanings here, and then we'll definitely get to that bonus message for you. But just know that you're being asked to take these concrete steps towards spiritual learning and growth. So you might be asked to take on more spiritual practices in your daily routine when you're seeing 33. Have you ever considered adding yoga or meditation or some other kind of spiritual tool and technique to help you grow? That's something that you might be encouraged to do. And I'd love to hear in the comments, when you see 33 or 33, what does it mean to you if you've already had this experience a lot? Have you had an experience similar to me? I'd really love to hear that in the comments. And we will be going into 444 next. So I do believe these build on each other. Feel free to let me know what your experiences have been, and we can compare notes. All right, now let's go into the meaning that the angels specifically said to me about 33 and 333. But a quick reminder here, if you haven't already, you can sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com to get a gift from me. It's my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. It's a really valuable tool to help you get started on tracking your intuition, tracking the way you're receiving signs. Also, I do have so many different videos I offer on my YouTube channel. I have some classes coming up. I have just many different offerings. So by signing up for my free newsletter, you will also be aware anytime I go live on my channel to answer your questions, which I do twice a week at the time I'm recording this video. And then also, any other new things that I have coming up, like new videos like this, when I upload a new angel number series or something else. I have many story times on there, including an occasion when I was 19 and I saw angels standing around my bed. So if you're new to my channel, I encourage you to check that out, because it might be that you've had similar experiences. And that was one of my goals in creating this channel, was to share these experiences and see how they correlate with you. And it turns out many people all over the world have been having similar experiences. And we finally have this gift of being able to connect to each other in this way and compare these experiences and feel validated in our connection with our angels. All right, so let's go into when I sat down with the angels and just tracking it over time. Again, like I said, 33 does represent working with Jesus, but for most people, it's any ascended master that you feel called to. So when I see 33, the angels are asking me, what beliefs are empowering you? That's what they want me to ask. What beliefs do I have are empowering me? Well, definitely my belief in Jesus. Working with Jesus from a very young age. I was raised in a loving Christian home. I know not everybody had that experience, but I was very blessed that I was able to experience Christianity in a loving way and get to know Jesus one day at a time in my own way. And they're also wanting me to remember that they're asking me the question, do you really believe in your ability to manifest your heart's wishes? Because sometimes we say, okay, my heart wants this, or I wish for that, but we don't always believe that we can actually do it. But you can if you ask your spiritual team and you ask them, okay, what are you trying to show me here? So definitely think about what beliefs are empowering you when you see 33, and then notice any ascended master that you might feel called to work with on a closer level. Like I said, grab an oracle deck or go online and just watch some videos about different ascended masters and see what resonates with you, because different ascended masters may be offering to work with us at different times. Now, my angel said that when I see 333, it means master the art of believing in yourself and your ability to manifest your greatest desires. So they are affirming the 33, but they said that when you master it, okay, that's why it comes down to working with ascended masters, because they have mastered their spiritual talents and gifts and spiritual wisdom. Then they say you will see this divine path open and your life purpose open before you. Remember, we have many life purposes, but we have to actually take action in believing in our ability to step into that that power, and we don't want to wait around for that to happen to us. We want to believe in it and we want to take action. And that may mean doing some more spiritual learning. So before we jump into the journaling prompt here, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button and sharing this video if it resonates with you. I really appreciate it. And if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. Did I just say subscribe? I meant to say like button. But you can do that, and then you can get notified when I upload new videos about angel numbers, or I also offer weekly angel messages for you. And I also go live to answer questions. So if you are watching this video and you still have questions about angel numbers or 33 or 333, you can always join a live. You can also put your questions in the comments below this video or other videos. I love hearing from you. Thank you to my subscribers for always being here. It means so much to me. And I read every one of your comments. I may not always have a chance to reply or reply immediately. I do try to reply to everyone, but I do read them and I will take note of any questions that come up for you. All right, so grab that journal if you have it close by. I have a journaling prompt for you. Every time you see 333, you can use this over and over and over again. If you don't have your journal with you, feel free to come back and listen again, or write this in your phone and then put it in your journal. The journaling prompt for 333 is, what ascended master am I feeling called to work with in my life right now? What ascended master am I feeling called to work with in my life right now? Then the follow-up journaling prompt is, how is this ascending master making their presence known to me? How is this ascended master making their presence known to me? So that was the story that I shared with you about the lady in the veterinarian office. You know, my grandmother always would tell me, what is dog spelled backwards? When I started connecting the dot, Tucker is the reason that my dog Tucker was the reason I was at that clinic at that moment. Then he on his own walks over to what I found out later was a guardian angel of mine, who then gives me a card talking about working with Jesus and being a divine appointment with no advertising, nothing else on it other than this very, very clear physical message. Then I get home and I have the massive angel bumps when I see 33 and I connect all the dots. So that's how I realize, okay, when I see 33, that is definitely something that Jesus is wanting to work with me. And a fun little side note on that is 33 has always been one of my favorite numbers, 3 and 33. I never could explain why. I just always loved the number 33. And my husband heard me say it so many times that when he proposed to me, he actually found a wedding band with 33 stones in it. So it's definitely was very affirming for me. All right, we have a pocket affirmation for you every time you see 333 before we get to that bonus message. Write this pocket affirmation in the comments below if you feel called to. That way I know you made it to the end of this video. It really helps me. The 333 affirmation to say is, I am open to higher spiritual learning. I am open to higher spiritual learning. So this might mean there's a new ascended master that is waiting to work with you that maybe you would have never considered because it's from a religion you've never been exposed to. But say you're open to it and look for those loud and clear signs. And of course, you can use that for 33 too. I just didn't want to overwhelm you with pocket affirmations. But if you don't mind writing that in the comments below this video, I am open to higher spiritual learning. Okay, we're going to get to this bonus message that you've waited so patiently for at the end of this video. And don't forget that in the next video, I'm going to be going over 444, and I will be having many other videos. If you haven't already checked them out, I do have other videos on my channel that can help you develop your intuitive abilities and help you deepen your connection with the angels. So check that out if you feel called to. And here is your bonus message for this video. And you can apply this to anything in your life, but you were called to come and hear this message at this point in time. Bonus message is, the time to really focus on your ambitions is right now. Seek advice from someone creative to increase your motivation and vision. Let me say that one more time. The time to really focus on your ambition is right now. Seek advice from someone creative to increase your motivation and vision. And that someone just might be an ascended master. 444. 44. If you've been seeing 44 or 444, well, we're going to be talking about that today, and there are special messages for you around this number. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my Angel Number series. Stay tuned to the very end for a bonus message for you. I will give you a pocket affirmation to say every time you see 444, and I will also be giving you a journaling prompt that you can use every time you use 44 to begin, or see 44 or 444 to begin understanding what your team is trying to communicate to you and what it means for you. Now, one of the things I'm doing differently with this video is I'm going over a lot of the common meanings for each angel number, but there are also even more specific messages that my angels have shared with me that I want to share with you as well in case they resonate for you. Because I'm always encouraging you to develop your own language with your angels. And that means tracking the signs and symbols you are getting and not just taking whatever everybody else says 444 means for granted. Go ahead and do your own research. Use hindsight. I always say hindsight is one of the most powerful tools for deepening your trust and your connection with your angels. But in order to have hindsight, you have to track it. You have to write it down. So like I said, in today's video, we'll dive deeper into the significance of 44 and 444, and I'll share some stories with you, and I hope to give you some tips to help you harness the power of 44 and 444. So first of all, let's start off with the energy of it. The energy of it is very protective, and this is why many people associate 44 and 444 with the angels, specifically your guardian angels. But this is because the angels are here to protect us as we go along our spiritual path. Every one of you watching this video has a divine purpose, and you came here to learn things, to grow, and to share your creative gifts with others. A lot of times, the angels will step in and protect our pathway so that we can unfold in the way our soul wants to in this lifetime. Other times, our angels will step in and protect us from getting off of our pathway. And so there are a lot of ways to interpret 444 and 44, but definitely one of the most common things is to think of your angels as soon as you see it. Now, that is something I do. I do associate 44 and 444 with the angels and my spiritual team. So I would say that if that's something that you feel as well, that's probably true for you, but we'll go deeper into some other meaning of this. I shared this briefly in my introductory video of angel numbers, and I encourage you to watch the other numbers videos as well. We did 1111, we did 222, we did 333. I'm going to keep going after this series as well, but I wanted to go in that order because that's what the angels guided me to do. And I briefly touched on how when I was moving out of my accounting practice, I did small business consulting for 16 years. I got my degree in accounting and business administration, numbers. I've always liked numbers. I just used it very differently during those years. But I would always notice sequences. That was something I always noticed. And when I was transitioning out of my small business consulting practice and moving into doing full-time angel communication sessions and work around that, teaching journaling classes, all the things that I offer, I would see 44 a lot or 444 a lot when I was getting frustrated that I didn't have time to work on that. So the story I shared is my kids were really little. And if you are a busy mom or you're a grandparent, you know that a lot of times you don't get to do things in the order you plan to with kiddos around. And that's totally okay, because that's also part of your divine purpose, is to be a parent to those children. But whenever I would catch my energy kind of sinking low, like I would just be frustrated or annoyed because I was like, I didn't get to meditate as long as I wanted, or I didn't get to brainstorm about that project, I would see 44 or 444 everywhere, on the clock, on the microwave, on license plates, on receipts, and it would be my angel reminding me that they are protecting my divine purpose. I will be able to have the time to do the things I do as long as I am patient, I keep my energy high, and I go one day at a time, trusting that it's all spiritual. So we'll go a little bit more into that. One of the things a lot of people say 444 is particularly powerful is not only signs that your angels are with you, but offering strength and encouragement, especially when you need it. So that relates to the story I was just sharing there too. I needed to have that endurance to trust that I would be able to do all my responsibilities of being a parent and having a spouse and doing work for my small business consulting, because I still needed that at the time, and yet be able to keep going with this goal of mine to open up my practice as a full-time angel communicator. So that was a huge encouragement to me. And eventually I got to the point where I would almost go looking for 44 if I could tell I was getting in a negative mindset. And I would usually find it. But most of the time it was just so in my face. And when I would notice that I needed that boost, I would say, angels, please help me raise my vibration. Please help me raise my vibration. And they always did. And there's a lot of things you can do to raise your vibration. And they're wanting me to bring this in now because that's another reason you'll see 444 is it's a reminder that you can do things in the moment to raise your vibration, and your angels will help you. So that example there is where the angels are actually saying to you, hey, we're right here. We will help you. Just focus on where you want to go and don't worry about the small things. So that's another thing too, is I thought I had to do everything all at once immediately for everything to shift. And we're never being asked to do that. We're always being asked to do it one step at a time. That's really how you make sure you have a good foundation in anything you're doing. So it does signify stability. It signifies resilience. And it's reminding you to have that solid foundation, that you are on the right path and you're surrounded by angels and your guides. But that's one of the things that the angels always want us to do too, is to remember that they speak to us in a subtle way, and they want us to subtly change our path. If we make big, huge changes in our life, it can be very jarring. We can miss things, and it can create an insecure foundation to your path forward. Now, this foundation could be a foundation as in your foundation of your family, foundation of a creative project, foundation of your health. If maybe you are setting new health goals for yourself, but you're trying to change too many things at once, and this is where the angels want us to be subtle and gentle and be divinely guided, and they will put things in our pathway. So I see 444 for things like that as well. I will also see them a lot on license plates when there is something I might be ignoring and there's a message coming through. So I always stop. I wait till we're at a stoplight, or I'm not driving while I'm doing it, but I'll take a picture sometimes of a car in a parking lot that has 444 on the license plate or something, because I know that there's something more that I need to dive into, and I'll go back and put that in my journal. And that'll really help me with seeing what was going on with me for that day. Where are the things that I've been feeling frustrated with? And it really is a sign to double down on your core values and continue pushing forward. It's really affirming the path you're on and that it's protected. So for me, if I'm going through a big shift in where I'm headed with my creative projects, but I'm not sure if it's the right time to act, I'll start seeing 44 everywhere. And again, I talked about this a little bit in the 333 video, but often what will happen is within a 2 to 3 day period, every time I look at the clock, it'll be 2:44, 3:44, 5:44, and instead of it being, 2:37 that day, it would always be at the 44s. And you can't make that up because of all the other times you could have looked at the clock. For something was guiding you to look at it, and that is an important thing to give credit to. So I would start writing those down, and I would fill up pages and pages in my journal until I finally was like, okay, I can't make this stuff up. The odds of this happening are very slim, especially regarding this situation that I'm always thinking about or working on when it happens. So it is very, very significant. And of all the angel numbers, it's probably one of the most popular ones that is associated with angels. It's the first thing people see. So I encourage you to see what else comes up for you when you notice 44 or 444, because a lot of times they're asking you to interact with them on a bigger way, or to allow them to help you with your day, and just really notice the synchronicities, because we get synchronicities in a lot of ways. Obviously, numbers are one of the biggest ways we will get synchronicities. We'll see them all the time with the same meaning and the same ideas around it. But there can be other synchronicities that happen. Somebody calls you up at the same time and offers you something that you needed. Somebody offers to do something for you that you didn't think you had time or the resources for. So notice the synchronicities too in your life. A lot of times, it's really using that hindsight to look back on, okay, you know what? I went through that breakup, but if I hadn't gone through that breakup, I wouldn't have moved to this new location. I wouldn't have met this amazing group of people that really helped me elevate my creative projects. Those things you'll begin to see those synchronicities. And that might be the very thing you need to do to raise your vibration. Because that's one of the things the angels are asking us to do when they show us 44 or 444 is check in with your energy. Are you getting stuck in the negative thought process? Remember, your angels are with you. They will help you boost. And when you go looking for that silver lining and the synchronicities of the way things happen, it really does boost things for you. So I encourage you to do that. My next video will be on 555, and I have some fun things to share about the energy of 55 and 555. But until that point, I really encourage you to notice where you're seeing a lot of 1s, 2s, 3s, and 4s, since we've already done those videos. And of course, they're in a playlist, so you can easily go find them and watch them all if you need to go deeper into that meaning. In the introductory video, I do a brief overview of some of the common ones, plus I kind of explain more about how I use them and how important it is for you to track them. So do that if you can as you're going through. And let me share some of the meanings I also got from the angels. And it's affirming, like I said, these messages, the way that I interpret 444 and 44 does agree with most of the things you see out there on YouTube and the internet. But I always like to check in on my own. And I'm always going to encourage you to do that. The angels will never tell you what to do. So you want to start tracking the way you're interacting with these numbers on your own. Write down the messages you're getting, because 444 might mean one thing to me and it might mean something totally different to you. I'm sharing these videos with you to give you a starting off process, because when I was in the very beginning to develop my spiritual abilities to a deeper level, growing up, I always talked to the angels. I always talked to the animals. I always felt my spiritual team with me, but I didn't know how to use it in the moment the way I wanted to. It just kind of happened to me. Like I'd have a premonition all of a sudden and then it would come true, or I'd have a vision all of a sudden and it'd give me an idea. And I knew that was my angels and my spiritual team working with me, but I didn't know how to intentionally use it the way I do now. Well, the only way that you can begin practicing that is to track it. And it really means actively paying attention and developing your own intuitive muscle with it every single day. So if you want more help with that, I would encourage you to sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com. I will give you my free gift, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. That will help you begin understanding the way your spiritual team works with you. It will also help you to begin to understand the way you are most commonly receiving messages. I have a lot of tutorials on my YouTube channel about this, and I will be having more as well as some classes coming up. But one of the things you want to do is notice what is your biggest strength on the way you get signs and symbols, and then build out from there. And that will help you if you track it. If you're always saying, I have a feeling about this, and then it comes true, then you're probably more intuitive in your feelings. But once you practice using your clairsentient ability, you'll become more claircognizant, and you'll begin using these other clairs. That's a whole nother topic and video series there in class. But I wanted to remind you of that because we are checking in to see what are the other things we are noticing when we see these angel numbers, whether what we're feeling in our body, what we're thinking about, who was around us, were there any other symbols, were there feathers, were there cardinals, were there, one of my big messages I get are green lizards or hawks calling out to me. So you want to notice everything. You want to track everything in your journal around this angel number. When and where did you see it? So, obviously if you see it at 4:44 p.m., that's the time. But if you can, go ahead and write down the date and the time of where you're seeing these numbers. You know what I will do when I'm in a hurry? I may have said this in the intro video, but I'm just going to keep reminding you. If I see it on my phone, the clock on my phone, I take a screenshot and then I go back at the end of the day and I'll write down all the times I took screenshots. Another thing you can do is just keep it on the notes in your phone. Just write it down in there, but make sure you go back and put it in your journal. It really is important to have it all in one place there, which I talk about in other classes that I have there. So you've probably heard me say that I've hit that topic enough there. But I do want to go into these meanings for me. When I see 444, it means the angels are asking you to intentionally communicate with them. So now I just stop and I just say, hi, angels. Thank you, angels. What's going on, angels? What you got for me? And sometimes I'll even go pull out my angel card deck that I like to use, or I'll sit down and do some automatic writing. But they are saying, hey, could you please talk to us? We have something to share with you. That's specifically what 44 means to me. But let's say I see 1144. If you've watched my 1111 video, I will also incorporate the meaning of 11 with 44, and I will put that together for a bigger, more detailed message. When I see 444, that is again the angels saying, remember, we, your angels, are always with you. Where you are is where you are meant to be right now. So please watch the vibration of your thoughts and go higher. So that message about where you are is where you are meant to be right now was so helpful to me when I was doing loads of laundry and I thought I was going to finally get to do some meditation and work on my new business. The angels would say, you need to be here for your family doing this right now. So go ahead and meditate while you do the laundry. Be present. Brainstorm in your mind while you're doing it. And it was so helpful to me. So I hope that's helpful to you too when you're seeing 44 or 444 or sequences of fours. And, you know, the other thing to keep in mind too is you want to feel safe when you're feeling that number. So if you are seeing it and you're not feeling safe, I would encourage you to ask your angels to protect you. Ask them to step in closer and ask them, why do I not feel safe in this energy right now? Because it could be that maybe something to do with your belief system is being challenged and you've ignored it. That's why I went in order with the numbers. And the last video I did for 333 is often talking about working with ascended masters and your belief around that. So let's say you were somebody that was raised in an agnostic or atheist family. You've never had any beliefs surrounding religion, but now all of a sudden you're getting all these signs to work with these ascended masters like Jesus or Buddha. And it's going against your old belief system, so you don't feel like you belong there. You don't feel safe in that energy. Well, that's when you can call in the angels and say, help me to feel safe and help me to understand why I don't feel safe. You know, a lot of times people stay in the spiritual closet for very long time. Actually, I was one of them, except for my grandmother always knew about working with the angels. My grandmother knew about me seeing the angels when I was 19 years old, right after it happened, because she was one of the few people besides my parents that I felt safe talking to about it. But I stayed in that spiritual closet and I didn't share that story for a very long time because I didn't feel safe doing it. I didn't have the language there. So what could be going on if you see 44, 444 and you feel a sense of fear? Your angels are not going to tell you what to do. If it feels like fear, it's coming from somewhere else. And likely it's coming from some kind of belief about where you feel you belong sharing or learning or growing. And so I would suggest you dive a little deeper into that as well with your journaling. Speaking of journaling, I do have a journaling prompt for you. And please, if you don't mind, if you haven't already, make sure to hit that subscribe button, that like button, and share this video with anybody you feel it resonates with. And I do upload videos. I have angel numbers. The other angel numbers, I have angel messages I share with you every week that are for you. And I also go live on my channel to answer your questions. So if you have any other questions about angel numbers, you can pop in on those lives, or you can always put the comments below this video. I do read all your comments. Thank you so much. Here is your journaling prompt. And this is for whenever you see 444, you can come back to it anytime you want. When was the last time I felt my angels with me? When was the last time I felt my angels with me? Like, I'm meaning angel bumps, or you felt an energy stepping closer, or you felt like you were being hugged, or you just felt a sense of peace come over. When was the last time that happened? Then a follow-up prompt question is, what was I doing and how did I know they were with me? How did I know? Okay. Usually there's a sensation you get. Maybe it's angel bumps. Maybe it's a message. But let me say that one more time. When was the last time I felt my angels with me? And what was I doing and how did I know they were with me? I encourage you to use that journaling prompt anytime you see 444. And now I'd like to ask you to write in the comments below this video the following pocket affirmation. If you would write it below this video so I know you made it to the end, that would really help me. Anytime you see 44 or 444, use this affirmation. I easily notice my angels are with me. I easily notice my angels are with me, right? All we have to do is just affirm it. I'm going to notice it every time. And then the synchronicities just start flowing. It's unbelievable. All right, we're to the bonus message for you. Thank you for staying tuned to the end for this special bonus message for you. I do look forward to seeing you in future YouTube videos, but here is your bonus message. Take your time considering all possibilities before moving forward with an idea or solution. Pause and breathe when things seem to be happening with great speed. Creative solutions are available. All right, what was one of the creative solutions the angels gave me? Hey, meditate while you fold the laundry. Win-win for everybody. If you're seeing 555 or even 55 everywhere and you're wondering what it means, there are divine messages waiting for you. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my Angel Number series. Stay tuned to the end of this video for a bonus message for you, as well as I will give you a pocket affirmation to say whenever you see 555 and a journaling prompt to write in your book of evidence, proof your angels are with you. It's so important to track the angels numbers we are getting to understand the meaning. Now, like I said, today's video, we're going to be diving into the significance of a 555 or even 55, because I do look at numbers together. I'll talk about that a little bit more as we go deeper into this video. And I'll tell you some of the stories that I've experienced whenever I've seen a lot of 55s or 555s. One of the things I'm going to be doing differently in this video series from other videos, other angel number videos that you might see on YouTube, is I'm going to give you a bonus meaning that my angel specifically said to me about it, plus a bonus angel message for you at the end, like I said. Plus, I learned that whenever I would see these sequences, it would be important to acknowledge it. So that's why I'm giving you a custom pocket affirmation and a custom journaling prompt to use every time you see repeating 5s or 55s. And I do this for every single video in this angel number series. So if you missed any of my other videos, including my introductory video, Intro to Angel Numbers, even in that one, there is a bonus angel message, a bonus pocket affirmation, and a bonus journaling prompt compared to just a normal traditional video talking about the angel number. And the reason I'm doing that, like I said, is because I feel like it's important to acknowledge it, but it's also one of the biggest questions I get when I'm teaching angel communication classes or I'm doing one-on-one sessions with people is, okay, I notice it. I've seen 1111 everywhere. I've seen 555 every day. What do I do with that now? You know, even if you understand the meaning, it's like, what do I do with it? So that's why I'm giving you these journaling prompts as well. And you know, I'm always going to encourage you to write it down. Give your heart a voice by putting pen to paper. So just a quick recap for those of you who might be coming upon this video first out of this series about angel numbers. What are angel numbers? Angel numbers are repeated sequences of numbers that carry messages from the divine, from our spiritual team. Now, our spiritual team includes our guardian angels, archangels, passed away loved ones, spirit guides, and even ascended masters. We went into the ascended master reason for connecting with us in the 333 video. So I encourage you to check that out if you missed missed it. Now, these messages are meant to guide us on our path and help us understand our life's purpose. That's another question I commonly get from people in readings. What is my life purpose? What did I come here to do? Well, here's the thing. Spoiler alert. We all have multiple life purposes. We didn't come here for just one thing. We are spiritual beings having a physical human experience. And so we come here with many purposes. Some are to be a parent, some are to be a caretaker, some are to be a leader, but also to be something very creative. So all of us have these divine gifts. We all came here to empower ourselves to use our divine gifts, and our spiritual team will use angel numbers as a significant way to get through to us. Now, again, I encourage you to check out the videos that came before us if you haven't already, especially Introduction to Angel Numbers, where I go into why the angels will often use numbers to connect with us. And it really is important to understand what they are communicating with you so that you don't miss out on opportunities. All right, so let's go into this significance of 555 when you see this number. Now, often it's meant to be a wake-up call to prepare for and embrace change. Now, some people hear a wake-up call and they go, oh, well, that sounds kind of scary. But a lot of times we have been getting the message that, hey, it's time to shift things, and we're ignoring it. And this is the angel's subtle, gentle way of getting the message across to us, like, hey, you're missing an opportunity here, or you're not using your divine gifts to the fullest extent that you can. Maybe it's time to set some boundaries around your time, around your creative space. So we'll go a little bit more into that, but that is probably the most common reason for seeing 555 is it's a wake-up call. Now, again, I'm going to share with you some of the experiences I've had and the meaning the angels gave to me. And I do agree with a lot of these, but one of them is that, whenever change happens, we cannot stop change. And when we try to resist change, that's when a lot of these messages will come in and say, hey, you're missing an opportunity here. You're not looking for the silver lining. So it does mean change and transformation, but it can also mean adventure. Encouraging you to embrace these experiences, to get excited about these changes that are coming, because we do want to remember that our angels and our spiritual team are always going to guide us towards the path that is in our highest interest, but they're not going to tell us what to do. But they want us to feel inspired about the path we are on. And whenever something comes in front of us that's bringing big change, even if it feels like a challenge or it feels like a roadblock, they want us to see it as an adventure to overcome that challenge and embrace that change. It also means there's probably significant personal growth coming in for you and an expansion of your horizons. So a lot of the times that I will see 555 often or 55 often is when I have a big trip coming up that is going to bring new insights for me. I like watching that. I used to watch that series. It's over now, I think, but it's still playing on Netflix called The Crown, about Queen Elizabeth II. And there's this one scene in there where she tells Margaret Thatcher, the prime minister at the time, that vacation is important because it gives you a change in perspective. And I believe she was telling Margaret Thatcher that she needed to take a break and take a vacation because she was working so hard. But that stuck with me. Vacation gives you a change in perspective. And maybe it's my Capricorn rising, but I tend to be the person that wants to get all my work done first before I relax. But I have now intentionally started building in big vacation blocks in my scheduling where I can maybe do a little work from where I am, but where obviously I have more time with my family, but where I can do that spiritual growth. I can go within and get really clear on what I want. Another thing that is coming up for 555 a lot is it might be something we need to let go of. Maybe we are holding on to old habits or old situations that are no longer serving us, and change is what is needed. We need to change that issue. Now, every time I share angel messages with you, whether it's other videos on my channel or even here in this series, I'm always going to ask you to think about these 3 areas in your life: your relationships, which this can be romantic, children, parent, anything, your health and fitness, and your career and finances. Okay. And career and finances can translate to legacy if maybe you're retired and you feel set for life. But it can translate to what are you leaving? What do you want to leave behind as your legacy, your mark here that your soul came here to share with the world? So that might mean we have to let go of an old habit or routine or relationship so that we can put that energy into that. Another suggestion about 555 is maybe just another affirmation you're on the right path. Now, if you saw my 1111 video, which I also talk about the number 111, that's a big one for me with alignment, because if you think about the ones all lined up in a row, I tend to communicate more with 1111 and 111 with my angels with alignment, but you try it out for you. That's another reason I'm going to share my perspectives here in a minute on this number, because I want you to begin practicing what is your spiritual team specifically saying to you about 555. I don't want you to just listen to every video out there on 555 and assume that that's the only meaning, because we do have to develop our own language with our guides, with our spiritual team, because we have our own purpose. We have our own way of communicating. We have our own way of receiving guidance. And so again, 555 may mean one thing to me and something else to you, but these are common ones we're going over, and then I'll go deeper into a lot of the ones, it's meant for me. So another one it's reminding you to do is to trust your intuition, trust your instincts, trust that inner wisdom. That's why I said earlier about maybe it's time for you to pause and do some self-discovery, gain a new perspective on something. And of course, it's also a sign of manifestation. Anytime we are getting a lot of repeating numbers, those are synchronicities. They are encouraging us to take advantage of manifestation energy. It's encouraging positive thoughts to attract what we desire. So again, if you see 555 and it is causing you to feel like, okay, there's changes coming, but you feel fear, then I'm going to encourage you to sit down and connect with your spiritual team, because your spiritual team does not want you to go into a place of worry or anxiety. Oh no, what is this change going to bring? Oh no, what does this change mean for me? What does it mean for my family? This is a very natural human response or reaction, but actually what we want to do is respond by connecting with our angels on a deeper level and saying, okay, how do I get excited about this change? This actually happens for me every year with when school starts again for my kids, because every year their schedule changes, their sports and activities change. Even if they're doing the same sport, the following year it's a different coach, it's a different schedule, right? And I always look at it as an opportunity to change my daily routine and the way I work to make it even better. And I look at it as an adventure to how can I make the most of it? I even have a funny story that my husband chuckles about, where when I was having to spend like 3 hours at a night waiting, 3 hours a week outside a dance studio waiting on my daughter quite often, I actually bought one of those portable desks that you can put on your steering wheel in your car off of Amazon that everybody makes fun of, because it's like, what, are you going to be driving down the highway typing? I sure hope not. But obviously I was parked in a safe location, engine off with my desk. But oh my goodness, the work I got done waiting outside the dance studio, that maybe if I was at home, I would have been distracted doing something else, watching TV, who knows? And so I saw that as an opportunity to really grow things. It helped me write curriculum for the angel classes I'm teaching. It helped me really get clear on what I want to work on. So that's one of the times that I would see 55 a lot. All throughout the day, I'd see 1055, 1155, 1255 all day long. I'd see it on license plates, and it would usually be the day that I had to go do the 3-hour drive. And I thought, oh, okay, how can I make the most of this energy? All right, so let's go deeper into some of the things that I personally feel when I see it. And I just shared a little bit of those stories, and I'll share more as they come up. But I first wanted to remind you that if you haven't already, you can sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com, and you will get my gift for you, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. This gives you 5 questions to ask anytime you see a sign or you think you see a sign. And I actually encourage you to print it out, print out this one part of that ebook and put it in your journal. Now you can use any journal you want. This is a custom journal I sell that has templates for tracking your intuition and tracking signs and symbols and really connecting with your angels. It comes with a 4-part webinar. That's on my website as well. But I wanted to first share the free newsletter with you because then you'll stay up to date when I release more of these angel number videos. I also have weekly lives where I share angel messages. We do journaling together. I answer your questions and I teach angel communication classes. And so you'll be notified when those are open because they're only open for certain periods of time. So I encourage you to sign up for my free newsletter there at devondewar.com to get my gift to you. Thank you for your patience there. Now let's go into what the angels specifically mean for me often when I see 55 or 555, because like I said, all those meanings I just listed are very common meanings. If you go do your own research, you will see that most people agree that that's what 555 or 55 means for them. But for me, when I sit and connect, of course, I'm asking my team, okay, really, what do you want me to know every time I'm seeing 55 or 555? So they told me for 55, look for the subtle changes you could make in your thinking, projects, relationships, and daily life to bring in more abundance. Notice the key word there, subtle. Look for the subtle changes you could make in your thinking, projects, relationships, and daily life to bring in more abundance. And the reason I say that is because, again, I was first noticing 555 a lot several years ago, and I wasn't clear on what it meant. And I would occasionally feel fear, like, oh goodness, what's going to happen? Is something going to happen to a family member? Is something going to happen to work? Are we going to have financial instability or security issues? Like, what is going on? And so they started talking to me in a more subtle way, and they reminded me that they're not going to communicate with me in a way that scares me, right? So this would be another way that they would remind me is by putting the 55 after other numbers. Like I would see 4455 or I would see 755, and I would see it a lot in a very short period of time. That's why I created my intuition tracker. I actually have a digital version of this on my website as well if you're interested to see what it is, but I made it so that you can see everything all in one place easily. And I started filling up so many pages in one day to 2 day range of these numbers. And I was like, okay, we've got to get to the deeper meaning of this. And it was so helpful for me. So again, that example with just learning to use my kids' activities and their schedules as an opportunity to create for myself, that was really helpful for me too. And if you are somebody who's super busy doing things for others, one little advice I can give you that has helped me with moving forward with my own creative projects is every time I did something for my children, for a family member, for a colleague, I also attached it to doing something for me. Now, sometimes the thing I was doing for me was catching a yoga class, taking a hot bath, getting a power nap in, but a lot of times it was getting something done for my own creative work. So anytime I've had to do something for someone else, I was at least making at least probably 10 to 15 minutes of time for my own thing as well on the same day, like within a very short period of time. That way I felt like my cup was full before I moved on. So if you see these big changes coming in, that might be another tip to help you is, okay, I see these big changes are coming my way. How am I going to attach it to something that my heart wants so that it's a win-win? It's a giving and receiving cycle. All right. So then 555, when the angels send that to me, they actually are saying to me, big changes are coming your way. Open up to divine guidance and embrace change to be in divine flow. So this is very similar to some of the common meanings you heard me list earlier, but it's really more in my face than some of the other meanings. For me, it's saying, really trust divine flow. Yes, these big changes are coming. Yes, we're asking you to embrace it, but also it's really important that we allow it to happen in the time that it needs to happen, that we let it happen in flow. There may be other groups of people I'm meant to work with that I won't be able to work with until they're ready, until they step in to their divine flow. So let's move on now to our journaling prompt here for this specific number. And then, of course, I'm going to get to your pocket affirmation and to your bonus message here at the end. Okay, here is your journaling prompt for 5:55. Pardon that quick interruption there. My husband got a Vitamix and is very excited about it and didn't realize I was recording. So if you heard that earlier, I apologize. But it's nice and quiet now. So here is your journaling prompt for 5:55. What area of my life could benefit most from change right now? Now, remember at the beginning of this video, I said, think of these three areas: relationships, finances, and health. What area of my life could benefit most from change right now? Then a follow-up journaling prompt: how can I embrace positive change in these areas? Okay, so again, we are looking to see where we need change or we're being guided to make change, but we want to embrace it in a positive way. So I use the Monday example of a daily schedule, but for some of us, these may be bigger changes. We know we need a change in a major relationship in our life. Maybe it means looking for some outside advice, some professional advice. Maybe we do need to change with our finances. It means looking at our budget and seeking professional advice there. But you'll know where these areas are because you'll feel stuck there. You won't feel as excited. And then when you realize what you can do to change it, it will begin to unveil your divine path there. So it can be really, really helpful to look at it from that perspective. So that was your journaling prompt. You can use it every time you see 5:55 or 55 with other numbers. Like I said, every one of these videos has a journaling prompt that I would encourage you to add to these numbers to help you go deeper. And that's what the angels are asking us to do, is go deeper. Now, here is your pocket affirmation for anytime you see 5:55. If you would please write it in the comments below this video so I know you made it to the end. It really helps me know what's valuable to you, and it will help you acknowledge that your spiritual team is sending you messages whenever you say this. So write this in the comments below this video. I easily embrace divinely guided change. I easily embrace divinely guided change. Okay, so this is not a disruptive change that is feeling out of fear. This is divinely guided. And when the angels work with us, they work with us in a subtle way to get our attention to make those changes. All right, thank you for your patience with all of those quick little pocket affirmations and messages there. And you've gotten this far, so you're ready for your bonus message. This is a message for anybody who gets to the end of this video, and it is meant for you. Don't forget, I am going to be having more videos coming up on this, so make sure you hit that subscribe button and get notified when they come up. Your bonus message is: it's time to protect a creative project, relationship, or heart's wish. Remain steadfast and have courage to go for what you really want. All right, what was the first thing that came to mind for you with that? It's time to protect a creative project, relationship, or heart's wish. Remain steadfast and have courage to go for what your heart really wants. 666. 666 is an angel number? It is. I'm here to debunk all the fear around that number and share some divine messages waiting for you. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my Angel Number series. Make sure to stay tuned to the end of this video for a bonus message for you. I'm also going to be sharing with you a customized pocket affirmation to say every time you see 666 or 66, as well as a journaling prompt that you can write in your book of evidence, proof your angels are with you. This is a journal that I have custom designed, but you can use any journal you want to create your own book of evidence. And it's really important that you're tracking these signs and symbols from your team, your spiritual team. Now, who is your spiritual team? Your spiritual team is your guardian angels, archangels, ascended masters like Jesus, your passed away loved ones, and other spirit guides and spirit animals. You get to know your spiritual team when you connect with them. And when you track the way they connect with you, it makes it much easier to receive their divine guidance. Plus, it deepens your trust in your ability to use your divine spiritual gifts that you came here for. Now, in today's video, we're going to dive deep into the significance of 666 or even 66. I do like to combine numbers, and I'm going to share some stories with you about it and why do people think it's bad versus what it actually means. There is a spiritual significance to this number. But I'm going to go over some of the ways that people tend to interpret it, debunk it a little bit here, and then also go into the actual spiritual meanings. One of the things I do differently in my videos is about angel numbers versus other videos is I also give you a unique interpretation of the number that the angel specifically told me. Because as I said, I track very closely the signs and symbols I get from my team in my journal, and I have done this for many, many years. And over time, you begin to easily connect the dot when you use the gift of hindsight and you see the way that your team is communicating with you. So let's go over this number and how I often will even see, sometimes even in the comments of my angel number videos, people will say, "Oh, that's a bad number." They get the bad chills, not the good chills, the angel bumps. They get the chills like, "Oh, I don't like that number." Well, let's go over why that is and some historical perspective on that. Well, there is a biblical association with this number. Now, of course, so many interpretations of the Bible out there that you could use. There's so much numerology in the Bible as well. So I'm going to leave that to you and your particular beliefs as to how that makes you feel. But I will say here that the angel number 666 is not meant to scare you. The angels never try to scare us. They never tell us what to do. So if you are thinking of it from the biblical association where it's linked to number of the beast in the book of Revelation symbolizing evil, then you would be feeling fear. And that is not your angels connecting with you. They speak with us subtly. They would not tell us how to feel or how to think or how to act, right? So that would be one of the reasons that people have that. It's also a cultural stigma. We've seen it featured in horror movies, in the media. It's reinforcing this ominous reputation here, but that's a cultural thing we've seen over the years. And it's also fear of the unknown. You know, it represents the fears around darkness, chaos, the supernatural, and like I said, there's religious interpretations. Sometimes it's seen as anti-religious for some people or a sentiment or rebellion, but we are not here to connect with that energy at all. It's often a misunderstanding. There's no thought about the historical or culture context when people see it. They just immediately go into fear. So I'm here to bring some higher vibration, spiritual meaning to this number. And I understand that it could be controversial for some of those out there, but you know what? I always set the intention when I connect with my angels that these messages reach whoever it's meant to. So if you felt called to click on this video and you're here now, I'm sure there is a divine message for you. And the angels certainly do not want us going into a place of fear when we see 666 or 66. All right, so let's go over some of the most common spiritual meanings of 666, and I will also go into the meaning it is for me before we get to your bonus message, journaling prompt, and pocket affirmation. So one of the most common things to consider the meaning of 666 is balance. A lot of times if we see this number, our spiritual team is encouraging us to find harmony between the material aspects of life and the spiritual aspects of life, right? We want to have that balance in our world. If you caught my previous video about 555, I was talking about how important it is that we remember we are spiritual beings having a human experience, but we have to stay connected. We have to be here in this material world to take advantage of the things we came here to learn and the spiritual gifts we came here to be a part of, but we also have to keep that spiritual side there. So just a quick reminder here, you are here because you have spiritual gifts. We were all born with intuitive abilities. We were all born with spiritual gifts. And as I said in the last video, spoiler alert, you have multiple life purposes. And so chances are you clicked on this video or videos like this because you're feeling called to step into your life purpose, but you do have multiple purposes. And so we have to remember to connect with our spiritual team and see where we're being guided to go to next. if you're new to my channel, you may not know that for the first 16 years of my career, I graduated college with my accounting and business administration degree, and I did 16 years of small business consulting. Still dealing with numbers, right? And I did see angel numbers in those numbers. And I did enjoy that practice, but it was a very left brain thing. And I started being called to move fully into spiritual work for my practice, be a full-time angel communicator, and do the work I do now. I was getting all those 555s that I talked about in the last video constantly, but I was also getting other numbers about opening up. And this is where I would see the 66s or the 666. So they were asking me to remember that, we need to open up to this idea of bringing balance into our material and spiritual world. And that's when I realized, hey, I want to bring my spiritual work into the things that help me create material resources. So that was definitely a very, very common one I saw when I was researching what do other people notice with 666, okay? And I'm going to be telling you what I noticed as well. We'll get there, but I wanted you to hear these common ones so that you can pause and go, okay, that does mean something to me. And when you have all of these options out there, it really does help take the fear away. In fact, one of the ones we're going to get to is releasing fear. A lot of times when you see 666, you're actually being urged by your spiritual team to let go of fears, let go of negative thoughts that hold you back. So if you do see a 66 or 666, ask yourself, what was I just thinking? What was I just feeling? What was I just doing? Was I feeling fear? Was I in a negative spiral in my thought process? Was I getting too caught up in anxiety? And this is a very common one for those of us who are really trying to increase our spiritual connection on a daily basis, and we feel like we're getting distracted by things. And distraction is a real thing. It is something that causes resistance from us doing our spiritual work. And I've shared this story briefly before, but I do always think of the time when I was first trying to leave my accounting practice behind and go full-time into angel communication. And I kind of had this inner monologue complaining all the time about all the things getting in the way of me doing this. And so I would see 666 or 66 to remind me, wait a minute, that's not the right way to look at this. You have multiple life purposes. You have the purpose of serving these small business clients. You have the purpose of being a mother and a wife. You have the purpose of sharing your ideas with the world. So stay positive, release these fears that you're not going to get where you want to go, because you are going to get where you want to go. So that's a common one that I definitely related with, as I would catch myself. Okay, what's my inner monologue doing? And do I need to raise the vibration of my thoughts, raise the vibration of my energy? Another common one is kind of similar, is self-reflection. It's inviting you to do that introspection, that evaluation of your thoughts and your actions. So look at your daily routine. How are you going about your day? Are you going about your day in a place of lack instead of a place of abundance? That's not easily switched, but it is a daily practice. The next common meaning I saw for 666 was reconnection. It's actually suggesting you reconnect with your spiritual path and your purpose. Well, what was I saying earlier about realizing I needed to leave behind my small business consulting practice and go full-time into spiritual work as my business? I was reconnecting to what I initially came here to do, which, by the way, again, if you're new to my channel, I'm here to activate you as a light worker. That's right. You're here because you are a light worker. You don't have to do it professionally, but you are here to shine your light with the world. That's why you're attracted to angel numbers. That's why you're watching this video or any of the other videos you see on my YouTube channel, where I share angel messages with you. I share tips for using your intuitive abilities, for deepening your connection with the angels. You're feeling called to do that because you are a light worker. Now, I know a lot of you, which, by the way, hello to my subscribers. I love you. Thank you for always being here. I know a lot of you already know you're a light worker. Even if you're not doing it professionally, you're just incorporating it into your daily life. But you're still wondering, what's my purpose, right? So like I said, we have many spiritual purposes, but if you're seeing 666, we're being asked to reconnect with a purpose that we came here to activate, but maybe we haven't activated yet. So I grew up connecting with my angels, talking to animals, having premonition in my dreams and even psychic premonitions while I was awake. And I always trusted that my spiritual team was me. I always felt close to my angels and to Jesus. So I knew they were around me, but I had no idea that it was my purpose to come on this YouTube channel and activate you or support you, answer your questions, and do anything I can to help you with your purpose. Now I know, but I was seeing that 666 a lot. And you might have already started using your intuitive abilities or activating some of your life purposes, but there's one you didn't remember you came here to do. Because a lot of what we are doing here in this humanist experience is remembering our spiritual gifts, maybe our spiritual guests too, our guests on our team, which by the way, we do have spiritual guide guests that will come to us at certain times. So, that could be another thing that's coming through for you here. And then, of course, there's the idea of wanting to nurture yourself. If you're seeing 666, it's reminding you to care for yourself, care for others, focus on compassion. If we are not feeling good, it's going to be really hard to take care of somebody else and to nurture those we love and, to share our gifts with the world. It also does mean transformation, which is a big one that we get for 555. It indicates a period of significant personal growth and change. So it might even be where you're taking a break from a lot of your social activities to go into deeper self-discovery, to really understand what it is that you want to do next, what it is that my heart wants. Now, here's where people might actually bring the fear into this number, but it's really only meant to encourage you, which is meant to be a little bit of a reality check, okay? It encourages you to access your current situation. Assess. It's encouraging you to assess your current situation and make the necessary adjustments. That's one of the big things we will get from the angels, is to make objective decisions, to make sure we are not getting too caught up in the dreamy world of what could be and not actually checking in with reality. What is here materially that I need to do? What is an objective way to handle this in a compassionate way? And it could also mean that we're getting too emotionally charged about something. So I find that those are all very common themes with the number 666 or 66 when you see it, because sometimes you might see it with other numbers, like on a license plate or a receipt or a serial number. Those are common places. I actually forgot to review. I was so big on getting into the meanings and debunking some of the fears and myths around it. You probably already know this by now, but angel numbers are sequences we see anywhere in our daily life. So it could be on a license plate, on a clock, on a receipt, on a serial number, and there's synchronicities to it. You're seeing them a lot over and over again, and there's certain themes that they're related to. So it may be wanting you to have a reality check that, wait a minute, I'm not taking note of what's going on around me, and I need to get grounded and see what's going on, okay? Now, one of the things also that came through for me with 666 is to notice the things in your reality that could be beneficial to you. Sometimes we overlook resources right at our fingertips. So we'll go into that a little bit more before we dive into the bonus message and journaling prompt and pocket affirmation. But I do want to go over the meanings that the angels actually gave me about 666. But first, a quick reminder, if you haven't already, please sign up for my free newsletter at devindewar.com to get my gift for you. My gift for you is my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. You can download that book right away after you sign up. It will be emailed to your inbox, and it gives you 5 questions to ask every time you think you've seen a sign. And I actually encourage you to print out that one page with the box that I created on there and put it in your book of evidence, proof your angels are with you. Like I said, you don't have to have this journal. You can create your own, but put it in there so that you can track it and you know where all the signs are. And then also put the following journaling prompts and pocket affirmations I give you in there as well, so it's easy to access. And that's just a quick reminder here too, on all of these angel number videos, I give you a bonus message at the end. I give you a pocket affirmation customized to that angel number and a journaling prompt customized to that angel number. So please don't forget to sign up for that free newsletter at devindewar.com. Okay, so let's go into when I connect with the angels and I ask them, okay, what do you want me to notice first? Yes, all those other meanings are great. I will keep those I will consider those, but what do you want me to consider first when I see 66? And the angel said, when I see 66, they want me to get ready for a message to come through. It's important to open up and receive. All right, so you know that image of the toddler putting their finger in their ears and going, la, 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 I don't want to hear this. When I see 66, that's the angels going, you know what? You might be blocking a message. You might be closing your eyes and plugging your ears and refusing to hear an important message. And we are asking you to open up and receive it. And sometimes when we are blocking off opening up to messages, it's because we don't want to face an issue. We know we're going to have to share something with somebody that they're not going to like. We're going to have to make a change somebody might resist. Or it's somebody's saying it to you in a tactful way. It's truth. They're telling you information you need to know. It's important, but it's in a tactless way and it hurts your feelings. And this is where I will see 66 as well. It's like, okay, let's try to step out of our emotions and look at this objectively. What is this message coming through? It's important you open up and receive it. All right. So keep that as an addition to the common ones I listed before. And then the other one they shared with me for when I see 666, which I really don't see that often. Now you could use the excuse, well, clocks don't go up to 666 on the clock, or because people are afraid of it, people avoid using it. But it happens, it happens on gas pumps. It happens on license plates. It happens on serial numbers. So we do want to be aware of it so that when we see it, we don't go into a place of fear. And they told me that when I see 66, they want me to ask, where in my life could I add more balance to my relationships, material resources, or my health? They want me to open up to a deeper spiritual connection. Now, this was very similar to the message we got for 555, but it's right after 555, right? And it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we're always being asked to just gradually grow with these numbers. The other thing that is really important to remember is that we don't want to get caught in fear. So if you're having fear around those issues, they're asking us to open up to a creative solution to that number. But most importantly, understand that those numbers are coming to us to bring balance to our emotion, balance to our life, not to put us into a place of fear or anxiety. So I hope that's helpful for you. I hope that really takes a lot of the myth and fear out of that number away, and you trust in your spiritual team. You can always ask for a loud and clear sign that this number is meant to affirm something for you. And that's why I always encourage you to get your journal out and sit down and ask your journals for, you can ask your journal. Ask your angels for loud and clear signs, because that will help you get deeper meanings out of all of this. So speaking of journaling prompts, by the way, if you haven't already, I'd appreciate if you'd hit the like button on this video and share it with anybody you feel it would resonate with. Also hit that subscribe button if you haven't already to stay up to date on new angel number videos and other angel messages I have for you. I do go live twice a week to answer your questions and share other messages and topics to help you step into your divine gifts that you were all born with. All right, so here's your journaling prompt, like I promised, for any time you see 66 or 666. Where in my life do I feel trapped? Where in my life do I feel trapped? Now, that's actually the notion of when we have this biblical reference of it representing evil or the devil. If you've ever studied tarot, one of the cards in there, the devil, is actually representing this illusion of being trapped. You're not really trapped. That's an illusion. So where in your life do you feel trapped? This could be in relationships. This could be in finances. This could be something going on with your health. But the angels are asking you, if you see this number, do that journaling prompt, where in my life do I feel trapped? And then ask too, what is one step I can take today to free myself from this illusion? All right, so I'm going to go into one little thing here that I forgot to mention earlier about 666. So when I see the number, another thing I do is I add the sixes together. So if you study numerology at all, this is very similar here, because I did start off studying numerology long before I really understood the significance of angel numbers. I was seeing them, but I actually started studying numerology to help me understand them better. And in numerology, you net numbers to get down to one number. So what is 6 plus 6 plus 6? It's 18. How do we get 18 down to one number? 1 plus 8. What's 1 plus 8? 9. 9 is an energy of taking action or ending a cycle. If you're feeling trapped, end that cycle. Do something about it one step at a time. So that's a really important thing to also keep in mind with 666. I forgot to say it. I was going to say it at the top of the video and I didn't put it in my notes, but that's another thing I will do is net the number, and you can do that with any number, but you would probably want to study some numerology as well to help you with that, and I highly encourage it. It's fascinating. You just can't make up these sequences here, and I do go over why the angels communicate us with numbers with us in my intro video. I don't know if I said that at the beginning of this video or 555, but anyways, let's get to the end of this video here. I wanted to just share that one extra bonus there. Here's a pocket affirmation for you anytime you see 666 or 66, because like I said, it might be on your receipt. It says 466 or something. You can combine it with the meaning of 4 and 66. But the the affirmation for you to say anytime you see 666 is, I easily free myself from what no longer serves me. The 666 pocket affirmation for you to say anytime you see it, I easily free myself from what no longer serves me. Okay, again, we are not trapped. We are going to find our way through one step at a time. If you will write that in the comments below this video to let me know you got here, I'd really appreciate it. Now let's go into your bonus message. The time is now for a leap of faith. You must follow your heart's wishes and begin a new journey. Notice unexpected opportunities to follow your dreams. Are you seeing sevens everywhere? 77 or 777? Well, we are going to dive into that meaning because there are divine messages waiting for you. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my Angel Number series where I go through each common repetitive number and we talk about the meaning. I also have a bonus message for you at the very end of this message, as well as a pocket affirmation to say anytime you see these numbers, with a journaling prompt to help you dive deeper into what these numbers mean for you. In today's video, we're going to be talking about 777. I'm going to share some of the common meanings for this number, but I'm also going to share my own special meaning for when I see 777 or 777, because I sat down and connected with the angels, my personal spiritual team, and asked, what do you want me to know when I see these numbers? So I will be sharing that with you very soon, as well as some significant ways that you can notice these numbers and bring them into your life on a daily basis. They are very powerful. If you haven't already, I want to encourage you to check out my intro to angel numbers video, the very first video of this series. This is a playlist that you can easily find, that you can go back to the beginning, because I want to share with you how important it is to notice what you're thinking and doing when you see these repetitive numbers. So I go into why the angels often use numbers to communicate with us, why our spiritual team will use them, and how you can piece these amazing puzzle pieces together into one big divine message. Because as I said at the beginning of this video, there are divine messages waiting for you, and this is one of the best ways to get your attention. So let's drop into some of the common meanings for 777, ones that you'll see out there. If you were to just go Google what's the significance of 777, you would get these common meanings as frequently things people say. While you hear these meanings come through, I want you to see if anything really resonates with you. Do you feel any tingles in your body? Do you feel like, yes, that's what it means for me? Do you hear something? Do you notice anything else in your environment when you hear these meanings? If you don't, that's okay. Set that aside. That might be something that you can come back to later and say, okay, this time that is what it meant for me. Or it could be that maybe there's a deeper meaning for you when we get to the end and I share these bonus messages with you. All right, so one of the first very common meanings of 777 is, of course, divine connection, right? 7 rhymes with heaven. It's frequently seen as a sign of being in alignment with the universe or divine energy. So definitely a sign that you are having this great connection with your angels, with a passed away loved one, with ascended masters. And we have so many different amazing beings on our spiritual team. So just a quick reminder too, your spiritual team can be your angels, archangels, ascended masters, passed away loved ones, and spirit guides, as well as your spirit animals. And so you have to figure out how they're communicating with you by tracking it, by paying attention, by noticing things when you see these signs. So definitely pay attention when you see 77 or 777, that your team may be trying to show you, hey, we're here, we're trying to send you more messages. Another common meaning for 777 is spiritual awakening. This is similar to my 1111 video. If you haven't checked that out, a lot of these numbers, you'll see all of them multiple times a day when you're going to the next level of your enlightenment. Now, maybe you've already been on the path towards enlightenment for a while. You had your awakening already, and you're here to go deeper with that. A lot of times this will happen for me when I'm about to really advance a skill level that I'm working with. Maybe I'm working with a particular archangel, or I'm working with a particular ascended master. And I will start to have a lot of these numbers come in all at once. And it's like, okay, now you're going to the next level, you're leveling up. So even if you're already awake, which I believe you are because you're here, you are also going to still see these numbers come through a lot when you're advancing, when you're going to the next level. So they're affirming like you're ready to go to the next level, or you already are at a new level. You need to give yourself credit for that. Now, one of the most common ones we see, especially in the movies, is that 777 is associated with good fortune or good luck. In many traditions, it does symbolize luck and prosperity. But, I really want you to check in with what that really means for you, because when I see 777, an image of a slot machine goes in front of my mind. Now, I'm not a gambler. I don't enjoy it. It's just never been my thing. Maybe it's because my accounting degree is, my degree is in accounting. And, I just saw too many people lose money on those things. So I definitely am not, I'm risk averse when it comes to gambling. But I do see, when I see 777, I think of those slot machines or like in movies where people would, hit the slot machine perfectly and get all this money. But there's also this other side that's associated with it, which is risk. So I want you to step in and think to yourself, like, do I feel lucky? Do I feel fortunate? And do we want to risk that, right? So that's another meaning there. I kind of skipped ahead on what my meanings are for 777, but we'll go into that more. Just know that that's obviously what probably the most common thing is. People consider 7 lucky. The next one is intuition and insight. So it can be a prompt to trust your instincts, right? Trust that you're lucky, trust that you know what to do, and embrace that inner wisdom. Another one is positive reinforcement. So again, it could be just similar to 1111 or some of our other numbers you're going to see coming up where they're saying, yes, this is correct, keep going. It's like a reflection back to you that you're on the right path, keep going. And your spiritual team is saying, we want to encourage you to go with the present mindset you have, go with a present mind plan. So the next thing that I see a lot when I look up this number is it's encouragement in your spiritual growth. So maybe you're feeling a little doubtful about your ability to connect with your angels or connect with your spiritual team, and they're encouraging you just trust. It's a nudge to continue your development, continue learning, continue tracking these numbers. And of course, one of the final meanings that I've seen a lot with 777 is miracles and magic. So this number is associated with miraculous occurrences and the magical aspects of life. So I want you to think about those things whenever you see 777 or 77. But I will go into kind of some of the meanings that I've seen when I've seen 777. Now, one of the things that I also wanted to address too was this concept of luck, and what does luck mean to you? You've probably heard people say, especially people from older generations, well, oh, that person's just lucky. Well, I happen to disagree with that. I believe that luck is something that we bring into our life, we invite into our life by having confidence and by going for what our heart wants. Similar to the idea of manifestation, where you have to put energy in something to manifest it, and that energy has to be matching the frequency of what you're manifesting. So the same thing would go with luck. I would say that if you believe you are lucky, you are therefore lucky. If you say you're not lucky, then you're affirming the opposite, right? That's why I'm so big on affirmations, especially the little pocket affirmations I give you that are short and easy to remember. So don't forget, I will have one for 777 or 77 whenever you see repeating sevens. I didn't say this at the top of the video, but I'm sure that you know this by now, that angel numbers are any sequences of numbers that you notice throughout your day. So it can be a license plate, it can be on a receipt, it can be on a serial number of something, it can be up on a billboard, whatever, it could be in a phone number. So these things can be very common ways that angels and our spirit guides can send us information. So if we go throughout our busy day and we're noticing that, there is meaning behind it, because you have to think about all the things that you have not noticed throughout your life. Now, I have a really cool story with a friend of mine who saw the same 777 license plate 1 month apart, and both times she saw it, she and I were in the middle of talking. We had been texting back and forth, and we send each other numbers when we see that. Like if I leave her a voice memo at exactly 4:44, I point it out. Or if I send it at exactly 11:11, I'm like, oh, I didn't do that on purpose, but look. And so we always are sharing like sequences with each other, and we know that they're signs for both of us. And we recently had this amazing time where she saw the license plate on the 4th of the month, and exactly a month later, we were having the same conversation and she saw it again. And what's so funny is we were talking about this last night, and I already had planned to do the video today about 777, and here she was, showing me, can you believe out of all the vehicles in all of this state that I happened to park next to this one again? And I mean, she lives in a big, big city. So it was really rare, and it was far away from where she first saw it. So we both were laughing, and we get, just giggly, like so excited the way that our team works with us. And by the way, we live in totally different states, and yet these synchronicities are happening for us. So I want you to be paying attention to those things, and please don't dismiss when you see these numbers. I'll say it one more time because I think it's so important. Think of all the things you don't notice all day long, and yet you notice that sequence. There's something there for you. So let's go into the meanings that I have for these numbers. But first, I want to remind you, if you haven't already, please sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com. There you will get my free gift for you, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meanings. And in this ebook, I give you 5 questions to ask anytime you do think you've seen a sign. Every time you see 777, you can have these 5 questions, hopefully in your journal, ready to review to see what that means for you. Now, I have heard from some of you that occasionally you've signed up to get my ebook and you did not get sent the welcome email. If that happens to you, please email me at info@devondewar.com, and we will make sure you get that ebook, because we have found occasionally the website just messes up and it doesn't capture your email and send you the ebook. But that is my free gift to you. Is it a sign? How to recognize signs and discover their meaning when you sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com. I say that because I really go into what it means to notice a sign and how you can interpret it. So the meaning, when I sat down with the angels, I said, okay, what do you want me to know when you show me 777? Or, even I've seen longer sequences of that before, right? I've seen 4 or 5 of them before. But what do you want me to pause and realize when you show this to me? And they said, we want you to know powerful divine messages are waiting for you to acknowledge. Connect to your spiritual team and ask for loud and clear signs. Trust your intuition. So it is similar to some of those other general meanings I listed at the top of this video, but what's different is this idea of acknowledging it. It's like, this is going to date me, but the old-fashioned answering machines we used to have at our home when we didn't carry our cell phones around, or even you could say your inbox in your email that you never clear out, or your voice memos that you never listen to because you don't want to get around to it. They're saying there's something waiting for you to hit play and listen to this message for you when you see that. So really trust your intuition. And so here's another story for me with that. When I am seeing sequences of sevens, I'm also being asked to put some other messages together into that bigger message. So that's why I said at the beginning, it's like we're getting these puzzle pieces. I see 333 here. I see 433 here. I see 1, 2, 3, 4 there, which that video is coming, by the way. And I will, stop and I'll go, okay, when I saw 333, what were they telling me? When I saw 1010, what was that going on? And they're actually asking me to put all of these things together into one big picture. And boy, is that helpful to do if you track it. It's so important you track it. That's why I'm going to give you a journaling prompt here. Make sure if you haven't to hit that subscribe button. Thank you so much to my subscribers who are here. I love you so much. Let me know how you're doing in the comments. Are you seeing 777 or 77 a lot? I upload videos about other angel numbers once a week while I'm doing this series. I don't know how long it'll go, but I've got several planned, even some unusual ones. And then I have angel messages for you as well on this channel where I go live. I go live at least twice a week to answer your questions, share angel message with you, and talk about amazing topics surrounding angels, developing your intuition. And I do give journaling prompts. One of the lives that I do will often journal together, because this is how you're going to develop that gift of hindsight. You have to track the things that are going on when you get these messages so that you can go back, use hindsight, and connect the dots and build that bigger picture, right? So here's your journaling prompt for whenever you're seeing repeating sevens. Angels, what divine messages do you have for me now? Please send me loud and clear signs. This is so that if you don't first hear their messages, just write the question and then say, send me loud and clear signs, because the message will come. You might not hear, feel, or see it right away. There's the typical ways that we will get messages is we will hear them, we will feel them, we will see them or know them. One of those four, sometimes 2 or 3 of those 4 at the same time. It can be overwhelming. It can actually be really hard to decipher sometimes when we're getting it all at once. So that's why I want you to write down everything you get. And you can do that journaling prompt there. And it seems so simple, but just by asking the question, angels, what divine messages do you have for me now? You are inviting them to connect with you. We do have that law of free will, and it encourages them to continue to send it in that method. Once they realize that you've acknowledged that they have these messages for you, they're jumping up and down and cheering and so excited that you are acknowledging that they are connecting with you. They are sending you messages. I do have a custom journal for sale on my website, devondewar.com, called Book of Evidence, Proof Your Angels Are With You, where I have these custom templates in there designed to help you track your intuition so you can develop that hindsight ability, plus other tools in here to help you deepen your connection with your angels and build your spiritual practice. At the beginning of it, there is a how-to tutorial that you can use to learn my method for doing this, but also it comes with a 4-part webinar designed to help you deepen your connection with your angels and deepen your intuition, advance your intuition, which many of you I know already are so intuitive. That's why you're here. And we were all born with these abilities. We were all born with the ability to connect with our angels and to get these divine messages. So I'm simply here to support you. And you're here because you are a light worker, whether you use it professionally or not, you are using it to help others. We are here to serve others by sharing our light. So I really wanted to encourage you with that there real quickly. Let's do a pocket affirmation for any time you see repeating sevens. Please write this pocket affirmation in the comments below this video so that I know you made it to the end, and we still have that bonus message for you. It's coming up. But anytime you see repeating sevens, 777 or more, say, I am open to divine messages. Let's write that in the comments below this video, please. I am open to divine messages. This will really help you with receiving these messages as well. And remember to notice anything you're getting. Sometimes they send the messages at first through the numbers, and then they send it through an animal. Maybe you see a cardinal or a green lizard or a butterfly. So you want to be putting all of these things together in your book of evidence. Now, you don't have to have my journal. You can use any journal you want. Just please do it all in one place. Put the date, put what was going on. Make sure you grab that free ebook of mine so you know what to ask and what to write down. And then you're creating this evidence of the messages you're getting from your angels. And then even if you don't understand what they are, you are showing you are open to it. So again, I am open to divine messages is the pocket affirmation for 777 there. And, remember what I said when my friend was sending me pictures of the license plate that had 777, the first time she did it, we were laughing because we were like, how often that poor person gets their their car taken a picture of, because people are always like, whoa. And, it's funny because who knows whether they're aware of that or not, but can you imagine everywhere you go, somebody's taking a picture of your car and you're like, who's this? The paparazzi is taking pictures of my car, and it's really, they're trying to get the license plate to track it. And so we were cracking up about that because, anytime somebody has a number like that, you've got to think other people are noticing it, especially with the way we're all waking up to the way our spiritual team is working with us, the way the ascended masters work with us, the way the angels work with it. We're all waking up to it. So we're all seeing it everywhere. And there is one vehicle in the area that I see pretty often that has 444. So I'm always, I get all the tingles and I get excited whenever I just happen to pull up behind that car at a stoplight. I don't know who they are or whatever, but I always recognize it. So, there's a lot of ways that we can see these repeating numbers though. And I just want to encourage you to give yourself credit for noticing them and give yourself credit for any message that comes through. And of course, if you don't know what it means at the time, simply writing it down can be so helpful. All right, so let's get to your bonus message. Thank you, by the way, for getting to the end. I will be having even more angel number videos coming. I already have several up right now. You can check out the playlist. And let's get into this bonus message for you. You are going through an awakening process. Didn't I say that earlier? You are going through an awakening process. You're already awake, but it's a process that you're going to the master level. You're getting better and better and better. So the angels are saying, please pause and look for a different perspective about a current challenge you're in. So what's the first thing that came to mind for you when you thought challenge? Find a creative solution that will allow you to be yourself, okay? So let me say that one more time. You're going through an awakening process. Please pause and look for a different perspective about a current challenge and find a creative solution which will allow you to be yourself. The angels always want you to feel like you can be yourself. So if there is a challenging situation that you are dealing with right now, probably you aren't being allowed to really shine the way you want to. Look for a creative solution, and the angels will help you if you ask. 888. Have you been seeing 888 everywhere? What does this mean? Well, you're in the right place. This is part of my angel number series. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. There are many videos already out there talking about angel messages, but make sure to stay tuned to the very end of this one where I have a bonus angel message for you. I also will give you a pocket affirmation to say anytime you see repeating eights and a journaling prompt to help you understand what are your angels trying to tell you when you see a series of eights. So this is not just 8 or 88 or 888. It could be anything repeating. So I do want to encourage you also to pay attention to what meanings resonate with you. I'm going to go over what the most common meanings for 888 is, but I'm also going to give you a special meaning that the angels shared with me. A lot of times I will get a different meaning for a number when I connect with the angels and ask. So these videos are designed to help you understand what is your spiritual team trying to tell you when you see repeating numbers. So just a quick review in case this is the first video you've come across this playlist of angel numbers on my channel. your spiritual team is not just your guardian angels. It's also archangels, spirit guides, passed away loved ones, spirit animals, and any being that we are intentionally working with for our highest good. Now, when we connect with our spiritual team, I always say a prayer of protection, asking that I'm only connecting with the highest vibrational beings. And then I will ask them, is this the meaning you are wanting me to know about this? So it takes practice. It takes hindsight. And angel numbers are repeating numbers. They can appear anywhere: license plates, receipts, gas pumps, of course, your clock. Now, we're not going to see 888 on a clock, but you might also see it in the most random places, like a serial number or somebody's birthday, right? So these numbers are significant because they made their way in front of you for a reason. And if you think about all the things you do throughout the day that you don't notice, and then all of a sudden you see these numbers repeating on some billboard or phone number, and you stop, that is going to be a message for you. So again, we're going to be going into these common meanings, but I want you to think about where does that resonate with you? Where do you feel it in your body when you hear it? And again, make sure to stay tuned to the very end for a bonus message after we go over all the meanings, my meaning for it, and your pocket affirmation and journaling prompt. By the way, pocket affirmations are really helpful when you see angel numbers because it lets your spiritual team know you acknowledge the symbol they sent you. But we'll get more into that when we get to your pocket affirmation. So like I said, in today's video, we are going to be talking about the significance of 888. I'm going to talk to you about what are the most common meanings and maybe even share some times that I've seen it and what it's meant for me. So here are some of the most common meanings associated with the number 88. So this is just a broad thing that if you go out there and just start looking around what other people have posted, what you see on the internet, these tend to be the most common meanings. Now, again, we have our own language with our personal spiritual team. So I'm guiding you to just pay attention to what these mean, but don't assume that's the message for you. You want to feel a yes in your body when you hear these meanings to know if that's what it means. So kind of an obvious one is financial abundance. 888 is often linked to prosperity, financial gains, and material wealth. Also, it is related to kind of bringing in a balance between the giving and receiving cycle, the cause and effect cycle, or you could also call it karma, karmic balance. It often symbolizes the flow of energy and balance with the universe, reflecting that law of cause and effect, right? When you put energy into something, it brings it back to you. So sometimes, and I'll get into the meaning more of this when I talk about my personal meaning for it, but sometimes it is reminding you that what you focus on expands, okay? So that's a really important thing to remember when you see repeating 8s. Maybe you need to check in with your thought process. Am I having a negative thought process right now? Because that's going to expand. Or am I thinking positively? Am I using pocket affirmations? Am I doing journaling prompts to go into a space of finding a silver lining or finding a positive, creative solution to something? Another very common meaning for 888 is infinite possibilities. So if you take the number 8 and you turn it on its side, what is that? That's the infinity number. So a lot of people will think that it means infinite abundance, infinite possibilities, and infinity to whatever it is that you want. And, for me personally, this one hasn't always resonated with me because I feel like that pertains to all numbers, but it is the most common number that is associated with infinity because of its shape, and it just keeps going with its ups and downs, right? Which there is a lesson in that. You have to climb up a hill, get to the top, then it's a little bit easier going down, then now you're at the bottom, you got to climb up the hill, get to the top, it's a little bit easier, and you want to remain in divine flow with that. So we'll get more to that in just a minute when we get to my meanings. And another common meaning is that it means you're going to have success in your business or your career. So again, associated with financial resources or gains, just anything like you're trying to climb the career ladder, something you really have goals for. A lot of times it might indicate that you're, maybe you just started a new business venture and you're seeing 8s everywhere, and it's letting you know that progress is right around the corner. It's in the distance. You just got to keep working, because it does also represent the need to put the energy in to get that abundance, right? So it's not just sitting on the couch and waiting for your career to be a success. It's actually getting out there and putting the energy into it. Another common meaning is harmony and stability. Now, we already said that a little bit earlier when we were talking about that bringing balance to karmic cycles, right? But, also just the idea that if we're going through our day or our daily lives, our work and our job in a stressful way, that is not harmony, and it actually can create instability. So you might see a lot of 8s when you're being asked to slow down and go back to the drawing board, review your plans, see where there's friction with something and see where there's something that's flowing. And whatever's flowing, that's going to be where the harmony is. And it might be your spiritual team actually saying, hey, you could have harmony in all areas of your life. Now, I usually say this at the top of these angel number videos, but I forgot to say it today. Anytime you get messages from your angels, you're going to be thinking about these 3 areas of your life: your relationships, both romantic, platonic, family, whatever, boss, your health and fitness, and your career and finances, or you could even say legacy. Maybe you're retired and you're set for life, but you want to leave something behind, right? So those 3 areas are what you're going to be thinking about when you hear these meanings of these angel numbers, and then when you see the number. So if you see 888, what were you just thinking about? Were you thinking about a relationship? Were you thinking about your finances? Were you thinking about something to do with your health? And again, bringing that harmony and stability in. So a very easy example would be you've started a new business or a new creative project and you're seeing 8s everywhere. You're excited to get going, but you're wondering if maybe there's an easier way. You might see a lot of 8s because they want you to go do some research. Your team wants you to look for an easier way to do things. So for example, for me personally, when I very first started out with my YouTube channel, wasn't using a lot of the tools I have now that make it easier to edit, to adjust sound. I hadn't even really learned about good quality cameras or microphones. If you want to go back to my very first videos on my YouTube channel, oh my gosh, so different, but you had to get started, right? But I did find over the years, and I still am always going back and looking at what worked, looking at what was kind of a pain, And so I even got to a point where I realized if I plan out several videos at once, like I did with this angel number series, and then another day I go record, that's more of a flow because I'm not having to go left brain, right brain, left brain, right brain, right? So that was a little side story there, but that is definitely something that I think of when I hear 888 is that abundance is at my fingertips. And I need to look to see where maybe there's a roadblock. I'm making this too difficult. It could be a lot easier, a lot more simple. But we'll get more into my meaning because I have 2 more things that are commonly seen with 888s or repeating 8s. One is the encouragement to keep going. It may appear that a sign is continuing, it's wanting you to say, keep going on the path to success. It's coming. Just keep going. It's kind of that like, one step at a time, 1 foot in front of the other, keep going, you will be successful. So it's also just like that, you've got this, the little train, I think I can, keep the positive thoughts going. And then another very common one is the just the need to take a look at your judgment and your wisdom around things. So it could be that you have become wiser in a certain area of your life that can actually help you make better decisions around your family, your relationships, your finances, or your health and fitness. It could be that people are now going to be coming to you for that judgment. So it's kind of a reminder like, look, you've lived these experiences, you have wisdom around that. So trust that if people are coming to you and asking you for help, that you can help them with making a decision. And it could also be that reminder that we do have our spiritual team with us who wants to guide us on our decisions. They want us to help to use discernment when making choices. And so they're just reminding us, hey, slow down, there is wisdom here, right? So maybe it's not something you've ever done before, but there's a mentor that is so accessible for you, or there's a family member who could be so supportive of you. So a lot of times it's just that reminder that, you can get help and wisdom from those around you. And of course, we can do that with spiritual masters as well. So if you haven't checked out my 333 or 33 video, we talk about ascended masters there. But first, I want to remind you, before I go into the meaning that I see when I work with the angels and repeating eights, I want to remind you about my free newsletter. If you go to devondoer.com, you will get my gift to you, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. This ebook will give you 5 questions to ask anytime you think you've seen a sign to help you begin creating that language with your spiritual team. So again, your spiritual team is your guardian angels, your passed away loved ones, your higher self, your spirit guides, ascended masters, and archangels. When we work with our team, we are developing our own back and forth. And actually, symbols are different for everybody based on your experiences, what they mean to you. You know, I do a series, I have a video on hummingbirds, and it was really fun to hear from other people what a hummingbird means to them when they see one versus what it meant to me. A lot of times it was very similar, and other times it really was very specific to them. Like one of them was somebody always thought of a certain passed away loved one when they saw one. Whereas for me, it tended to be more about, hey, is there joy in this moment right now? So you can go check that out on my YouTube channel. But if you sign up for my free newsletter, you'll also be notified whenever I upload more of these angel number series and also other videos. I do go live on my YouTube channel a lot, answer questions, offer other angel messages. So just make sure you're signed up for my free newsletter and you'll know about everything that's coming up, including potentially some angel communication classes very soon. That is still in the works right now, but a lot of you have asked me for it and I'm very honored. I haven't taught those classes in about 2.5, 3 years because I've been working on other projects, but I keep being asked to bring them back. So I am working on a way to do that for you as well, because it's always my intention to teach you how to connect with your angels. I love sharing angel messages with you, but I want you to trust in your ability. You're here because you have natural born intuitive abilities and you have your spiritual team working with you all the time. So by teaching you how to connect with the angels on your own, it's so much more powerful. And we'll get into a little bit more about that. That's why I offer journaling prompts and pocket affirmations for each of these numbers. All right, so when I see 888, it actually means the law of attraction is working for me and reminds me to stay focused on my goals and open up to the abundance that's already in my life right now. They want me to affirm I am a powerful manifester. So I'll say that one more time in case this resonates for you. When I'm seeing repeating eights, it means the law of attraction is working for you. Stay focused on your goals and open up to the abundance already in your life right now. Affirm, I am a powerful manifester. So when I talk about abundance already in your life, the easiest thing to do is go outside and look around in nature. How many blades of grass are in the lawn? How many trees are on that leaf? How many butterflies are flying around? Go look for things that are abundance. You can even go get, a bag of rice and look at the abundance of little grains in there, right? Or think of a beach and the abundance of sand grains on there to make up that beach. So you can even just visualize it if you need to, but they want us to remember when we feel abundant, we law of attract more of that abundance. And I have been working really hard on looking around to see what do I have available to me right now that I can use with the law of attraction to bring in more abundance. So a really good example would be, again, when I very first started using my YouTube channel, the only video camera I had was on my desktop computer. The only microphone I had was a very inexpensive one from, I don't even know where I got it. I probably got it on Amazon, but it doesn't sound very good. I didn't have the greatest lighting, but I did what I could afford, right? And it got me started. It got me to where I am now regularly offering, videos for you on my YouTube channel, and it is absolutely my honor to do so. So let's go into a journaling prompt that you can use anytime you see repeating eights. Like I said, all of the videos in this angel number series have a customized journal prompt and a customized pocket affirmation to say whenever you see these numbers. Of course, also a bonus angel message at the end. So Real quickly, before we go into that, make sure that you hit that subscribe button on my channel if you're new. Thank you to my subscribers. I love having you here. And please like and share this video with anybody who resonate. It really helps me grow my channel and share ways that you can connect with your angels. And, like I said, I do go live, and it'll let you know when I'm going live on my channels to answer your questions and share other angel messages. So a good journaling prompt to use when you see 88 repeating 8s is this: what 3 things in my visual sight right now remind me of abundance? And so that means you see it and then you stop and you look around. What 3 things in my visual sight right now remind me of abundance? Like I said, I can look out my window and I can see all these blades of grass. I can see all the leaves on the tree, and even the neighbor's house across the street. It's a brick house. There's abundance of bricks, right? Just that acknowledgement sounds silly and mundane, but you're pausing, you're getting present, and you could tailor it to whatever you were just thinking about. So let's say you're somebody, you do want to start a YouTube channel and you're seeing repeating 8s wherever you are. Pause right there and look around. Oh, do I have I have a camera on my phone. It might not be the best microphone, but it's a microphone. These are the things we can do right now when we see these numbers. So I really encourage you to use that journaling prompt whenever you're seeing lots of 8s everywhere. And this can be individual 8s. Sometimes I've noticed, I saw a license plate this morning that was 9399. And I was like, interesting. So it wasn't quite 999, but it was 3 9s. And then 3, the number 3 represents spiritual masters to me, or ascension. So then I was like, okay, let me think about this. I need to take action working with an ascended master to create more action, right? It really was amazing to do. And I haven't gotten to my 999 video yet, so I probably should have shared that story for the 999 video, but it's an example where you don't have to make it just exactly in a row. Like, you play with it. If it catches your attention, which it definitely did catch my attention, because it was just rare to see that many 9s together on a license plate. Okay, so here is your pocket affirmation. So anytime you see 888, I want you to say this pocket affirmation: abundance is in my life now. Abundance is in my life now. If you would like to, I'd like to invite you to write that in the comments below this video, so I know you've made it here to the end before we get to this bonus message. And I do want to remind you again that I do have these other angel numbers. I started with 1111 and I went up the chain: 222, 333, 444. And then I'm going to be doing some unusual ones in the future. I have one planned for 1234 or 1234, because I get asked about that one a lot. I have one planned for 1313. That's not one that I see a lot out there, but I see it personally. I have not seen it a lot as videos. There's probably some, but it's really interesting. It does have very profound meanings for me. So I'm excited to share one that's kind of unusual, because I do think a lot of us do have our attention on the number 13 at different times, right? You're in an elevator going to the 13th floor, or it's Friday the 13th or whatever. So speaking of like superstitions around numbers, if you haven't seen my video on angel number 666, please go check it out, because I debunk a lot of the myths around there. That is not a negative number. There are no negative numbers. The reason that people have attached that is cultural things, Hollywood, whatever. But we want to check in with our body. Why am I giving my power away to that? And so that might be another thing to think about when I do get to my video on the number 13 or 1313. We'll definitely probably be debunking some things on there too, because the angels are super subtle. They will not tell you what to do, but they also won't scare you. All they want to do is get your attention. Your guides may want to get your attention too, and it's going to be for your highest interest if you set that intention. All right, well, again, thank you so much for staying to the end here. If you did want to write that pocket affirmation in there so that you can remember and come back as many times as you want to watch this video for that journaling prompt, bonus message, and pocket affirmation, plus my special meaning, here is your bonus message. The angels are saying to you, great job. Like they're just cheering. Great job. You are on the path toward enlightenment. Have gratitude for your life. Find joy and contentment in life's little luxuries and celebrate your successes. How often do you celebrate your successes, even the smallest ones? When was the last time you celebrated yourself? What is the meaning of angel number 999 or repeating sequences of 9? Well, you're in the right place because we are going to dive deep into the significance of the angel numbers 999. You could also apply this to 99 or any sequences that you are seeing with repeating 9s. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my angel number series where I walk through some very common meanings, but I also give you very specific information that I receive from the angels as well as a pocket affirmation and journaling prompt. You're going to want to make sure you stay tuned to the very end of this video where I have a bonus angel message for you as well. I will give you these pocket affirmations to say whenever you see these 999 numbers or repeating 9s. I have done this in all my videos this far, and I will continue to do them. That's one of the things that makes this angel number videos unique is now you have a way to affirm these angel numbers by saying this pocket affirmation every time you see repeating 9s. And then, of course, the custom journaling prompt for whenever you see angel number 99 or 999 will really help you to understand what the angels are trying to tell you so that you can write it in your book of evidence, proof your angels are with you. Like I said, in today's video, we are diving deep into the significance of 999. So let's go into some of the overall meanings. If you were to just go out there and do a random search, what do people say 999 means? But remember, I did also have my own connection with the angels where I sat down and asked them, what do you want me to know when I see repeating 9s? So I will be sharing that with you as well. Some of the common meanings are it is a sign of completion or closure. It often symbolizes the conclusion of a significant chapter or phase in your life. So you might see a lot of 9s when you're getting ready to graduate from a program or a school. You might see a lot of 9s when things have been really challenging, but you're finally getting to the end of it. Maybe you've been going through some kind of legal battle or some kind of end of a relationship. And as things begin to wrap up, you're seeing these 9s letting you know that things are about to get easier. Another really common meaning I see is a need to release and let go of something. It can indicate that there's an old habit or an old way of thinking, maybe even a relationship that no longer serves your highest good that needs to be released. It needs to let go. I will be going into even more meanings of this in just a minute, but I do want you to also think of different times in your life that you've seen repeating 9s and use that gift of hindsight to go back and go, what was ending for me? You know, sometimes it's a significant thing like the last child in your home is leaving the nest and you are now an empty nester. It could be something more subtle like you've realized, you know, I just don't resonate with this group of people or this gym anymore or doing this daily routine, and it's time to come to an end and do something different. So it is a completion of something that is opening up an opportunity for a new beginning. Another very common symbol and meaning of 999 is spiritual enlightenment. This number may represent reaching a high level of spiritual awareness or enlightenment. So if you are somebody who has been working hard to get to a new level with your connection with your spiritual team, and a quick reminder here, I usually go over what angel numbers are at the top of this video. And so I'll do it briefly here. I didn't do it because I figure we're this far into the series, but maybe this is the video that found you first. Angel numbers are repeating sequences of any numbers that catch your attention. And also, there is a significant message around it. They can come in any ways. They can come on license plates, gas pumps, receipts, clocks. Now, you're not going to see that 999 on a clock, right? But maybe you will see it on a timer. So there's a lot of ways we can see angel numbers. And the thing to remember is it caught your attention. If you think about all the things you do all day long that you don't notice, but for whatever reason, you happen to glance at the clock when it was this exact number, number and you keep seeing it over and over again, there is a message for you. So back to this, one of these significant meanings being spiritual enlightenment, it could be that you're realizing, wow, I really am connected to my spiritual team. Your spiritual team is your guardian angels, passed away loved ones, spirit guides, other ascended masters we work with, archangels, and our higher self. And when we work on developing our ability to connect deeper, that brings us this opportunity to go higher into this spiritual awareness. So a lot of times these nines or any of these angel numbers are bringing you affirmation that you are much more spiritually aware. You have gotten to a new level of enlightenment. And when you get to these levels, you do want to acknowledge them. You want to look back and see how far you have come when it comes to intentionally connecting with spiritual messages, with your spiritual team, and having that spiritual awareness. So numbers are one of the easiest ways for the angels to send us messages, or our spiritual team, because they're everywhere. So we don't want to blow them off by being like, oh, well, it's 11:11 every day. I say that in my 11:11 video. So of course I'm going to see it every day, twice a day. Not necessarily. We go about our lives in a routine, and we get busy and we get distracted. So if you are getting angel numbers put in front of you a lot, there is a message there, and it's really important to think about what that means for you. Now, I'm going to give you some tools and tips for that when we get to the journaling prompt, but let's go into another common meaning for 999, and that is humanitarianism and service. So it's also associated with compassion, and it's urging you to engage in helping others or serving humanity. So activating that giving and receiving cycle, which does ultimately bring in new opportunities when you do an exchange of energy. A lot of times, if you are feeling in a rut, getting out there and helping somebody else can have that reciprocal effect where you now feel better, and it helps you break out of maybe feeling stuck in a certain emotion. And back to the point where 999 may often represent releasing and letting go, it could be that you're holding on too much from emotions from the past, and it is time to essentially stop crying over spilled milk. Maybe what the angels are trying to say to you is, hey, you can't change the past, but you can guide where you go in the future. So let's end looking back at the past and going, should have, could have, would have. I wish this would have happened. I wish I would have said that. I wish I would have done this or would not have done this, right? Let it go, release it. Let's start again. That's what these nines are saying. Another one is that you maybe have a higher purpose or soul mission. It may be a sign to focus more on your life's spiritual mission if you are seeing nines everywhere. And this is a hard one for a lot of people because maybe they're in a job right now that doesn't feel very spiritual, but we can bring our spirituality to anything we do. Anybody who has the intention of doing that, of sharing their light with the world, they can bring it to the work they're doing, and they can actually shift the energy of everyone around them. So it could be that maybe you just need to take a new perspective on what your spiritual mission is and start using it on a regular basis in your daily work life. Another common meaning is to prepare for new beginnings. It may be letting you know, get ready. We're about to have some endings, and it's time to start looking for new opportunities and experiences. So I have heard reports of people seeing a lot of nines right before they found out that their company was going to get rid of a branch in their office, and they were going to be asked to take on different responsibilities. It was going to be a new beginning. I've seen people do it when they knew a relationship was coming to an end, and they were really trying to hold on to it. And the nines were coming through saying, yeah, but you don't realize what a better relationship is coming for you. So prepare for that. Trust that something better is coming. And one more really common meaning I will see associated with repeating nines or 999 is encouragement, but not just encouragement like, hey, good job, but encouragement to take action. So it can be a prompt to take action towards completing ongoing projects or goals instead of just sitting there in a state of not getting anything done. So it may be that you've been procrastinating. doing some research or putting the energy into something or having a conversation, and you're seeing these nines saying, come on, you guys got to get going because we want to help you. Your spiritual team is saying, we want to help you, but you've got to finish this goal. You've got to work towards where you're going. So that's a big one I will see too. And we are going to go into the meaning that I got from the angels for 999, and I'll go into some tips and tools about how you can understand what it means for you, because I'm really passionate about encouraging others to develop their own language with their spiritual team. And that really is what we are doing. 999 may mean one thing to me. It may mean something totally different to you. It may mean one thing to me one day, and a year from now, it may mean something else depending on the circumstances. So with that in mind, I would like to invite you, if you haven't already, to sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com. When you do this, you will receive my gift for you, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meanings. In this free ebook for you, you will get 5 questions to ask anytime you think you've seen a sign to help you interpret what they mean and understand the language that you are developing with your own spiritual team. It's almost like you're creating your own dictionary in your book of evidence that, oh, wow, every time I see this symbol or this number, my angels are letting me know this thing. So now how do I connect the dots to apply it to the guidance I need in my life right now? So that's a really valuable thing to do. And of course, as we do the journaling prompt, I will explain that a little further. But when I sat down to connect with the angels, I asked them, what do you want me to recognize when I see repeating nines? And they said they want me to know that my immediate attention is required for something in my life. So this could be applied to you. It's like, hey, it's like a big red flag going, hey, look over here. This needs your attention. But also to go further, meaning that you need to ground yourself before you take action. We don't want to react. We want to respond. So that is another big message when I am seeing repeating nines, is maybe I am getting ready to react to something someone said, something that upset me, something that I am worried about. And the angels are saying, slow down. Stop sign, take a deep breath, ground, and respond instead of react. So that can be really valuable for you. Add that to the meanings that I gave you above when you are working with your angel team about different angel numbers you're seeing and what they mean for you, because again, you will have your own custom affirmation for that. Now let's go into a journaling prompt that you can use every time you see sequences of nines. And before we do that, I'd like to ask you, if you haven't already, to please hit that like button and share this video with anybody that you feel it would resonate with. Hit that subscribe button too if you haven't already. And thank you so much to my subscribers who are always here. I love seeing your comments in the video below this, and I really appreciate all the support. And I do upload videos regularly. I go live at least once a week. Lately, I've been doing it twice a week, where I have angel messages for you and I answer your questions live. So if you hit that subscribe button, you will know when that happens. And of course, if you are signed up for my newsletter, I will be announcing it there as well. All right, well, let's go into a journaling prompt that you can use anytime you see these messages. Now, one thing that's really important is I encourage you to keep everything in one place when you are tracking signs from your angels, because that's what I call your book of evidence. Now, I do have my custom journal I sell on my website at devondewar.com. Book of Evidence, Proof Your Angels Are With You, that has templates for tracking your angel numbers. Let me get to the intuition tracker here. But there's a bunch of different templates for doing it, plus dotted pages in the back to journal. You don't need this, but I do offer a 4-part webinar with it so that you can deepen your connection with the angels through journaling. But any journal will do, as long as you're keeping it all in one place so that it's easy to go back and track all the times you were seeing 999s and then compare it with what was going on in your life and understand the meaning. Putting everything in one place also really concentrates the energy and the intention of it. And I love to say that hindsight is one of the most powerful tools for deepening your connection with the angels. So if it's all in one place, it's easy to go back and use that hindsight and connect the dots, which I really, really encourage you to do. All right, so here's your journaling prompt for whenever you see 999s. Write an example of a time where you waited to respond to a situation, slept on it, and were grateful you did not overreact. Write an example of a time where you waited to respond to a situation, slept on it, and were grateful you did not overreact. Some times that come to mind for me when I am grateful for this is where maybe I was upset about something and I wrote a letter to a person, but I didn't send it, okay? I slept on it, and when I woke up the next day or a couple days later, I realized, you know what? I got it down on paper. I got it out of my system. This does not need to be sent. I can now approach this differently and respond in a better manner. Another example I think of is when you maybe go to the car dealership to buy a car and you get really excited about a car, and the salesman, of course, is telling you, if you drive it off the lot today, you can have XYZ. And instead you say, no, I'm going to sleep on it. Even if you do go back and get the car the next day or a few days later, you now have that grounded approach to it, so you don't miss any fine print or little fees they try to slip in there. I've had this happen for me too when I'm eager to do something for my kids and I'm worried they're going to miss out if I don't hurry up and sign them up for this thing. But I've often gotten messages from my angels through repeating nines: slow down, you're reacting to this pressure that isn't real. Go ahead and sleep on it. Get more information. Then you can respond. And I have been so grateful on many occasions where all I needed to do was reach out to some other parents who were going through similar things and ask them their opinion. And I got my answer immediately. And I was so grateful I hadn't been pressured into doing something for my kids that wouldn't have been as helpful for them. So that's a really great journaling prompt to use anytime you see 999. And then I would also like to encourage you to use the following pocket affirmation anytime you see repeating nines. This affirms to your team that you recognize they are sending you their signs. That is a huge part of deepening your connection, is letting them know, oh, I see you. I see you're sending me a message, having that gratitude there. And I call them pocket affirmations because they're short and easy to remember. So if you would like to, I invite you to comment below this video right here with the pocket affirmation: I easily remember to respond, not react. Go ahead and write that in the comments below this video so you'll remember that 999 pocket affirmation. I easily remember to respond, not react. And that's going to be a really grounding energy for you anytime you see it. It's going to be an amazing reminder that it's okay to sleep on something. It's okay to ask for more time and to go ahead and get grounded, maybe get more information before you take action. It's not telling you not to act, it's telling you to ground. And again, we saw a lot of those meanings at the beginning of this video talking about endings. And when we have endings, it gives us an opportunity for a new beginning. So we also want to stay in a place of neutrality and divine flow and not get caught in worry about, oh no, what's going to end? Instead, be in a place of, ooh, what exciting new opportunity is coming in for me. And that's a really great way to flip the script when you see a lot of repeating nines. And I have seen people see repeating nines in ways that they got a little nervous, because even in numerology, 9 is the end of the cycle. You start with 1, and when you get to year 9, that's the ending of something, and you will get to you will start all over again with year 1 in numerology. And I do highly recommend studying numerology along with angel numbers so that you can deepen your knowledge of the numbers, especially when you see them individually. One of the big ones I will see a lot on my phone or even out on license plates is 911, right? Because that's here in the US is a number to call to get if there's an emergency. But what happens, somebody comes to bring healing. So 911 is also associated with healing when you combine the 9, take action, and the 11, which is associated with bringing things into integrity, which would be good health. That if you want to go watch my 1111 video, I talk deeper about 11s and 1111 and 111, but you can add the numbers together to create a deeper meaning, if that makes sense. So take action with the 9 on healing when you see 911, right? Or trust that healing is coming for you. So again, if I look at my phone and I see it's 9/11, then I will pause and go, oh, what needs healing? What needs healing? It could be someone in my home that is not feeling well. I've had that happen. It was like, oh, you know what? My daughter did seem a little off today. Let me go check on her. And sure enough, she has a fever, right? Or it can mean a relationship needs attention. It needs healing. You need to put the effort behind talking to this person and having those heart-to-heart conversations and getting clear on what needs to be done. And again, it's that reminder too, to respond, not react. If somebody hurt your feelings with something they said, getting grounded and don't ignore the situation because you don't want it to fester. So that's another time we will see 9s with other numbers is it's like, wait a minute, there is something that needs your attention here, because burying it is going to be worse. It's going to manifest itself in a bigger, more challenging way if we don't address it right now. And that's why you'll often get that message of, okay, it's time to take action on something before it gets out of control. But you do have this opportunity to do this where you can respond. So we don't want to go into a place of fear with that. I did see on the angel number 666 video that I did that people do associate fear around that number, and I was debunking it. But I've also seen people get concerned about 9s because it is associated with the end of a cycle. So I wanted to make sure we are not allowing ourselves to go into that place. And you can do that by remembering your angels connect with you gently and lovingly and for your highest interest. Well, thank you for being here to the end so you could hear your bonus message. I'm getting to that in just a moment, but just so you know, there are going to be more angel numbers coming, but I already have several videos out on a playlist, starting with introduction to angel numbers to kind of understand what they are, their common meanings, the most common ones. And then, of course, I go through 111, 222, 333, and this is 999. So we're all the way up through there by the time you're watching this video. And I'm going to do some unusual numbers as well down the road. Please let me know if you have any questions about angel numbers in the comments below, because I love seeing your questions and I do try to answer them on my lives. And if you can't make a live, I'll try to make note of that and answer it anyways, because I love connecting with you in that way. Thank you so much for being here. And here is your bonus message. Remember to be authentic and original in all your pursuits. Show your creativity to the world with confidence, and you will be rewarded with new endeavors. Doesn't that support the 999? It's bringing in new opportunities. So just remember to be authentic with everything you're doing. If it doesn't feel right, you're probably not being given that opportunity to speak up, and your angels want to support you in speaking up and being confident in your abilities. Is the number 1010 an angel number? You bet it is. And we're going to be talking about all the meanings involved when you see a series of 1010. Plus, I'm going to be giving you a pocket affirmation to say every time you see this sequence, and of course a journaling prompt along with my own personal meaning for seeing 1010 or rows of 10 everywhere. Hi everybody, if you're new to my channel, I am Devin Dewar. I'm an angel, intuitive, and spiritual teacher, and this video is part of my angel number series. So please make sure to stay tuned to the end of this video for a bonus message. One thing I do differently from other angel number videos is not only do I give you that pocket affirmation and journaling prompt, but every single one of these angel number videos have an extra bonus angel message for you at the end to help clarify the number for you. I want to guide you to create your own meanings with your angel numbers too, but we're going to be going over the very broad meanings of 1010 or 1010 in a whole stream of sequences. And before we get started, just in case this is the first time you've come across this series, they are in a playlist here. I have several out already. Angel numbers are anytime you see repeating sequences of numbers and they catch your attention. So on a receipt, on a license plate, on a clock, in serial numbers, birthdays, everything, right? Anytime you notice a series of repeating numbers, those are angel numbers. And this is because you have to think about all the things you go through throughout your day where you don't notice things, and yet you're being told to look and notice this number, right? And there are some really common ones, but one of the ones I don't hear a lot of people talk about is 1010. However, that is an angel number, and there are a lot of reasons for it. So we're going to go over those meanings there. But do remember that I always encourage you to develop your own language with your spiritual team. Your spiritual team are your guardian angels, your spirit guides, passed away loved ones who want to work with you. They are ascended masters and other beings of high vibrational sources that are here to guide us on our journey. And when we begin to acknowledge the sequences and the numbers that we are getting from our spiritual team, everybody celebrates because it means that we are all communicating on the highest level. So remember that as you go through these angel number videos and as you hear some of these common meanings, to see what resonates with you, because that's the thing. If something doesn't resonate with you, I would always encourage you to leave it behind. But also if something does, that could be what your spiritual team is trying to share with you. But these first reasons are going to be probably the most common ones you would see if you were to go out on the internet and say, what does 1010 mean? These are going to be the more common ones you'll see. But I will share with you what the angels told me it means for them and me when I connect, and see if that resonates with you too. It may mean the same for you. But there is no right or wrong way to do this. The key is to be open and aware. So as we go into several of the spiritual meanings of 1010, listen to your body, know what comes up for you, and see if there's anything that really resonates. So one of the most common meanings you will see for 1010 is spiritual awakening and development. This is often viewed as a sign of spiritual growth, urging you to pay attention to your intuition and your inner wisdom. Now, this is a common meaning for a lot of angel numbers, especially 1111 or 111. So definitely check out those videos too to see where the meanings are falling for you. Sometimes it really is just our angels reminding us you are on a path of spiritual growth. Now, another common meaning is positive outlook. It could mean that there is a very positive outlook for you on the journey you are on. This number could be encouraging you to maintain a positive attitude towards new paths and opportunities ahead. So really keeping your eye on the prize is what I'm hearing when you hear positive outlook. And that can be another common meaning for most angel numbers. So as you go through the series, you may see similar meanings, and it could very well be that that's just the easiest way to get your attention from your angels, to get your attention, or your spiritual team, is just any repeating number that will cause you to pause and go, wait a minute, what was my train of thought? Am I looking for a positive solution to this, or am I finding the glass is half full over the glass is half empty? So we will see similar meanings with all these angel numbers. The key is to stop and think about what were you just doing, feeling, taking action on, and go from there. And I'll get a little bit more into that as we get into my meaning for this number. Another very common meaning for 1010 is a manifestation of thoughts in reality. And this is actually very similar to the meaning I will share with you, but 10 is often seen as a manifestation number. 1010 suggests that your thoughts and intentions are rapidly manifesting into reality, highlighting the importance of focusing on positive outcomes, the message we had before. So really the momentum is behind you, and this is where we might be asked to watch our thoughts too, because we don't want it to be a self-fulfilling prophecy. So when they say manifestations of thoughts into reality are happening rapidly, if you're in a spiral of anxiety or fear, we don't want that to rapidly deter into something in our reality that actually we don't want. So we want to shift our mindset. So if you are seeing 1010 while you're catching yourself in a place of worry or regret, then we want to focus on a positive outcome, as they were saying earlier, so that we're manifesting something positive out of this. And this is where I will often call in my angels too, to just be like, help me find the positive in this, help everything to work out in the highest interest of all, guide me into the direction that will be the most positive outcome. So another very common meaning then for 1010 would be alignment with the universe, which again is a similar meaning with the number 1111, because you have all the ones in a row in alignment, but also it's the same with 1010, which, as we know, is also a code that was the very first programming codes were zeros and ones with computers and computing, right? So there is still an alignment meaning there, signifying that the universe is moving you in the right direction in life. So check in with that and how that feels for you whenever you're seeing repeating tens. Another common meaning is encouragement for action. It may appear as a motivational signal to take decisive action and not delay pursuing your dreams. It's time to actually take action on what your heart is wanting, right? So also think about that. If you've been procrastinating taking action, or you've been allowing fear or perfectionism to hold you back from taking action, this could be a meaning for you too. Another really common one would be balance and harmony, 0110, right? This number can also point towards the need for balance in different aspects of your life. And then of course it can be having to do with cycles, right? The way that life is a cycle and it's a continuous flow. So the repeating pattern in the number 10 being repeated could symbolize ongoing cycles for the continuous flow of energy in your life. Think of the moon. That is the big round bright light on a full moon, and then it closes down into a dark new moon at a different point in the cycle, and then it gets brighter and brighter and brighter. So that cycle there too could very much be what you are being reminded of, that everything is in a cycle and this too shall pass. That could be another meaning of that. So before we dive into the meanings that I received from the angels when I sat down and said, what do you want me to know most of the time, right? There's always other symbols that might come into play to guide me, but what do you really want me to know when I'm seeing 1010 a lot? Before we dive into that, I just want to remind you, if you haven't already, to please sign up for my free newsletter at devondoer.com so you can receive my gift to you, which is my ebook. Is it a sign? How to recognize signs and discover their meaning. This ebook gives you 5 questions to ask anytime you think you've seen a sign to help you understand what it means, how to interpret it, and what the guidance is saying to you. So it would be very valuable for you to have this ebook, print out the 5 questions, hopefully keep them in your journal, and ask these questions to yourself, not only when you're seeing angel numbers, but any signs, and you will begin to understand their meanings. But since you are here specifically looking for the meaning around an angel number, definitely start tracking the angel numbers you are getting, writing them down, the date, and use these questions to get more information around what that number means for you. I am such a big proponent of you developing your own language with your spiritual team. That is a big goal of mine. And whether you admit it or not, out professionally or publicly or not, you are here because you have very important spiritual gifts to share with the world. And a lot of times we really need our spiritual team to support us as we take action. And we have this light to share with the world. And maybe your team is trying to guide you in a way to shine it brighter, or do it in a way that would help you feel safe shining it. So remember that you were born with natural intuitive abilities, your own abilities to do this. And so that is really my main goal here, is to share with you ways that you can develop your own language with your angels and your spiritual team, and understand how you are here to share your gifts with the world. All right, so let's go into my personal meaning for 1010. Whenever I see 1010, I am being told to think about the things that I am manifesting, okay? It's telling me, hey, you are currently manifesting something right now, and whatever it is that was you just distracting you, leave it behind and go focus on your manifestation. So a lot of times for me personally, the angels will show me 1010 when I'm getting distracted by something that is not in my highest interest. Sometimes the distraction is an emotion that I need to address, I need to release, it's something I need to face. Other times I'm getting distracted by emails and social media and conversations because I'm putting off taking action with the manifestation. It could be even a reminder, hey, you might be procrastinating a little bit. It might be time to go ahead and take action on these things. So that is my meaning when I connect with the angels that I will go to first. I will first ask myself, where am I distracting myself right now from what it is that my goals are, what my heart really wants, okay? So that might mean what it is for you. Go ahead and see if that resonates. Feel free to test out that meaning whenever you're seeing repeating tens. And then also check out those other meanings too every time. You can write all these meanings in your journal, go back and check every time, or come back and listen to this video as many times as you want. So I really encourage you to do that. And we will get to your pocket affirmation here in a moment for whenever you see 1010. But first, I want to give you a journaling prompt. If you're seeing a lot of repeating tens, here is a journaling prompt to use. What is something my heart really wants in my life? What is one step I can take today to move towards my heart's wishes? Okay, I'll say that again for you. Anytime you're seeing repeating tens and you're not sure what it means, or even if you are sure, this is a great journaling prompt to get to the bottom of it. What is something my heart really wants in my life? What is one step I can take today to move towards my heart's wishes? Okay. So definitely keep that prompt as a go-to prompt. And here is a wonderful pocket affirmation to say. And the reason I offer these pocket affirmations for whenever you see these numbers is because it's a way of showing gratitude to your spiritual team that you see the messages that they are giving to you and that you appreciate it. And you are actually affirming, yes, this energy is for me. So it's a really valuable tool to use. And I have lots and lots of pocket affirmations I offer in all of my messages on my YouTube channels. I go live at least once a week where I share angel messages. We talk about spiritual topics. I teach you to deepen your connection with the angels and to advance your intuitive abilities, which are naturally born. You are intuitive. You have these abilities to do this on your own. And my goal here is to give you the tools you need to stay in alignment and be open and aware to this information. And being open and aware like you are right now to angel numbers is a great step in the right direction. And then you can affirm this energy by using these pocket affirmations. So if you haven't already, I'd love to see you hit the subscribe button right here on this YouTube channel so that you can be notified when I go live. When I have other videos like this, I will be having more angel numbers coming up for you. And of course, all the other fun things I do where I have guests on my channel that are other amazing intuitives, and I share different ways that you can connect with your spiritual team. So here's your pocket affirmation. Thank you for your patience there. And don't forget to like and share this video too, please. That would help me out so much. The pocket affirmation for 1010 is I am thoughtful and creative. I am thoughtful and creative. Those things together are a powerful manifestation energy. And so you're watching your thoughts. You're thinking about what it is that you want to manifest. You're getting creative in the way that you can take one step today to move towards those goals of creating those things. So I do encourage you to do that, and also go out and check out other videos that are with angel numbers that are also teaching you how to develop your intuitive abilities. I do have your bonus angel message for you. I'm not quite done there yet. I just wanted to remind you that we want to pull all these different messages in together for a more deeper, detailed message. So a lot of times I will see people get started with angel numbers, and then all of a sudden now they're noticing spirit animals everywhere, or they're noticing feathers, or they're having really powerful dreams and symbols in their dreams. So that's why on my YouTube channel, I go live, like I said, at least once a week. On Wednesdays, I share a very specific topic. I have one coming up on lucid dreaming, but I've had ones on passed away loved ones connecting with you. I've had dreams, how to use your dreams to understand messages. I've had so many different topics on there, even dealing with spirit animals, and there will be more. And what we want to do is we want to start paying attention to where these messages are coming in, putting them together to connect the dots. That's why I really encourage you to track these symbols. I do have a custom journal I sell on my website, devondoer.com, that has a custom intuition tracker in it. It has a bunch of other templates to help you really understand the messages from your angels. You've got to write it down. You don't have to have this journal, but this one does come with a four-part webinar and all the custom templates. It's the journal I use every day. But any journal will do as long as you are tracking these signs and symbols. Please date them. Please give yourself credit for noticing all of these messages, because this is how you will begin to connect the dots. And that's why I always say hindsight is one of the most powerful tools for deepening your trust and your connection with the angels, because you get to go back. Our mind will often try to talk us out of the message, sign, and symbol. But if you're catching yourself asking, is this a sign? Then that is a sign. So make sure you also grab that ebook, like I mentioned, from signing up for my free newsletter, so that you can begin to understand all the ways that our passed away loved ones will connect with us, our angels, our spirit guides. And you may not have realized all your life you had a certain spirit animal always working with you, even if it wasn't an animal that you had in your life physically, right? But then once you begin tracking all the times you're seeing this animal in pictures on TV, how you gravitate towards it in a store, if there's a figurine or something, you begin to realize that. Then you start studying the traits of that animal, and you begin to realize, wow, I've been working with this energy almost my entire life. For me personally, that was actually wolves. I never have lived in an area where there were wolves, and yet when I began doing the exploration, doing meditations, there was always a wolf walking next to me at my left side, and I began to realize I've always gravitated towards movies about wolves, pictures of wolves, the energy of a wolf, and it really was powerful for me to realize I have a spirit animal that walks right next to me all the time and is there for me to call on the energy of the wolf. And I know that's not what we're here to talk about, but I wanted to bring that up because I might be doing a spirit animal series down the road to just share with you my own meanings of it. But you can do your own investigation in that as well, by just checking out some books on spirit guides, going online, learning about different traits of an animal. And that was the one thing that really got me into it, was learning about the trait of the animal and realizing the energy that I resonated with it versus not. So for example, with wolves, I do feel an energy of protection and the energy of the pack and the loyalty of the pack. And that is something that is very important to me, is loyalty with family and friends and loved ones, and feeling protected and safe with my pack is very, very important to me. If I'm not feeling safe in that situation, then that's a sign to bring in that wolf energy and pay attention, start communicating with other members of the pack and figure out, how do we protect the pack, right? So I know that was a little diversion there, but the angels really wanted me to bring that up because I've already done so many of these angel number videos. I do have more planned, but I wanted you to be incorporating these other things as we go, because you will get messages in other ways from your spiritual team. So that's a really important thing to do too. And also, if you don't mind, if you would like to write that pocket affirmation below this video, so I know you made it to this bonus message, I am thoughtful and creative, that would be huge and helpful to me. For me, if you would write that in the comment section below this video. I am thoughtful and creative, to affirm you made it to this amazing angel bonus message I have. I'm getting to it just now, but I wanted to also say I do have more of these videos coming up for you. So make sure you are you have hit subscribe. All right, thank you so much. And here is your bonus message. You are asked to take control of a situation, relationship, or project that is at a standstill. Make a decision that will address the issue in a loving and compassionate manner. I'm going to say that one more time because that was very, very powerful, and it is tied to this 10-10. You are asked to take control of a situation, relationship, or project that is at a standstill. Make a decision that will address the issue in a loving and compassionate manner. So whatever came to mind for you first, something that is at a standstill or at a stalemate energy, that's what the message means for you. It's 1212, angel number, or is it? Have you caught yourself wondering when you see repeating 12s if it's an angel number? Well, I'm here to share with you that if you wonder if it's an angel number, it is an angel number. Hi, I'm Devin Dewar. This video is part of my angel number series where I'm going over commonly seen numbers and going through the general meanings. But I also give you a special pocket affirmation to say whenever you see these numbers, a journaling prompt, and of course at the very end of this video there will be a bonus message for you. One of the things I do differently with my angel number series is I offer you all the common meanings for the angel number series that you will see anytime you go looking for them, but I also have a special meaning that my spiritual team shared with me when I was asking them, what do you want me to know when I see a specific number? And so I have a special meaning for 1212 that I will share with you as well. In case you're brand new here, welcome. I just want to briefly go over what angel numbers are. Angel numbers are any repeating sequences of numbers that you notice. If you think about all the things you do throughout your day that you don't notice, and yet for some reason that 2222 caught your attention on that license plate in the car in front of you. Why was that? What were you thinking and doing? And what does that mean? Well, today we're going to dive deeper into the meaning of 1212 because that is a common one many people see, even though it's not one that's often discussed. So make sure you stay tuned to the very end of this video for that bonus message for you, the pocket affirmation and journaling prompt. But let's first go over some of the most common meanings of 1212. So again, something you might hear other people talk about regularly, or if you went online and did your own research. These meanings are, something that you would hear a lot, and yet I'm going to break it down even further. If you would like to, grab that journal and take notes because you may want to come back to what this meaning is a lot, as it is something we can see more often because it is something we could see on the clock. A lot of the other numbers out there, like the angel video number I did on 999, you're not going to see that on a typical clock, right? Or not on a 12-hour clock. So yet 1212 is something you might see up to twice a day, right? And you might see it on license plates and on receipts. I've had, my total on a check that for I purchased a meal be 1212, Sometimes I'll even add the tip to an extra few pennies in there to get it to an angel number. That's been a fun thing to do on top of the normal gratuity. The angels love it when we do that. So let's go into some of the more common meanings of 1212 and see if any of these resonate with you. Now, that's the other thing to keep in mind too, if you are new here, is if something doesn't resonate, leave it behind. That's not the meaning for you, or it's just not the meaning for that particular occasion. So you might want to take notes anyways, and then that way when you are seeing 1212, you can come back and go, okay, well actually this time I do think that's what my team was trying to tell me. Now again, your spiritual team is made up of your guardian angels, archangels, passed away loved ones, spirit guides, and spirit animals. If you've seen my 1010 video, I go into a little bit more discussion about spirit animals because that is another way that we get messages from our spiritual team. And it just came up so powerfully, even though it was an angel number video, I felt the need to discuss it. But we can use these angel numbers along with other signs and symbols. So that's why it's good to have a common idea, a general sense of what 1212 means for you. So if you're seeing it along with a spirit animal and maybe a feather or something like that, you can connect all the dots and have that power powerful tool of hindsight to understand what your spiritual team is trying to tell you. So one of the most common meanings you'll see online or talking to other people, other spiritual texts about 1212, is it is meant to signal a time of accelerated spiritual growth and heightened awareness. So that's a very common one for most angel numbers, is just, hey, we're your spiritual team trying to get your attention. Make sure you are aware of everything that's coming through for you. But again, this is also symbolizing that accelerated growth. So you've been on this process of growing spiritually and taking things to the next level, but now you're going through one of those accelerated phases where things are starting to pick up a lot more, things connecting the dots a lot more, right? So another common meaning for this is manifestation of your dreams. It suggests that your positive intentions and desires are on the verge of manifesting in your life because you've really put the intention behind it. So they want you to keep going. Trust that this is manifesting what you want in your life. And so that could be a really positive meaning for whenever you're seeing 1212. Another one is harmony and balance. We see this with a lot of angel numbers. Again, numbers are a really easy way for our angels to send us messages, to get our attention. So you might have similar meanings across several because the angels are wanting you to be reminded, hey, we're here helping you. And maybe this time they're asking you, we need more harmony and balance in your life. So it's encouraging you to create balance in all areas of your life, your spiritual life and your everyday life. Now, another thing I will mention here, I haven't mentioned in every video, but I often say, is that angels want you to think about these three areas of your life: your health and fitness, your career and finances, and your relationships. That could be romance, colleague, children, whatever, but they want you to think about those three areas of your life. And also from a spiritual perspective and an everyday perspective might be what they're asking you to do. Maybe something's out of balance, something's not in harmony, and it's time to bring it into harmony. That can be something that is very powerful there. Another very common meaning I have seen for 1212 is encouragement to stay positive. We get that a lot. I get that a lot with 444 if you want to check out that video, but I have several angel number videos you could go check out, and it is always meant to encourage you to be positive. But it could be that this is a reminder for a positive mindset, as maybe your thoughts are getting critical and they are shaping your reality. This is, again, a very common meaning of all angel numbers is, hey, watch your thoughts. Are you manifesting something you don't really want by letting your thoughts cycle into something that is negative instead of focusing on the positive? Another really positive meaning for 1212 is alignment with your soul mission. Now, this one gets me super excited because one of the most common questions I get when I do one-on-one readings for people is, what is my life purpose? And so it may signify that you are on the right path with your life purpose, that you are aligned with your higher purpose. Now, we're always living our purpose if we're always learning. So it's not that you ever really get off the right path. It just may mean you're taking a more challenging path to it, or you haven't realized there is an easier path, or there is something that feels better for you. So we're always learning with everything. We're always being asked to use hindsight to find the best out of something and learn from it to take it forward. But when you are at that point where you are really in alignment with your soul mission, you may be seeing 1212 a lot, along with a lot of other angel numbers as well. I tend to get multiple different ones at a time when I'm really on a roll with something that I'm doing as part of my mission. And so it's just that reminder that, yep, keep going. You're doing this is the project for you. This is the collaboration for you. This is the path you want to take. So that's a really positive one. And I do get angel bumps when I see 1212, and it is similar to the meaning that it means for me, which I will get to. Another one that it often refers to is divine timing. So 1212 can often imply that divine forces are at work and everything is happening at the appointed time, right? We have to allow things to unfold in the way they need to. There could be things going on behind the scenes we're not aware of. And this would be that classic situation where maybe two people are destined to be married, but first they went off and fell in love with somebody else, and they had to go through the process of realizing, okay, those relationships weren't working. One person frees themselves from their relationship, but the other one's still in it for a while until they're realizing, okay, this isn't the relationship for me. And then they're both free at the same time. So it's kind of that divine timing, right? You are meant to be together, but you have to wait for that time. Now, that doesn't always mean that that's what it means. So if you are somebody who questions that a lot, I would ask for other signs and symbols about relationships, because definitely it's meant to happen in divine time. So if you are single, waiting on someone else to become single and it's not happening, there's a different message there most likely, which would be a whole nother video topic about not waiting around on somebody assuming they are the person for you, but they're tied up. But there could be things going on behind the scenes. That could just be what it is. This could go for job promotions. Like maybe you are up for a promotion, but your boss has been asked to hold off on announcing it because it's some other colleague that's about to leave. Those kinds of things could be where you're being reminded to trust the divine forces are at work to help you get where you want to go in your highest interest. Now, another common meaning would be connection between the physical and the spiritual. Now, everything is energy. So in a sense, you could say everything is spiritual, but a lot of times we might not relate, like my desk right here, as spiritual, right? So they're trying to share with you a way that maybe they are sending you a spiritual message through the butterfly flying around past you, or through the clock that is physical that has the angel number on it. So this number can indicate a strong connection and harmony the angels always want between your physical surroundings and your spiritual intuition. So that's where you might see that feather on the ground when you're out on your walk. That does specifically mean, hey, your angels are with you. That thought you were just having, keep going with that, or make it a higher vibrational thought, flip the script, right? We get messages. I often get feathers as an affirmation for me of something that I was already headed in that direction with my goal or thoughts or whatever. And the feathers are like, yep, keep going with that. That's great. But for somebody else, it could be like, hey, raise your vibration. You're getting stuck in kind of that anxiety, that mental thought cycle that is not helping you. So raise your vibration, connect with the angels, right? And just connecting with the angels intentionally will raise your vibration. I do like to say we're always connected with our angels, but we do want to intentionally communicate. And one of the ways they will communicate with us, right, is through these angel numbers. And when we intentionally affirm that, which I will be giving you that pocket affirmation, then that raises the vibration immediately. In fact, when I am in a place of not feeling so hot, my emotions are a little ruffled, or I'm just kind of dragging through the day, or not looking forward to something on my to-do list, this is where I will ask the angels to please help me raise my vibration. Please help me rise out of this. Look for the silver lining, find a way to make it more fun. And usually the angels will help me find a way to make it more fun. They'll suggest a video I go watch or a podcast to listen to. They'll just remind me of it, or I'll just put on some really great music and I can feel the angels' energies and the message coming through the words in the song. So there are a lot of times when you'll see 1212 that the angels are actually saying, let's bring spirituality into this mundane task of folding laundry, right? I've used this in many other videos, especially the 444 one, where I used to think I never had enough time to meditate because I had to do the laundry, I had to cook dinner, I had to do the dishes. Like I kept having this inner monologue about how I'm never going to have time to meditate, until the angels came through really loud and clearly. And my spiritual team member, my passed away grandmother, said, make time to meditate by bringing it into those tasks. So make folding laundry spiritual. And that means being very present with it, doing a good job, slowing down, feeling the energy, maybe putting on that great playlist to listen to, or a fun podcast, anything to be reminded that these physical things that we are doing can have that spiritual element, and really need to. I mean, we are spiritual beings having a physical experience. So let's remember that as we move through our day, when something feels a little tough to get done, or your energy is just kind of maybe dragging, remember that we can bring that spiritual element in there to raise our energy up. And you might actually see 12-12 quite a bit for that, right? Because 12-12 tends to be kind of that transitional period between morning and afternoon, or evening and early morning. So it might be that you need to transition your energy into a higher vibrational state. Now that just came through for me, that last line, literally right now from the angels. I'm going to go into another meaning that they showed me as well, but I love that they just popped that other meaning in there. I did sit down with them and ask them specifically, what do you want me to know when I see 12-12? And I'm about to get into that. But first, I would like to remind you, if you haven't already, to please sign up for my free newsletter at devondoer.com so you can receive my gift for you, which is my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. This ebook will give you 5 questions to ask every time you see an angel number or any other sign from your spiritual team to help you track it in your journal so that you have that tracking of it, that evidence, that ability to use hindsight to understand the meaning and connect the dots. So that's a really powerful thing to do, is go ahead and print out the 5 questions in that ebook, maybe put them in your journal, but ask them every time you see something that you think is a sign, and I guide you through that. So when I sat down to connect with the angels about 12-12, besides the message I just got live recording this, is I asked them, I said, what do you want me to think? And when I see 12-12, what should I know immediately? And the angel said to know you are mastering belief in yourself now. Believe in yourself, okay? And they continued, ask your spiritual team to show you new creative solutions and ideas to support your goals. Okay, so I'm going to say that one more time. 12-12, when the angels show it to me, and this could be a meaning for you, so see if it resonates, means you are mastering belief in yourself now. And your spiritual team, ask your spiritual team to show you new creative solutions and ideas to support your goals. Now, going further with this is what I was really excited to get to. If you have not seen my video on 333, you might want to go reference it as well. Because if you net, let's say you see 12-12 on a clock, right? So it's 12 hours and 12 minutes. If you net the first 12, that's a 3, 1 plus 2 is 3, and you net the second 12, that's another 3, it nets to a 33. So a lot of times my angels will show me 12-12, and then in my third eye, I will see 33, which is a master number, and it's about working with ascended masters, and it's about mastering my belief in something. And like they said, 12-12 is you are mastering belief in yourself now. Ask your spiritual team to show you new creative solutions and ideas to support your goals. So you may want to call in an ascended master that you work with. Like I work with Jesus or Yeshua all the time, and that energy is very powerful and helpful to me for finding creative solutions. So think about that when you see 12-12. That may be yet another number meaning for you. And I do encourage you to check out all these meanings and take note and make sure that you're seeing what resonates with you. And one time it might mean this, another time it might mean that, but that's going to be my go-to meaning for me because I specifically asked my team that. Now, I do have a journaling prompt for you and a pocket affirmation for every time you see 12-12. Before I get to your bonus angel message, please make sure, if you haven't already, to hit that subscribe button. And if you haven't already, like and share this video. I really appreciate it. And when you use these journaling prompts, you can use them anytime you see 12-12, but you can also use them for other things. And they're really valuable for helping you understand what 12-12 means for you. I do have a custom journal I sell called Book of Evidence, Proof Your Angels Are With You, with custom templates for tracking your angel numbers, for tracking signs from your angels, for deepening your intuitive abilities and connection with the angels. But you don't need this journal. This is available at devondoer.com. It comes with a 4-part webinar, But you can get any journal you want. I just encourage you to put everything in one place, put the date, and track those signs from your angels and your spiritual team to create your evidence. Our mind tries to talk us out of things often, and we don't want to allow that. We want to write it down as soon as we can, write down all the other signs and symbols. So there we have evidence. We can go back and use hindsight. So whenever you see 1212, here is your journaling prompt. Where can I advance my knowledge and skills to create less friction in my daily life? Where can I advance my knowledge and skills to create less friction in my daily life? So ask yourself that whenever you're seeing 1212. And an example might be learning how to use a new software or learning how to use some equipment that will make your daily tasks easier. So that's just a little example there. It could have to do with bringing that spirituality into things. That could help there be less friction. When you're in divine flow while you're doing laundry and running errands, that's going to be less friction, right? So make sure to use that journaling prompt whenever you're seeing 1212 to discover what that means for you. And then here's a pocket affirmation to use anytime you see 1212 to show gratitude to your spiritual team, to acknowledge that you're seeing it. And again, if you are new to my channel, welcome. Pocket affirmations are short, easy to remember affirmations that are really helpful to get you in the right state of flow and check in with your frequency that you're emitting and maybe shift it a little bit. So whenever I see 1212, I will say, I am masterful with my creations. If you'd like to write that in the comments below this video to let me know you've made it to the end for this bonus message about to give you at the end, I would really appreciate it. I am masterful with my creations. Write that in the comments below to affirm. And now let's head over to your bonus angel message with, by the way, thank you so much, all of you, for being here. Thank you to my subscribers. It means so much to me. I do go live at least once a week, usually on Wednesdays, and lately it's been Mondays and Wednesdays. We always have topics. I share angel messages, and I have other amazing guests on my channel. So I would love to see you at those other events. Just make sure you've hit the subscribe button. You can also hit the notify me button whenever I have something scheduled coming up, so you will be notified as soon as I go live. All right, thank you for getting to the end here. Here is your bonus message. Magnificent new ideas are available to you now. These ideas will bring you success. Have confidence in your abilities, and you will shine even brighter in the world. I'll say that one more time because it was so powerful. This is your bonus angel message. Magnificent new ideas are available to you now. These ideas will bring you success. Have confidence in your abilities, and you will shine even brighter in the world. Have you been seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 or sequences like this, like 12, 34 everywhere, and you're wondering, why am I seeing that? And is that even an angel message? Well, we're going to dive into what it means when it's not necessarily repeating numbers, but it's definitely a sequence. Hi, everybody. I'm Devin Dewar. I'm an angel intuitive and spiritual teacher, and this video is part of my angel number series. If you clicked on this video, that's because there are divine messages waiting for you. So make sure you stay tuned to the very end of this video for a bonus message. I will also give you a pocket affirmation to say whenever you see these sequences of numbers, and a journaling prompt to help you get to know what these numbers mean specifically between your spiritual team and you. Now, just in case you're new here, welcome if you are. Welcome back, my subscribers. I love you so much, and thank you for always being here. But I just want to quickly review that angel numbers are sequences of numbers that are repetitive. They can be seen anywhere from license plates to clocks to receipts at the store and serial numbers. Everywhere that you see repeating numbers and you stop and notice, that could be an angel number. But I do get questions about unique ones and how to understand what they mean. Well, we're going to go into that a little bit more, but I do always encourage you to be open to them having a very custom meaning for you between your spiritual team and what you are communicating about. So your spiritual team is your guardian angels but also it's your archangels, ascended masters, passed away loved ones across the veil that are working with you, spirit animals, and even your higher self. So we might get repetitive numbers from our whole spiritual team, and we might have a very specific meaning that somebody else does not have. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through the very common meanings of this angel number, as I have with all my other angel number videos. They are a playlist, and I've got loads out there already. And I will also go over my custom meaning, the one that I asked my team myself. Hey, what do you want me to know when I see 1, 2, 3, 4? And this could even be applied to other numbers, but people tend to see 1234 a lot because it is on the clock, right? So I get this question all the time. It's like, is this an angel number or not? And the simple answer is yes, it is. But also, I'm always encouraging you to develop your own language with your spiritual team. So in a way, anything can be an angel number or a sign from your team if you have agreed that it is a sign. Now, one of the things too to keep in mind is we might see numbers like our birthdays or our mother's birthday or the time we were born or the time a child was born. We might see those numbers a lot, and they're not necessarily repeating, but that number has a very specific meaning to you. Those are angel numbers as well. And that's why I'm here to encourage you to develop this language, to track the way you are getting messages from your angels, and then begin to develop an understanding of what they are saying to you. So I'll go give more examples as we go along, but this one's unique because the other angel numbers I've done up to this point have always been repeating, like 999, 1111, 444, whereas 1234 or 1234, it's not, right? But it's obviously a sequence, right? It's something we're seeing a lot. So when I was doing my preparation for this video, I went online, I watched some other people's videos, I checked in with my own spiritual team, I tracked it in my journal to see what it meant for me. And so I got a basic understanding that is very similar to some of the other angel numbers, but there might be some really different things with a sequence like this where it's not necessarily repetitive. So the first most common reason that I was seeing most often out there for seeing the number 1, 2, 3, 4 is that it's rich with spiritual significance and symbolism. So that's always going to be something we see with angel numbers or any kinds of signs and symbols from our spiritual team. But the first one is that it really means progressive steps. That often symbolizes progression and moving forward step by step in a very structured and predictable way that makes sense, right? One foot in front of the other. But it also can mean simplicity and organization. It encourages simplicity in life and organizes things more efficiently to enhance your spiritual and practical journey. So keep it simple, sweetie. That's what my grandmother used to say, KISS, keep it simple, sweetie. We've heard other versions of that KISS, but she always said the nice one, which I appreciate. Thank you, Grandma. She works with me across the veil and has for many years. She crossed the veil in 2010, but came back very powerfully in 2016 into my life to tell me get to work as a light worker. And that's when I left my small business consulting service where I used my accounting and business administration degree to help other entrepreneurs. And I went fully out on my own into the work that I do now here working with all of you, which is my honor. So I often hear my grandmother's voice, and I definitely hear, keep it simple, sweetie, with a lot of the projects I start where I tend to feel resistance and maybe I'm becoming too much of a perfectionist. So I'll go a little bit more into what it means for me personally in a moment, but I wanted to add that in there because I feel like it adds to the idea of simplicity and organization. Another meaning is manifestation and creation. We see this with a lot of our angel numbers, so it could it be incorporated into that meaning for you. So it might sometimes be seen as a reminder that you are on the right track, you are manifesting your goals and your desires. Okay, so that's a common one for most of the angel numbers, but that doesn't mean it's not significant. You always want to check in with your body, with what you were just thinking about, with your mind, and any thoughts or visions that come across your pathway, and add it to other symbols you're getting to really get clarity. And then again, another one might be alignment with your spiritual path. We saw that with the number 1111 and some of the other angel numbers as well. But again, it's in alignment if you're putting one step in front of the other, you're not getting too far ahead of yourself, and it can signify that you are aligned with your spiritual purpose or path, suggesting a harmonious progression in your spiritual development, which the angels are always wanting us to seek harmony so we can really be present and feel the joy of the moment. Another common meaning, which is similar with some of the other angel numbers, of course, is awakening and awareness. So it might be trying to get your attention. It may be that it's time to awaken to a higher truth, to increase your awareness of your surroundings and your inner self. And here's where I want to say, if you're going, well, didn't you say that meaning for several of the other angel numbers? Yes, I probably did for some of them if it was significant, but that doesn't make it less significant because we have to remember a really key thing with angel numbers. It's one of the easiest ways for our team to communicate with us because it's a universal language and numbers are everywhere. Think about all the times you just randomly glance at the clock and you see an angel number. That is not a coincidence. That is a synchronicity. And it's an opportunity for your team to get in your face a lot more often by using multiple angel numbers. So I will also get that question too. Well, what if I see, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 12, 1, 11, I'm seeing it all day. How am I supposed to know the meaning of all of those? Most likely, if they're all happening together, they're still sending you the same message, but they're really wanting you to be present, really be aware, and definitely tracking that. Another common meaning for 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1234 would be motivation, right? Encouragement to act. It's a signal to take action on an idea or plans you have been considering. We see that a lot with 1010 as well, if you've seen that video. And that is saying, keep going. You're so close. Just keep that momentum moving forward, right? And then another really common one, of course, is going to be personal growth. So it may appear when personal growth is imminent or necessary. It's urging you to continue growing and learning. So that's a really valuable thing to remember too, is our spiritual team always wants us to continue with our learning and our growing. That is a reason we came here as spiritual beings, to have this human and physical experience, is to learn and grow. So if you're feeling stuck, you might be seeing a lot of angel numbers, especially 1, 2, 3, 4, because they're saying, hey, keep going. There's more to learn. There's more to see. You're feeling stuck, but there is a creative solution. There is a way around this. And if you learn more and you do the research necessary, you're going to find that you're a lot closer to your dreams than you realized. So those are some of the common meanings there. Before I go into my meaning that the team wants me to know whenever I connect with the number 1, 2, 3, 4 or 1234, I want to remind you, if you haven't already, to sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com. When you do that, you will receive my free gift to you, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. This book gives you 5 questions to ask whenever you think you've seen a sign and guide you through the process of learning what your spiritual team is trying to tell you, connecting the dots. But it's really important that you track this information, because hindsight is the most powerful tool for deepening your trust and your connection with the angels and understanding the way you use your natural born intuitive abilities. You have natural born intuitive abilities. That's right. That's why you're here. That's why your highly efficient spiritual team knew you would be watching this video, to remind you that you have a light to share with this world. And when you learn how to use your intuitive abilities, you track them and you pay attention, then they can communicate with you more clearly and guide you along your path, bringing you everything that your higher self and heart is wishing for in this lifetime for you. But you have to track these things. And so I offer this free gift to you because I want you to create your own book of evidence. And that's why I called my custom journal Book of Evidence, Proof Your Angels Are With You. You don't need this to get started. You can use any journal you want. Just keep it all in place. But this journal does come with custom templates for tracking your intuition, as well as guidance in the beginning to get started, and a 4-part webinar that allows you to understand the way to use it and deepen your connection, plus a special intuition tracker newsletter and other amazing tools in here to really help you develop a spiritual routine of being open and aware. So that's why I encourage you to sign up for my free newsletter to get my ebook, because you can get started right now with your own tools and your own journal, understanding what angel numbers mean for you whenever you see them. And it does take that habit. Remember, using our intuition is building a muscle. It doesn't happen overnight. Some of us are naturally a little more strong in certain areas, but if you really want to build your intuition out into all areas, then you need to practice every day, right? We don't go to the gym one time and we're suddenly ready for a marathon. We have to do it every day and practice and strengthen and be aware of our intentions. So that's a really powerful thing to keep in mind as you are beginning to understand what angel numbers mean. It takes practice. And so if your angels are sending you a lot of numbers at once, they're helping you practice. So definitely have gratitude for that and say, thank you, angels. That's usually what I say first when I see an angel number. Of course, you don't want to distract yourself from what was going on either. You want to remember, what was I thinking? What was I doing? What was I feeling? Was my body telling me when I see these numbers? And remember, guidance from the angels is very subtle and gentle. They will not scare us. So what another wonderful way to connect with us through numbers. In fact, I have the video up already about angel number 666, which a lot of people associate with fear because of past conditioning and societal conditioning. And I have another angel number coming up very soon. That is another number that needs to be debunked as far as being something to cause fear, because the angels will never tell you what to do. Their guidance is subtle. So if fear is coming up when you're seeing a sign or symbol, then that's more likely something going on in the mind, and it's worth going deeper and definitely asking for higher guidance there, and maybe even shielding your energy. So that's a whole nother topic I want to go into there, but I haven't reminded you guys in videos in the latest numbers lately, though, just to remember that it's always meant to be a positive, subtle encouragement. Now, it could be a little bit urgent. It might be urgently getting your attention, which I have noticed with the number 555 tends to be pretty urgently making you aware that a change is necessary and some other things, if you want to check out that video. But it's not meant to be scary. It's saying, hey, this is your opportunity. Pay attention. There's things coming in for you that are going to help you. Okay. So really keep that in mind. So thank you for your patience with that as I go into what the angels told me. I sat down with them for all of these angel numbers I'm doing, and I asked, what do you want me to know when I see 1, 2, 3, 4? And the angel said, we want you to know to keep going with your current line of thinking, pathway, or plans. Stay positive and you will achieve your goals. So a very simple and subtle reminder to put one foot in front of the other. Listen to me. I was about to say, don't put the horse before the cart, which is an old-fashioned saying, meaning if the horse is behind the cart, it can't pull the cart where you're going, right? And I even put the words in the wrong order there. It's hilarious. But this is my first recording today, so I guess I am still warming up. It's hilarious when I trip over my words and I just have to say, you know what? It is what it is. But I definitely do feel that encouragement of keep going one step at a time with your current line of thinking or your pathway or your plans. And it's also a reminder to be patient, right? Because a lot of times if we try to move too quickly, you end up taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back, or 1 step forward and 3 steps back. We want to slow down and do one at a time. So that's another reminder I will get from the angels is 1, 2, 3, 4 means if you take your time and have patience and are careful with following the plans you've made, then that will help you avoid that 1 step forward, 2 steps back, right? So that's the meaning that the angels want me to keep in mind. Of course, I do keep in mind the other meanings as well whenever I see that, and I incorporate it to what's going on for me, because remember, these only you can know what these numbers mean to you, but also that it can mean multiple things. And that's why it's important to practice so we don't get overwhelmed. I hear that a lot of times from people when they first start learning to track angel numbers, they're like, I'm seeing them all the time everywhere. How am I supposed to keep track of all this? How am I supposed to know what they mean when they're coming in so fast? And in those cases, when you're getting them constantly, all I really want to ask you to do is to just write them down in your journal And then use hindsight. Go back a day or two or even a week later. Look at your calendar. Look at your to-do list. Look at what was going on the day. What feelings were you were you having any challenges? Look at what was going on around that day where you were getting all those angel numbers and see if you can use that powerful tool of hindsight to understand what they were telling you. Then journal some more about it. The reason I talk about hindsight is because every time I finish a journal, or even sometimes when I'm still not finished with the journal, but I'm just sitting waiting in an appointment and I have the opportunity, I will go back and reread my journal and I will highlight areas where I'm connecting the dot, where I'm realizing, okay, on that week in particular, I saw a fox 3 different times, which is a rare thing around here. I saw the number 1111 every single day. I had 2 feathers on my walk. I have all these things happening. And then there's a big life change with my job, with a relationship, with something going on. And I'm looking back going, wow, I was really being supported and guided there. And then I look to see whether I paid attention to them. Most of the time these days, I am grateful to say I do pay attention, but we all get busy and we forget. For example, even this morning, I realized I forgot to write down some symbolism I saw yesterday. And I woke up from my dream this morning and I had some powerful symbolism in my dream. And I was like, you know what, I need to write that down. And I remembered, there was actually a big symbol when I was awake that I didn't put in my journal. And so now I have to go back and try to remember what was I thinking about when I saw, it was a raccoon, which is rare to see around here. They're around, but they're nocturnal and usually they're not out the time of the day I was. And it was running as fast as it could from my right to my left. And I always look at that, like what direction it's coming from, what was going on. And I need to do some more journaling about it and look at the symbolism of a raccoon, because it's rare for a raccoon to be in my life, but it was in my life yesterday. So I'm going to be journaling about that more and adding it to the dream symbolism I had last night that was very powerful. So I just wanted to share that with you as an example. Now, I do have a journaling prompt for you and a pocket affirmation before we get to your bonus message. So make sure to hit that subscribe button if you haven't already to see more of videos like this. Plus, I go live at least once a week. I upload videos with angel messages. I answer your questions. We have amazing topics that we talk about to help you develop your intuitive abilities, to help deepen your connection with the angels. So please, if you haven't already, hit that like button, share this video with anybody you think it would resonate, and I really appreciate that. So here's your journaling prompt whenever you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Write this down in your journal. Where in my life do I need more motivation to keep going? Where can I easily find this motivation? So I'll say that again. Whenever you see 1, 2, 3, 4, grab that journal, write down that you saw 12:34. If it wasn't on the clock, write down how you saw it, what time it was. Maybe it was on a license plate, right? Write down anything else you can remember that's in my ebook. Make sure you have the ebook to ask all those questions. And then write, where in my life do I need more motivation to keep going? And where can I easily find that motivation? A lot of times the motivation I will find is by getting organized, like I'll go clean out a drawer, and just that process of getting organized will really help me. Other times I'll go find YouTube videos with tutorials, those life hack videos, or just hacks using any kind of equipment or software that I need help with. Those things will really motivate me. So that might be a great thing to write in your journal. Okay, well, I'll spend 5 minutes every day this week learning about this particular, thing I need to know for work. And that'll help you get motivated because you feel like you have support. Here is your pocket affirmation for whenever you see 1, 2, 3, 4. If you would be so kind as to write this affirmation in the comment section below this video so I know you made it to the bonus message at the end. Your 1234 1, 2, 3, 4 pocket affirmation is, I easily focus on the positive. Right? So simple. Keep it simple, sweetie. Write that in the comments below this video. I easily focus on the positive. And that is your pocket affirmation for 1, 2, 3, 4. If you will write that below so I know you made it to this final bonus message I have for you. And I am so grateful all of you are here watching these videos, giving me feedback. Please write your questions in the comments below if they're a general question that would help others, because I love answering your questions on future lives. Like I said, I go live. Right now I'm going live almost every day, but it's usually a minimum once a week. But I'm doing a challenge right now at the time I'm recording this video. Plus I also go twice. I'm doing these 2 longer lives, and I'm having some fantastic guests on my channel who are other light workers if you want to check those out too. Here is your bonus message. Avoid focusing on fear over material resources. Look around you for support to allow you to continue on your journey. For example, maybe you do need to keep your day job for a while you start your own business. That would be support for you to achieve your dreams. So avoid focusing on what you don't have. Focus on what you do have for the support. 1313. Is that really an angel number? With all the superstition around the number 13? Well, I'm here to tell you, yes, it is. Hi, everybody. I'm Devin Dewar. I'm an angel intuitive and spiritual teacher, and this video is part of my angel number series, where we dive deep into the meaning of angel numbers. I give you a bonus message at the very end of this video, plus I give you a journaling prompt and a pocket affirmation to say every time you see 1313. I do this in all my angel number videos. That's what makes these videos different. Plus, I give you a special meaning that the angels shared with me when I talk to my spiritual team that might mean the same thing for you. Now, I'm always going to encourage you to listen to all the meanings and see what resonates. If something doesn't resonate, leave it behind. But just in case you're brand new here, welcome. And by the way, welcome back to my lovely subscribers. I appreciate you so much. If you are new here, though, I'll just mention to you what angel numbers are briefly. They are anytime you are seeing a sequence of numbers. You can see them anywhere from a clock to a license plate to a sales receipt to a serial number or someone's birthday, right? So anywhere you see repeating numbers and it catches your attention. So that's important to keep in mind with angel numbers. Plus, there are ways you can interpret these numbers and receive custom messages for yourself. So that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about what it commonly means when you see 1313, and I will share with you what the angels say it means for me when I see it, as well as, some ways to do it yourself and see what resonates. So let's dive deeper into these meanings here. But again, don't forget to stay tuned to the very end for a bonus message for you. Your spiritual team is highly efficient. They know when you are going to see this video. So there are messages for you. Your spiritual team is not just your angels, guardian angels, and archangels, but it's also passed away loved ones who want to work with you, spirit guides and spirit animals, even ascended masters. So we want to be paying attention to what these angel numbers mean, what we're feeling in our body, what we're thinking about, and see if we can identify the energies and what they mean for us. And that takes paying attention every time you see these numbers and tracking them. So again, like I said, in today's video, we're going to go over 1313. And we're going to talk about kind of the basic general overall meanings that it might mean. And let's first talk about the number 13. A lot of people have associated the number 13 with a superstitious number. I personally find it to be a very lucky number. I have a daughter that was born on the 13th. I've had a lot of amazing things happen on the 13th, but I've also studied numerology quite a bit. And what you would actually do with the number 13 is you would net it down to a 4. 1 plus 3 equals 4, right? And you've often heard people talk about 4 is the door. It's the way to go through into another opportunity, another dimension, another lifestyle, right? You have to go through the door to get to where you really want to go. So often, I can see where people might see it as a challenging number because it does bring change. And if you're not willing to embrace change, that could bring up some roadblocks and some feelings of superstition. But I am here to debunk all of that, just like I did with my angel number 666 video. I am here to tell you that the angels only communicate with us through positive messages. They do it in gentle, loving ways. They will not tell you what to do. So if you are feeling fear, that is likely a different energy. That might be a mental process that we need to debunk as well. And it's not going to be something scary coming from your angels. All right, so before we go into kind of some other ways to view 13 and really cool ways to look at it besides the basics, I'm going to talk to you about these general meanings that I saw most people associate the number 1313 with. It does carry a spiritual meaning because it's a repeating number and it caught your attention. And it's often seen as a powerful indicator in metaphysical beliefs, right? So metaphysical things that are unseen, right? And there are some common spiritual interpretations associated with this. One of them is spiritual growth and enlightenment. It's thought to indicate a period of rapid spiritual growth and the illumination of the mind. So kind of those epiphanies, those aha moments. So if you are seeing 1313, maybe on a building as you drive by or on a billboard, what were you just having an aha moment about might be a good question to ask yourself. Now we'll get into more things you can ask yourself towards the end, but that was a great prompt there as well. Another big meaning for 1313 that's commonly associated with it is, of course, encouragement and support. As with all angel numbers, it may suggest spiritual forces or angels are offering support and encouraging you in your endeavors. I've said this in many videos before, but it's worth repeating here, that numbers are a really easy way for our spiritual team to connect with us because it's a universal language and it's everywhere. So we might see multiple angel numbers at a time, different ones, but multiple, all with that same idea of encouragement and support or to keep going. Another common meaning, which is also associated with other angel numbers, is manifestation of ideas into the reality. You're literally bringing that great idea, that aha moment, from the ethereal world down into this physical reality. So seeing 1313 can be a sign that your thoughts and ideas are beginning to manifest, and it's urging you to focus on positive outcomes. We don't want to let our mind get into self-fulfilling prophecies. And so a lot of times if we are in a negative thought process or we're getting stuck in fear or in worry, this is when the angels or our spiritual team, all of the above, will just start flooding us with these angel numbers and these synchronicities to remind us, hey, watch your thoughts. Let's focus on a positive outcome. Another common meaning for 13 is, of course, breakthroughs and personal development. This number might appear when significant personal breakthroughs are occurring or are about to occur. So remembering that meaning of 4 is the door. If it's a breakthrough, you're breaking through that barrier. You're finding a way around that challenge, right? So that takes action. It takes being willing to walk through that door. And so you might be shown, hey, there's about to be a door opening for you where you can get through this. So pay attention so you're ready to go through the door. You know, another thing I often think about with 1313 is I think of in The Sound of Music. I believe it was Mother Superior tells Maria, maybe Maria says it herself. I think I've said this on other videos, but I think Maria says it. Whenever the Lord closes a door somewhere, he opens a window. I love that saying. It stays with me so much, but it is so true. Whenever there is a door or a window that's being shut in your face, all we need to do is stay positive and optimistic that there is another opportunity for us. That's bringing in this opportunity to walk through the door. So speaking of which, a lot of times 1313 does represent new beginnings and opportunities. It may signify the closing of one chapter in our lives, but the immediate opening of another, like double doors, right? One door next to the other. This door closed, but this door opened, and it's filled with new opportunities. So we want to stay really positive about that opportunity. You know, it's the idea, the age-old stories where, somebody suddenly loses their job. So they go and they find a different one. And when they start the new job, they meet the love of their life, right? And they would have never met that person if they'd stayed at the old job indefinitely, right? So the universe had to close the door on them to get them to the place to meet that loved one. So that's that double door type thing, right? And so I want you to think of that too when you're seeing 13 as two doorways. It could mean that you have two options as well. You have two doors you could walk through, and you have to really check in with your intuition to see which one's the best for you. Another really common meaning would be courage and resilience. So again, it's encouraging you to be brave, persistent, and especially through those challenging times, it may take a lot of bravery to walk through a door where you don't know what's on the the other side. So that's where we're going to check in with our intuition, right? And another final very common meaning I saw associated with 1313 through my research was creative energy and innovation. So this number often surfaces when it's time to embrace creativity and innovative thinking in various aspects of life. So instead of doing things the way everybody else has always done them, or doing things the traditional way, we're trying to find a new way. We're trying to embrace creativity. It could be even finding creative solutions, looking for that win-win scenario for everybody involved. That's going to be a really valuable meaning to associate with 1313. Now, before we go into some of the meanings that the angels said they want me to think of whenever I see 1313, which I share these with you because it could mean something for you too. And it might just be a little subtle change in the way that it was shared with me that might help you too. So I want to encourage you to consider that. But also you can ask for your own meaning from 1313. That's the other beautiful way. Like I said, I've never been prone to superstition. Probably because I've always felt my angels with me, and I feel safe in that way. But I do listen to my intuition. If anything fell off, I certainly did it. I paid attention. But the number 13, it was kind of like, bring it on. Like, I don't feel like that's a superstitious number, so I'm not going to give my power away to that. And then it's turned out to be quite the lucky number for me going forward. It does have that net 4 in there. So we'll get to that in just a minute with my meaning. But I want to first ask you, if you haven't already, would you like to sign up for my free newsletter at devondewar.com so you can get my gift for you, my ebook, Is It a Sign? How to Recognize Signs and Discover Their Meaning. This book gives you 5 questions to ask whenever you see angel numbers, other signs and symbols from your spiritual team, and helps you use hindsight by tracking it and understanding what your spiritual team is trying to tell you and guide you. I do have also on devondewar.com my custom journal. It's called Book of Evidence, Proof Your Angels Are With You. It has custom templates in it. It comes with a 4-part webinar that teaches you how to deepen your connection with the angels. However, you do not need this journal. I just offer it because it offers templates. It has a beginning kind of mini book that teaches you how to get started with this method. It encourages a daily spiritual routine with journaling that helps you really get the evidence down. That's why I call it Book of Evidence. But you can create your own evidence. The key is to track it. Make sure you're tracking it so you could use hindsight. Hindsight is one of the most powerful tools for deepening your trust and your connection with the angels. And in order to have hindsight, you have to have the evidence to go back and read it. You got to have things in this journal to really help you understand what was going on in your life at that time. So I give you a lot of tools and tips on that. And of course, I have a lot of other videos on my YouTube channel to encourage you. But I wanted to just remind you, if you haven't already, to go get that gift I have for you there. All right, so let's get into my journaling prompt my special meaning, excuse me, I had a little itch there. The special meaning that I associate whenever I see 1313 is that idea of that, when you net the 1313, you're also getting, if you net the first 13, you're getting a 4, and you net the other 13, you're getting a 4, you're getting a 44, right? That's a master number in numerology. It's also an angel number. So whenever I see 1313, the angels wanted me to know you have multiple doors of opportunities available to you. Ask your heart which door is best for you and walk through to change your life now. So it's a multiple message for me. That's what they wanted me to know when you see 1313, is that there's multiple doors. And I was talking earlier about really checking in with your intuition. What do I feel is behind door 1, door 2, door 3, right? Because it's saying multiple doors. So we want to ask our heart what's best for us. If the doors are open and you can see clearly what's behind them, make sure you're asking your heart as well. But then go ahead and walk through, change your life now. And that's the invitation with 1313. Whenever I see it, it's an invitation to go ahead and walk through the door that your heart wants. And a lot of times we hesitate to do that because we don't feel deserving. We don't feel ready. We tell ourselves that, someone else should do it. That's the one I see with a lot of light workers like you. You are here because you are a light worker. You don't have to call yourself that. You don't have to do it professionally, but you have light to shine with the world, and you were called to work with the angels for a reason. And I see a lot of light workers hesitate to walk through doors of opportunities because they think somebody already else has done it before, so there's no need for them to do it, or they think, oh, well, nobody really needs it from me, they can get it from someone else, or they just don't feel ready or deserving. And if the angels are sending you these numbers to support you, they are inviting you to walk through that door and change your life now. Isn't that powerful? So I love that meaning. See if that resonates with you. We will get to your bonus message in a minute after the journal prompt and pocket affirmation. But remember that I do always encourage you to see what resonates with you. Listen to your body. Listen to what's going on for you, what's going on in your life when you see these numbers, and interpret them on your own. And before we get to the journaling prompt, I would like to ask you, if you haven't already, to please hit that like button, share this video, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel if you're new here. You are so welcome, and thank you again to my subscribers. But that way you can stay up to date, because I do go live on my YouTube channel at least once a week. Lately, at the time I'm recording this, it's been quite often because I'm having some amazing guests on. I'm doing detailed angel messages on Mondays. I'm doing a topic on Wednesdays. And actually, I'm currently in the middle of a 30-day journal with me challenge, if you want to check that out as well, where you can journal with me for 30 days. And even if you don't do it with me live right now, it will stay on a playlist and be available. You hear that dinging? That's saying, ding, do the journal with me. I do have my notifications turned off. Whenever my kids text me, it comes through. So that might be the bell saying, hey, join Devin for journal with me. I do share angel messages in that as well. They are evergreen. So even if you join that 30-day challenge a year after it's recorded, that could really benefit you with getting started with creating your book of evidence. Again, you don't need this journal. It is available on my website at devindoer.com, but you can use any journal you want. Just please keep it all in one place. So here's your journaling prompt anytime you see the numbers 1313. Where in my life do I want to bring positive change? What doors are available to me that I can walk through now? I'll say that again. Where in my life do I want to bring positive change? What doors are available to me that I can walk through now? So an example might be bartering with somebody. Maybe you do have an amazing skill you could offer someone else in exchange for something that will help you with your business and your goals. Maybe doing side jobs, maybe joining social groups so you can do some networking. Where are these doors? So use that prompt whenever you're seeing 1313, or anytime you really want to understand what opportunities are available to you. And here's your pocket affirmation to say every time you see 1313. I find these very valuable as a way of gratitude and affirming that you're seeing the angel numbers. And if you're new, again, pocket affirmations are just affirmations that are short and easy to remember. You can write them on a little piece of paper and carry them in your pocket all day if it helps you, or put it on a Post-it note somewhere in your home where you see it a lot. And I want to encourage you to write this pocket affirmation for 1313 in the comments below this video, so I know you made it to the end for the bonus message, which I'm about to share with you. Your 13 pocket affirmation is, I am open to new opportunities. Remember, we're keeping it simple here. I am open to new opportunities. Write that in the comments below this video so I know you made it to the end for this bonus message. I really appreciate you doing that. It really helps my video out and helps me know what is helpful for you. Of course, you can ask me questions as well that would help others in the broader sense. If you have a question about this angel number, I'd love to see your questions in the comments below. And it's so wonderful to hear from you always. So please don't feel shy to say hello. Now, here's your bonus message, and thank you for being patient and being here to the very end. Your bonus message is, clarity is available to you now. Look back on what you have learned and use that wisdom to follow through on new and inspiring ideas. Seeing the truth of a situation will support you in the long term. So when I heard that message, seeing the truth in the situation, I did feel some of you out there have your heart squeeze, because there is something that maybe you already do know the truth, but you're possibly turning a blind eye to it because you can feel the challenge of having to face that truth. So maybe facing the truth is having to realize the work it's going to take to walk through a new door, or the work it's going to take to get the mentoring or the information necessary to know which door is right for you. It could mean the work is going back to school or taking a class to take your skills to a new level so that you can feel confident walking through that door. So if you did feel your heart squeeze at the idea of seeing the truth of a situation, I'm always going to encourage you to consider these 3 areas of your life: your relationships, which is going to be romance, children, parents, colleagues, friends, your health and fitness, and of course, your career and finance. Now, if you're retired, that could be your legacy, but look at these 3 areas of your life. Is there a truth there that needs to be faced where you could seize the opportunity to go to the next level, to walk through the door? And again, when we are seeing this 1313, as they reminded me too, it is a doorway and you're being invited through the doorway. And don't forget that I like to look at 13 as really a net 4. Okay, that's what I like to do, and I like to see it as an opportunity. So if you would like to, you could also go check out my angel number video about 44, and I go into 44 a little bit, 444. I go into 44 a little bit, but the angel number 444 had a very powerful role in me leaving my small business consulting service, where I was helping people get their businesses set up. I graduated with my degree in accounting and business administration. Can you see why I love angel numbers? I saw angel numbers all the time doing accounting work. So there was a reason I was drawn to it, although ultimately it wasn't what my heart wanted to do. My heart wanted to do the work I'm doing here with you now. But I was given that opportunity to see 444 a lot as I made the move to leave that small business consulting practice and go full time into the spiritual work I do here, which I am so honored to do, to share these angel messages with you. So look for that clarity, see the truth. Your spiritual team is supporting you, especially when you see the number 1313.